In Huayang City, nestled within the abyssal demon realm, a curious woman noted how rare white hair was and speculated whether those two might be father and daughter. Beside her, a man glanced over and remarked that they did not seem like ordinary folk. He observed their demeanor and sensed something peculiar, particularly from the man. Another figure wearing a straw hat added that they were likely heading to the heavenly Luo mountain range to train, mentioning the rumors of a rare treasure about to surface. He noted that many large sects had already dispatched cultivators to the area, likely drawn by the same prospect. Their attention rested on Chen Ye and Su Changsheng. Floating behind them, Little Master scanned the surroundings and noted this was Little Changsheng's hometown, then commented that he had assumed cities here would be more dreary. Walking calmly, Chen Ye remarked that the heavenly Luo realm would one day become a sanctuary for demonic cultivators, though that day remained distant. Su Changsheng, moving alongside him, kept her posture tight and alert. Chen Ye, noticing her tension, questioned if it might be linked to her heart demon. Little Master swiftly interjected with a confident remark that she was probably just shy. He pointed out that her white hair drew too much attention and she simply wasn't used to being watched. Chen Ye reflected that Qianfan never seemed to struggle with such things. Little Master explained that little Changqing had spent years locked in darkness, her parents gone, and concluded it was normal for her to feel insecure. Chen Ye paused in silent reflection, then gently reached for her hand. Surprised, she looked up and quietly addressed him as Master. He returned her gaze and remarked that if she felt afraid, she could hold his hand. Her expression softened, and she nodded with barely concealed joy. Arm linked with his, Su Changxing watched Chen Ye with quiet intensity. From behind, Little Master observed the gesture and casually commented that Master was drawing even more stares now. Chen Ye turned towards Su Changxing and pointed out that he had given his hand to her, not permission to stare. Around them, the nearby crowd whispered that they looked like a couple. Arms folded, Little Master noted with a hint of smugness that Master seemed to favor Little Changxing more than Qianfan ever managed. At that moment, a sharp beeping interrupted him. Little Master froze mid-mutter, then perked up with wide-eyed excitement and leapt to Chen Ye's shoulder, announcing the sudden arrival of a hidden quest. A glowing panel appeared, revealing the title, Hidden Quest, a Furnace of Demon Lords. The objective linked to Su Changqing's tragic past, stating she would take in disciples with similar hardships who would one day become feared demon lords. As their master, Chen Ye would earn rewards and bolster the myriad past sect of the heavens. With each disciple, his title as demon ancestor would grow. The quest carried no penalties, and rewards scaled with the number of disciples, limited to the heavenly Luo realm. Reading through the panel, Chen Ye considered aloud that taking in disciples for her seemed. Little Master immediately stressed that this was precisely why she needed guidance, adding that she could barely hold a conversation with ordinary people. The crowd's attention abruptly shifted. Cries rang out across the plaza. People began pushing forward, calling for others to move aside and begging for a clear view. A man and woman entered the street. The name Gu Yohan flew from the crowd as they recognized the saintess of the Jade Maiden Palace, and voices shouted they were dying. People pointed excitedly to the Dao child of the Dao Unity sect. Another name quickly followed, Li Changsheng, whom they gushed over, calling him handsome. Then came Chai Shen, the Golden Spear King of the Heavenly Sea sect. People murmured to stop staring at figures far beyond their reach. Chen Ye, unfazed, commented that both the saintess and the Dao child, one mid-stage divine soul realm, the other early stage, probably represented the limits of this realm. Little Master countered with calm confidence, stating that the demon ancestor by his side was of a caliber these so-called geniuses couldn't match. A voice suddenly addressed Chen Ye. A brown-haired man approached, asking if he and Su Changsheng came from a notable family and whether they were interested in attending the Cloud Dragon Trading Company's auction. Chen Ye responded with interest, and the man confirmed that a wide range of items would be auctioned, from weapons to techniques and rare treasures. He noted the Saintess, Dao Child, and Golden Spear King would all be present. After weighing the offer, Chen Ye instructed him to lead the way. They followed him to the auction venue, where the crowd had already gathered. The brown-haired man guided them to a private room and respectfully invited them in. Before entering, Chen Ye inquired about the man's name and why he had assumed they warranted a private room. The man quickly introduced himself as Lin Ye, boasting 15 years in the business and a reputation as the jade-faced young master and sharp-eyed golden star. He claimed he could tell they were no ordinary customers and expressed confidence that they would become prize clients. Inside the room, Su Changqing hesitated before quietly voicing concern about the mountain range. Seated on a nearby chair, Chen Ye remarked that the thing inside the heavenly Luo mountain range had not fully awakened, so there was no urgency to go now. He added that the current reward for retrieving it was useless and noted that there might be something more fitting for her here. At the mention of a useless reward, Little Master let out a dramatic wail. Su Changqing, puzzled, didn't understand his meaning, and a flurry of question marks filled the space around her. Just then, a formal announcement declared the opening of the Cloud Dragon Trading Company's annual auction. Attention was drawn to the first item, the Yin Snow Spirit Ginseng, described as ideal for yin-type cultivators and still beneficial to others. The starting price was set at 1,000 spirit stones. On a tray rested a large frost-shrouded ginseng. Instantly, a paddle lifted, bidding 1,500 spirit stones. Another followed, offering 2,000. In one of the private rooms, Li Changsheng noted that someone like Gu Yuehan likely had little interest in mundane auctions. She replied that while the event itself might be unimpressive, many sect disciples were attending, so it warranted a glance. Below, a brown-haired man bellowed a bid of 2,200 spirit stones, only for someone beside him to calmly counter with 2,300. Sitting quietly between them, Xiaonan remained still. Her jade ring glowed, and a voice resonated within it, observing that the Yin Snow Spirit Ginseng would be very useful to him. Acknowledging the intent, she raised her paddle and declared a bid of 5,000 spirit stones. The crowd buzzed at the sudden spike. The auctioneer quickly announced the bid 3 times, but a calm voice soon offered 6,000. Xiaonan turned sharply, stunned to find she had been outbid. Her eyes locked on Gu Yuhan. Li Changsheng beside her also showed surprise. Around the room, murmurs spread. No one would challenge the saneness. Voices advised against provoking the Jade Maiden Palace over a single herb. Frustrated, Xiaonan cursed under her breath. The voice in her ring rebuked her, reminding her of their current weakness. He swore that once he reached the heaven-human realm, he would storm the Jade Maiden Palace and make Gu Yuhan kneel. Nearby, Chen Ye's gaze shifted to Xiaonan. He studied her with interest, noting a familiar presence. 2, in fact. Beside him, Su Changqing quietly pointed out that the ginseng radiated strong yin energy. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Ye encouraged her to bid. She responded uncertainly, admitting she didn't know the herb's value. He assured her that it didn't matter, urging her to try. Picking up the paddle, she murmured her resolve to bid. In another room, Li Changsheng asked if Gu Yuhan was intent on acquiring the herb. She replied that auctions favored the highest bidder, and if he wanted it, he was welcome to participate. He chuckled, claiming he wouldn't dare challenge her. Then a timid voice declared a bid of 10,000. Everyone turned, shocked by the escalation. On her balcony, Su Changqing raised the paddle and announced her bid, 100,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer staggered, repeating the number with visible unease. Every eye turned toward her as the words echoed through the hall, and the young woman who bid 100,000 spirit stones stood alone in the spotlight. The hall churned with a swarm of murmurs. One voice speculated on the girl's family background, puzzled over which rich house had produced her. Another pondered aloud what 100,000 spirit stones even amounted to, recalling it matched the annual expenses of a mid-tier sect. A third dismissed that as irrelevant, remarking instead on her brazen challenge to the saintess, a move nobody dared before. A fourth observed the slap in the face unfolding, noting that someone had actually tried to snatch a prize the Jade Maiden Palace wanted. Li Changsheng, casting a sharp look at Su Changqing, grumbled with irritation and tried to figure out which sect she came from, confused by how she could have the gall to reach for something under the saintess's gaze. Gu Yuehan remained composed and commented that it was only a ginseng, advising against getting worked up, Dao child. Xiaonan chuckled gleefully, declaring that Gu Yuehan, the sanctimonious hypocrite, was finally on the receiving end. She noted that anyone tossing around 100,000 spirit stones like pocket change must be loaded and casually entertain the idea of robbing her after the auction. As her imagination ran wild, the voice from within her ring intervened, warning her not to be reckless. It pointed out that someone spending that kind of wealth on mere herbs had to be backed by a sect at least as powerful as the Jade Maiden Palace. The auctioneer's voice cut through, reporting that room number 7 had bid 100,000 spirit stones and asking if anyone dared top it. When no one responded, he declared the yin snow spirit ginseng sold to room number 7 and slammed the gavel with force. Applause erupted, startling Su Changqing. She turned to Chen Ye and asked softly if she had caused any problems. Reclining in his chair, eyes closed, legs crossed, Chen Ye replied with ease that she could buy it if she wanted it. Little Master chirped from his shoulder, boasting that one of its treasures could buy the entire heavenly low realm, and assured him that if the sky ever fell, Master would hold it up. It then asked about the strength of the massage. Chen Ye gave it a mild command to press harder, which Little Master accepted cheerfully. Still unable to see Little Master, Su Changqing puzzled over her master's words, wondering whether he believed her bid too low. Chen Ye, unbothered, reflected silently on how quickly he had encountered transmigrators, one possessing a living body, the other a remnant soul. He found the auction unexpectedly worthwhile. Sensing his shift in mood, Little Master questioned whether something exciting had happened. Chen Ye reached for it, causing the creature to jerk back defensively. He then gently pinched his cheek and mentioned that transmigrators had shown up, one body-bound, the other fragmented. 2 transmigrators. Elsewhere, Xiaonan stiffened. Alarmed by the prickling sensation crawling up her spine, the voice in her ring nudged for an explanation. Xiaonan responded tensely that someone had noticed them. The voice pressed for a cultivation level. Xiaonan resolved to look, and her jade ring pulsed with magic. Inside its illusory space, Qing Shuang scanned the room. Then her eyes flew open in shock. She reported internally that the aura had vanished. Xiaonan cursed and demanded she suppress her own aura, insisting they leave once the auction ended. Qing Shuang warned they couldn't risk it, not in a packed auction house surrounded by disciples from the top sects. No one would act inside, but outside would be a different matter. Xiaonan cursed again and insisted she conceal herself. With the previous sale wrapped up, the auctioneer introduced the next item. A skeleton from a divine soul realm demonic beast, found in the Icewine mountain range, emanating a strong, icy aura. Before he could finish his sentence, a soft yet distinct voice rose to declare a bid. Su Changqing had offered 1 million spirit stones. Gasps cut through the air. Gu Yuehan too looked stunned. Li Changsheng lurched upright in disbelief, reeling at the idea that she had wagered a sum equivalent to their sect's entire yearly budget on a single skeleton. Xiaonan gawked, trying to figure out whether the lunatic in room number 7 had truly gone mad. Once a bid was placed, there was no backing out. If the buyer couldn't pay, anyone present could claim the goods. Su Changqing, hearing the tension ripple through the crowd, asked in confusion whether 1 million wasn't enough. The auctioneer rushed to affirm that it was more than enough, then counted down with urgency, once, twice, and slammed the gavel, confirming the sale. Su Changqing exhaled softly. Perched on Chen Ye's shoulder, Little Master counted fingers and puzzled over the number of zeros in a million. It then asked whether it was all right for Little Changqing to bid that much. Chen Ye, sipping tea calmly, answered that it was fine and she could do whatever she wanted. The auction continued. As the auctioneer began announcing the next item, Su Changqing raised her paddle again and fired off another 1 million. The auctioneer trembled with exhilaration, his gavel hammering again and again. By the time the event drew to a close, Su Changqing downed her tea in one gulp. Chen Ye glanced at her with a faint smile, reminding her that he told her to bid, not wear out her voice. Still perched loyally, Little Master sighed, admitting it had lost count of her purchases. Lan Ye approached their room and delivered the formal notice that the auction had concluded, asking them to head downstairs for payment. Chen Ye nodded. He and Su Changqing made their way down to the main hall. The staff had already packed the 64 items into assorted boxes, neatly stacked. As they approached, whispers bloomed through the crowd. Someone remarked on the rarity of a white-haired cultivator and wondered if they were father and daughter. Another voice rang out above the rest, questioning if they belonged to the demonic sect. Flustered, Su Changqing stepped behind Chen Ye. She murmured whether the buyer had been that girl, observing that she bought almost everything and dropped 1 million each time, and wondered what would happen if she didn't actually have the money, musing aloud that the fallout might be interesting. Another voice answered that the Cloud Dragon Trading Company had never once seen a buyer default, backed as they were by a heavenly being. Spotting the duo, the auctioneer stepped forward with a professional smile and addressed them politely, announcing that the 64 items totaled 63,100,000 spirit stones, and inquiring how they would like to settle it. He offered options: treasure appraisal or safe stone transfer. Chen Ye, still serene, stated that he had no spirit stones. Silence followed, broken only by rising murmurs of disbelief. No spirit stones? The crowd erupted, some suspecting a farce, others wondering if they intended to provoke chaos. One voice mused that even top sects couldn't casually produce that much wealth, and found the drama unfolding irresistible. It noted the rules. Failure to pay meant forfeiting the items and becoming slaves. Then it pointed out that the white-haired girl was breathtaking, and wondered aloud whether she could be taken. Zhao Nan crossed her arms, muttering that they were fools. She pointed out that the trading company was protected by the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea. She reasoned that the earlier surveillance had likely come from them, and admitted they'd been too wary. Mid-sentence, her eyes widened. She caught Chen Ye smiling. Panic crept in as she questioned whether the one who had observed them had been him. The auctioneer, face shifting, adopted a more cautious tone. He entreated Chen Ye not to jest. He warned that the trading company's backer was one of the 5 heavenly beings, and urged him not to complicate things. If Chen Ye could not pay, protocol had to be followed. In response, Su Changqing stepped forward and summoned a sword from her spiritual energy, declaring that no one would disgrace her master. Chen Ye placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he stated that while he had no spirit stones, treasures could serve just as well. Energy gathered at his fingertips. He invited them to see how many spirit stones his offering was worth. Immense spiritual energy surged through Chen Ye's hand, drawing gas from all corners of the auction hall. In his palm, a large pearl formed, gleaming with ominous brilliance. From it, a colossal wave of spiritual pressure burst forth. Zhao Nan, driven by instinct, raised her arm to block the suffocating force. Li Changsheng immediately recognized the aura, identifying it as that of the heavenly being realm. A towering pillar of energy pierced the sky. Deep within the abyssal demon realm, the Night Empress detected the surge and murmured in stunned recognition, uncertain whether this was truly the birth of a new heavenly being. She echoed the thought aloud, turning the question over again. Far off across the sea, the Southern Sea Sword Saint, stationed in the Tao firmament realm, sensed the power and gave a soft chuckle. The Universal Buddha also alerted, intoned solemnly, that a mortal had ascended, marking it both a blessing and a curse. The spiritual pressure emanating from the trading company spread rapidly. Outside, those caught within its radius turned toward the epicenter, their faces twisted in fear. Cries burst from the crowd as they identified the source as possibly the Cloud Dragon Trading Company. Voices strained with panic over the suffocating weight in the air. One shouted about the pressure making it hard to breathe. Without fanfare, Chen Ye tossed the pearl to the auctioneer, instructing them to appraise it themselves and keep any excess. The auctioneer scrambled, hands outstretched, and barely caught the treasure. Chen Ye then flung a storage ring towards Su Changqing, directing her to store the auction goods and leave. She acknowledged the command without hesitation, addressing him as master. The force of the pearl sent the auctioneer crashing to the ground. Alarm rippled through the audience. Several rushed to Elder Qin's side to check if he was unharmed. Clutching the pearl, Elder Qin looked up, ecstatic, giving thanks for having caught it. Chen Ye and Su Changqing strode from the trading company. All eyes inside remained fixed on their retreat. One among them questioned the nature of the artifact conjured by the white-haired Taoist master and confessed the crushing weight that had briefly gripped their soul. Another admitted to sheer terror and ordered help for the collapsed auctioneer. A short-haired man, still staring at Chen Ye's retreating figure, demanded whether they would let them go just like that. The long-haired one, pointing to the pearl, raised doubts over its value, questioning if it truly matched 60 million spirit stones. Elder Qin snapped, calling them fools and revealing its identity as a heavenly spirit pearl. A heavenly spirit pearl. He explained that during the Sword Saint's Divine Soul Realm years, he had defeated a coalition of sect experts by using a fragmented one left behind by an ancient powerhouse, becoming a heavenly being as a result. He elaborated that such a pearl could unleash the full might of a heavenly being realm strike, regardless of the user's cultivation, and that its residual aura, if comprehended, could significantly increase one's chance of ascending. He declared that no amount of spirit stones could ever match the pearl's worth. The two men stood stunned. They insisted that the white-haired Taoist master had to be a heavenly being and called for immediate contact with headquarters. Elder Qin resolved to return at once. Xiaonan, trembling and drenched in sweat, stammered out that the one who had scanned them earlier might have been him. Qing Shuang's voice, resonating from the ring, responded that it was impossible to confirm and warned that if it was him, they were in grave danger. She reminded Xiaonan of their shared death once before and confessed her instincts believed his cultivation exceeded the heavenly being realm. Whether or not it truly was him, she asserted they must leave immediately. She proposed they head to the heavenly Luo mountain range and addressed Xiaonan as Anian. She predicted that news of a fifth heavenly being in the heavenly Luo realm would travel fast and warned that chaos would only worsen their situation. Xiaonan, shaking uncontrollably, admitted she wanted to leave but couldn't move her legs. Qing Shuang snapped back, mocking her for calling herself the former Soul World Demon King, while paralyzed by fear. She inquired whether Xiaonan felt no shame. Xiaonan, in a wail of protest, accused Qing Shuang of thinking with her chest instead of her brain and challenged her to face it herself. She cursed, begrudgingly acknowledged their mistake of sitting too close to the stage, and urged that they just get out. 3 days later, in the residence of Chen Ye and Su Changqing cultivated diligently within her room. Meanwhile, little Sifu, curled up in a corner, sneezed repeatedly. Chilled air radiated from Su Changqing's location. The system, a glowing timer above its head, shivered and muttered about Master's decision to leave little Changqing in its care for days, grumbling over who truly held authority anymore. It paused and speculated whether Master had abandoned it, possibly hiding in his room while doing something secretive. As a system, it reasoned, it had every right to be concerned for the host's welfare. It let out 2 gleeful giggles. Approaching Chen Ye's room, little Sifu introduced itself to the audience as a live reporter, ready to uncover the Taoist master's secrets. Peeking inside, it spotted Chen Ye fast asleep on the bed and expressed surprise, having believed him to be above rest. A stack of books lay beside his pillow. The title seized little Sifu's attention. Even asleep, Master clutched volumes titled Educating the Benevolent Heart, Principles, Shining Examples, Pedagogy. Recalling Master's earlier mention that he had never taken in a disciple, it concluded that he had been studying in secret and understood now why he kept it hidden. Despite Master's harsh treatment, it still considered them companions and vowed to help him become the most formidable holy teacher across the heavens. Even if it was powerless for now, at least the timer above its head ticked down second by second and then hit 0. A shrill series of dings rang out. The noise startled little Sifu, who questioned the reason for that exact timing. Chen Ye jolted awake and smacked it on the head. He sat up, demanding why it bothered to act as an alarm clock without understanding basic alarm clock responsibilities and questioning why it ran in instead of waiting outside. Little Sifu, clutching its head, pitifully admitted fault and promised never to reveal Master's secret study of educational literature. Chen Ye gave it a sharp glance and clarified that there was no misunderstanding, revealing that he had written those books himself. Little Sifu immediately released a meow of pure shock. Chen Ye rose, donned his outer robe, and explained that the mission required Changqing to take a disciple. Given her personality, he doubted her ability to handle it naturally. He had therefore recorded his insights to aid her. He told little Sifu they needed to move out. Alarmed, the system reflected that if Master had resorted to personally writing teaching notes, then this mission had taken a dangerous turn. At the heavenly Luo mountain range, Chen Ye and Su Changqing soared through the sky atop a massive dragon. Chen Ye, seated in front, turned to Su Changqing and instructed her to focus on training and increasing her strength, reassuring her that he would observe throughout. She acknowledged him, calling him Master. He then introduced a condition for the training. She needed to find someone to travel with. Su Changqing, puzzled, clarified if he meant a teammate. Little Sifu, cross-legged on her head, interjected with a jab about her fear of social interaction. Chen Ye stroked her head and pointed out that she still lacked full control over her profound yin physique. He explained that in combat, her yin energy could affect nearby people, and she needed to learn control. Su Changqing clenched her fists and responded with resolve that she would give it her all. Chen Ye gave his approval and ordered them to begin. Immediately, Su Changqing leapt from the dragon. Little Sifu, still atop the beast, stared downward. It pointed out to Master that little Changqing was still in the mortal extreme realm and probably couldn't fly. Chen Yeo admitted he had never taught her how. Little Sifu stared into the distance, remarking on the tragedy of dying so early in one's training. It mused over the dramatic irony of the demon ancestors' fall and announced the mission had failed, casually suggesting they move to the next world. Then it quickly clarified that it was joking. Below, a figure dropped from the heights of a towering tree. Dust and debris exploded on impact. When the air cleared, Su Changqing emerged battered but upright. She staggered to her feet, her resolve unshaken, and promised she would not disappoint Master. The Heavenly Luo mountain range lay blanketed in white snow. Throughout the Heavenly Luo realm, everyone discussed the white-haired man. His mysterious origins and unfathomable power had caused a great commotion. The Tao domain had begun to act. Rumors spread that the monks of the Universal Buddha domain were also on their way to Huayang City. The demon race, the beast race, and even the demonic sect were bound to make their moves. Trying to obtain that thing in this chaotic situation would be incredibly dangerous. Having listened to Qing Shuang, Xiaonan, gnawing on dried meat by the base of a tree, groaned that she was so unlucky. Originally, not many people knew about the number of magical artifacts in that mountain range. Now, because of that white-haired guy, the whole Heavenly Luo realm paid attention. Qing Shuang, leaning on Zhao Nan's arm, continued and remarked that life had its ups and downs. They had already lived 2 lifetimes, so it was better to be a bit more humble. Without even turning, Zhao Nan kept gnawing on her meat and dismissed her, claiming that if it weren't for that white-haired guy making such a fuss and stirring up those heavenly being big shots, she would have already snuck in, grabbed the treasure, and made a clean getaway. The sound of a wolf's approaching footsteps reached them. Qing Shuang cried out to Anan. Xiaonan, already aware, confirmed she knew. A large gray wolf slowly approached. Then it suddenly lunged at Xiaonan, who exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing it as a crescent moon wolf. Xiaonan pulled a knife from her pocket and eyed the wolf. She noted it was just a spirit sea realm beast and told her to watch. Suddenly, the sound of someone running approached from the distance. Xiaonan, hearing the sound, turned to look in confusion. Su Changqing, sword in hand, sprinted past Xiaonan, charging toward the wolf. She lunged at the wolf and delivered a swift, fatal blow with her sword. Landing softly on the snow, she murmured that it was number 18. Xiaonan then recognized her from the auction and exclaimed it was her. Su Changqing, looking bewildered at being recognized, inquired if she knew her. Xiaonan identified her as the girl from the auction who threw money around like it was nothing. She added that the Heavenly Spirit Pearl had shocked the whole of Huayang City. She asked who in the Heavenly Luo realm didn't know about them now. She then asked where that white-haired Taoist was. Su Changqing, pulling out a small knife and crouching beside the wolf's carcass, responded that Master wasn't there at the moment. Scratching her cheek, Xiaonan commented that they were Master and disciple. She said she wouldn't interrupt their monster hunting and announced her departure. With that, she turned and ran, quickly disappearing from sight. Qing Shuang materialized and reported that she couldn't sense his aura. As Xiaonan ran frantically, she muttered her frustration about repeatedly running into him and cursed her bad luck. Qing Shuang urged her to stop talking and just run, voicing a bad feeling about getting tangled up with those two. She warned it was going to be big trouble. Xiaonan retorted that she was running. Su Changqing, covered in blood, finished extracting the beast core and stood there for a moment, reflecting. Suddenly, she remembered her master's instructions that during this training, she needed to find someone to travel with. With that in mind, she sprang into action. She had found her target. As Xiaonan ran for her life, she heard Qing Shuang's warning that Anan should look behind her. She turned around in terror to see Su Changqing relentlessly pursuing her. Panicked, she yelled for her to stay away, and then bolted, running as fast as her legs could carry her. But Su Changqing remained hot on her heels. High above, Chen Ye, riding on the back of his cloud dragon, leisurely followed the two. Little Sifu beside him cheered on little Changqing to run a little faster, and questioned whether the girl with the twin buns was the destined disciple Master had in mind. It added that it didn't see anything special about her. Chen Ye responded that they were the transmigrators of the Heavenly Luo realm. Little Sifu, puzzled, inquired about the mention of transmigrators, thinking there was only one. Chen Ye explained that the other transmigrator was a soul, residing within the ring on her finger. He added that rather than letting them become variables, it was better to have them within his grasp from the beginning. Xiaonan, having run a considerable distance, finally ran out of steam. She collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. She pleaded for no more and asked what Su Changqing wanted. Su Changqing sat down beside her. Hearing the question, she immediately replied that she needed a companion for training. Xiaonan sat up and questioned whether she already had that master of hers. She wondered aloud what in the heavenly Luo mountain range could possibly harm her, with a heavenly being like that protecting her. Su Changqing scratched her cheek, considered for a moment, and then explained that for this training in the heavenly Luo mountain range, Master wouldn't interfere unless there was a special situation. That was what Master had told her. After hearing Su Changqing's explanation, Xiaonan propped her chin on her hand and muttered that they had been watched from the very beginning. She grumbled that the Taoist was definitely watching from somewhere, cursed under her breath, and despaired over what sin she had committed. Qing Shuang from within the ring responded gently to Anan with the phrase that what was meant to be would be, and suggested they should just go with the flow. She warned that if they angered that heavenly being, they were doomed. Doomed. Xiaonan, hearing this, lamented inwardly that it was easy for Qing Shuang to say, since she didn't have a body to worry about. She swore that if the Taoist turned out to be a lecher, she would throw her out there first. With a sigh, she agreed that she understood and accepted that they would be travel companions for now. Su Changqing extended her hand. Xiaonan looked at it, surprised. Su Changqing clarified that it was a handshake and that Master had taught her that. Xiaonan took her hand, then turned her head away, muttering in reluctance that it was fine, it was a handshake, and introduced herself as Xiaonan, expressing she was pleased to make her acquaintance on this training journey. Su Changqing affirmed with a nod and introduced herself as Su Changqing. Su Changqing rejoiced internally that Master, she had found a travel companion. Deep within the heavenly Luo mountain range, countless corpses floated on the surface of a pitch-black lake. In some places, white bones protruded from the dark water. A deep, chilling voice echoed through the air. It declared that greed was the root of all human evil. It condemned the wretches for forgetting who protected the heavenly Luo realm and who allowed them to live in peace for 1,000 years. It warned that the fools once protected now sought to disturb the slumber. It vowed not to let them succeed. A sealed ice coffin lay still in the darkness. The voice whispered darkly that they desired it. It challenged them to come, branding them fools, and promised that all of them would remain there. Buried with her dot within the forest, the wind howled relentlessly, blanketing everything in a thick layer of snow. Li Changsheng and Gu Yuehan arrived at the heavenly Luo mountain range with their group. Observing the sudden blizzard, Li Changsheng remarked on the suddenness of the storm. Gu Yuehan added his agreement, stating it seemed the rumors were true. Elsewhere in the forest, Su Changqing and Xiaonan, roasting meat over a fire, also witnessed the abrupt storm. Su Changqing inquired about what it was. Xiaonan, looking towards the source of the disturbance, replied with quiet dread that she hadn't expected it to awaken so soon. High above, Little Sifu, the system, pointed in a direction and alerted Master to look over there. Chen Ye glanced over and acknowledged that it was a little earlier than he had anticipated. In the distance, a massive pillar of light shot skyward. Su Changqing and Xiaonan moved. The wind howled fiercely around them. Despite wearing a cloak, Xiaonan shivered in the biting cold. Qing Shuang's voice echoed from the ring, explaining that the artifact was inherently sinister, and the leaking yin energy was nothing to scoff at. She reminded Anan to protect herself and warned her not to let the yin energy seep into her body. Xiaonan retorted that there was no need to tell her twice. Xiaonan then glanced at Su Changqing and noticed the girl showed no signs of being affected by the cold. Puzzled, she wondered if the kid wasn't cold at all. Aloud, she inquired if Su Changqing felt cold. Su Changqing responded that she did not feel cold at all. Xiaonan pressed further, questioning whether her master had given her some kind of artifact to ward off the yin energy. Su Changqing explained that she had a pure yin physique, and Master had mentioned yin. Energy and evil energy were absorbed and converted into spiritual power for her. She added that this was why she did not feel cold and asked if something was wrong, tilting her head. Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing it was a pure yin physique. Su Changqing extended a hand and offered that if Xiaonan was cold, she could come closer so she could absorb the yin energy, which might help warm her up a little. Xiaonan scoffed and turned her head away, rejecting the offer by stating that Su Changqing was just a little kid in the mortal realm, and she was much stronger, so a little yin energy could not affect her. Before she could finish her sentence, a shiver ran down her spine and she sneezed. Su Changqing stepped closer and took Xiaonan's hand, commenting that the yin energy there was unusual and asked whether she was still cold. A surge of cold flowed into Su Changqing. Xiaonan became surprised and wondered if the yin energy was truly gone, and questioned internally whether Su Changqing was really a pure yin physique. Then a blush of shame warmed her cheeks as she reflected that back in the day, she had been a feared demon lord across the heavens, and now she was being shown up by a brat. Qing Shuang's voice chimed in, marveling that Su Changqing really was a legendary pure yin physique, and not only had she avoided becoming a cultivation furnace, she had actually become a cultivator. She observed that the Taoists must value her highly and warned not to underestimate her. Xiao Nan muttered under her breath that she already knew. High above, little Sifu and Chen Ye witnessed Su Changqing's actions. Little Sifu, hovering beside Chen Ye, chirped excitedly that little Changqing was making friends smoothly and concluded that things were progressing well. Chen Ye nodded in approval, noting that her performance was commendable, but the true test had just begun. He murmured that it was about to begin, gazing ahead. In the distance, a golden light streaked towards them. Qing Shuang warned Anan urgently. Xiaonan whirled around in alarm just in time to see a golden spear hurtling toward her and Su Changqing, tearing through the air. Xiaonan instinctively grabbed Su Changqing and dove for cover. The moment they hit the ground, a deafening boom echoed as the spear slammed into the spot they had just occupied, sending a spray of snow swirling into the air. Su Changqing, still disoriented, stammered and tried to comprehend what had just happened. Xiaonan coughed and strained her voice to urge caution, recognizing that they had company, and muttered in panic that they were screwed. She identified the weapon as the Black Gold Mountain Splitter Spear. A figure emerged from the distance, striding toward them. The owner of the spear reached it and grasped the shaft. He hefted the spear, tested its weight, and observed the two girls, remarking that it was impressive they had managed to dodge his attack. Xiaonan's eyes widened in recognition, and she realized it was Sai Shen. Sai Shen, the Golden Spear King, a mid-stage spirit-severing realm cultivator, continued with a sweeping gaze over them. He remarked that he had thought he was the fastest and expressed surprise that someone had beaten him there. Two little girls, no less. He let out a condescending laugh. Qing Shuang's voice whispered in Xiaonan's ear, informing her that according to the intel they had gathered, Sai Shen was a prince of the Huchu dynasty in the Dao firmament realm and a true prodigy. She warned that even together they were no match for him. Xiaonan gritted her teeth and glared at him. She reflected that he was a mid-stage, spirit-severing realm cultivator, the Golden Spear King, a prince, and even a holy maiden, and that she hated running into those types the most. Qing Shuang continued by stating that rumor had it, Sai Shen was not interested in riches, but only beauties. She suggested that Zhao Nan might be able to use her charms to create a distraction and escape. Zhao Nan cursed inwardly, expressing her disgust that the guy was ugly as sin and that she would rather be a servant girl for that white-haired Taoist than seduce him. Lost in reflection, she suddenly saw Su Changqing dash forward. She tried to stop her, but it was too late. She called out to her but failed to finish as Su Changqing charged at Sai Shen, sword drawn. Though taken by surprise, Sai Shen easily sidestepped the attack. The chilling air from her sword washed over his face. Intrigued, he grinned and observed that the chilling qi was interesting, but alas, still too weak. With a flick of his wrist, he sent her flying with the shaft of his spear. Struck, Su Changqing clutched her arm and stumbled back. He looked her over, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He leered that she wasn't bad looking for a little thing, and commented that it was almost a shame to rough her up. He added that he would just knock her out and take her back to the palace. He began to spin his spear, the golden shaft blurring. A volley of spear projections erupted from the spinning weapon, aimed directly at her. Su Changqing watched them approach, terror gripping her heart. A thick sheet of ice materialized in front of her, forming a protective barrier. But as the spear projection struck, cracks spiderwebbed across the ice, shattering it into glittering fragments. Su Changqing was flung backwards, her body tumbling through the snow. Seeing Su Changqing flung away, Xiaonan shrieked in alarm that it was no good. Su Changqing landed heavily in the snow, a crimson stain blooming on the white as she coughed up blood. Sai Shen rested his spear on his shoulder, looking down at her. He mused that for such a low cultivation, she had a fiery temper. He didn't entirely dislike that in a woman. He proposed that she become his 375th concubine and offered to spare her life. Pain lanced through Su Changqing's body, but she gritted her teeth, using her sword as a support to push herself up. A pained cough escaped her lips. Saishin reiterated his offer with arrogance, inquiring what her answer was and proposing once again the position of 375th concubine, framing it as a generous offer. Instead of answering, Su Changqing, trembling, raised her sword towards him, a chilling aura beginning to emanate from her. Saishin's expression darkened. He scoffed that she was still defiant. He declared that the little white-haired girl had certainly caught his attention and concluded that someone like her was worth conquering. He added with a sneer that he hoped she would be as spirited in bed as she was on the battlefield. He was about to strike when Xiaonan's voice pierced the moment, imploring him to wait. He turned to see her. Behind him, Xiaonan was shedding her outer robe. She claimed that everyone spoke of the Golden Spear King's prowess and open-mindedness. She professed that her sister and she had long admired him from afar, but had never had the fortune to meet. She explained that now that they finally had, her little sister was understandably overwhelmed. She entreated His Excellency to calm himself for a moment and hear a young woman out. As she spoke, she began to weave her charm, her eyes glowing with twin heart-shaped glimmers. Saishin, caught in her gaze, felt his mind cloud and his eyes glaze over. Xiaonan stepped closer, placing a hand lightly on his chest. She praised that no one in the heavenly Luo realm hadn't heard of the Golden Spear King, or the Holy Maiden, or the Tao Child, but in her humble opinion, His Excellency surpassed them all. She argued that they relied on the prestige of their sects, while he stood alone, sweeping across the heavenly Luo realm, carving his own legend. Lost in the thrall of her words, he preened and commended her discerning eye. He dismissed the Tao Child and the Holy Maiden as nothing compared to him. Xiaonan pressed on and suggested that perhaps, for her sake, His Excellency could forgive her little sister's transgression. She urged him to take them both into his harem. She lowered her voice, her eyes promising untold delights, and hinted that her sister and she would be obedient, serving him well together. Saishin's eyes lit up with anticipation. He repeated, confirming both of them together, and declared that very well, they should follow him and they would have anything they desired. Channeling her spiritual energy, she moved even closer, her voice a silken whisper. She affirmed that there was one thing she desired above all else. He leaned in eagerly and implored her to tell him, offering even to pluck the stars in the sky for her. She resolved silently that she wanted his head. Her grip tightened on his hand. She called out to Qing Shuang, giving the signal. Qing Shuang materialized, instantly casting the spirit sealing art, immobilizing Saishin. His body locked, he could only watch in horror as the metal balls adorning Xiaonan's hair swung forward. She shrieked that he should die, calling him a pig. His eyes widened as the heavy weights hurtled towards his face. The sickening thud of metal against bone echoed as the weights connected, and with a strangled cry of pain, he crumpled to the ground. Xiaonan retracted her hair weights, stepping back with a disgusted shudder. She snarled that he was a filthy animal. She spat on the ground and remarked that his disgusting words made her want to bend to vomit. She commanded him to go meet his maker. Suddenly, Qing Shuang's voice cut through the air, warning Anan to look out. A golden spear flashed towards them. Though Saishin writhed in pain, still seated on the ground, he retained enough control to launch his spear at Xiaonan. He roared that she was a bitch and commanded her to die. Xiaonan, caught off guard, couldn't dodge in time. The spear slammed into her abdomen. Her body flew backwards, landing hard in the snow. Su Changqing's heart lurched at the sight of Xiaonan's injury. Qing Shuang cried out in alarm, inquiring if Anan was all right. Clutching her stomach, Xiaonan gasped that a few broken ribs wouldn't kill her, and she would live. Saishin, clutching his mangled face, bellowed in fury that she dared to sneak attack him and vowed to tear her limb from limb. As he spoke, he sent his spear hurtling towards them again. Qing Shuang proclaimed that she would hold him off. Xiaonan closed her eyes, resigned, and remarked that it was too late. Seeing this, Su Changqing lunged forward, her sword meeting the incoming spear. Weakened from her previous injuries, she couldn't withstand the force, a mouthful of blood spraying from her lips. The spear continued its deadly trajectory. At the last moment, both Xiaonan and Qing Shuang managed to twist their bodies, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Su Changqing's sword clattered to the ground. A deep gash torn by the spear opened on her shoulder. Unable to bear the pain and exhaustion, she collapsed unconscious into the snow. Xiaonan cried out Su Changqing's name, her voice filled with fear. Sai Shen, one hand clutching his ruined face, the other preparing another attack, fumed that they dared to disfigure him and that he would make them regret the day they were born. The right side of his face was a mangled mess, thanks to Xiaonan. He promised to grind every bone in their bodies to dust and to slaughter their sects, families, and friends. He raised his hand, a glowing circle expanding from his palm and rising into the air. Xiaonan's eyes widened in terror as she realized it was a spatial artifact and muttered that it was bad. Far from the heavenly Luo mountain range, Sai Shen's subordinates were suddenly enveloped in a green aura. Looking towards the distant, growing circle in the sky, one of them exclaimed that it was the Lord's teleportation artifact and that he was summoning them. He concluded that since his lordship was arrogant, if he was calling for them, he must be in dire straits, and urged the others to go. Sai Shen dropped the hand covering his face, revealing the full extent of the disfigurement. He threatened that when his worthless subordinates arrived, they would wish they were never born. Xiaonan picked up her sword, channeling her spiritual energy. Qing Shuang, seeing this, inquired what Anan was doing. Xiaonan replied in frustration that they had made an enemy of him and she wouldn't rest until he was dead. Qing Shuang urgently attempted to dissuade her, warning not to be foolish, and that if they didn't leave now, they would all die when his guards arrived. Xiaonan responded that he would die first. With that, she charged, sword raised. The golden spear shot out from the snow, flying to Sai Shen's side and intercepting Xiaonan's blade. He grabbed her throat, lifting her off the ground, and jeered that he had her now. His grip tightened. Choking, Xiaonan struggled to speak and demanded Su Changqing to do it. Suddenly, Su Changqing appeared behind Sai Shen. Despite the pressure on her throat, Xiaonan managed to choke out Su Changqing's name and urged her again. As the words left her lips, Su Changqing, still behind him, drove her sword deep into Sai Shen's chest. Stunned, he released Xiaonan. Gasping for air, Xiaonan clutched her throat, coughing violently. Qing Shuang breathed that it had been a close call. Xiaonan rasped between coughs that a weed left to grow becomes a problem later. Having struck her blow, Su Changqing collapsed backwards, unconscious once more. Seeing her fall, Xiaonan cried out Su Changqing's name. Qing Shuang's voice was sharp with urgency, as she insisted they couldn't delay because when his men arrived, they wouldn't escape. Another coughing fit racked Xiaonan's body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She whispered that she knew. She looked at the unconscious Su Changqing and muttered that if Su Changqing died, her master would be furious and would avenge her, destroying the heavenly sea sect. Then that Taoist wouldn't pay any attention to them anymore. She admitted they only met by chance and asked not to be blamed. With that, she turned away. High above the system, little S clutched its staff tightly, its voice trembling as it reported that it had sealed the spatial area as instructed and that the bastard subordinates had been teleported out. It added that Chen Ye was currently holding the Earth-grade artifact, the Li Bai Jade Spear. Chen Ye closed his eyes and hummed softly, musing that if the Golden Spear King was only dealing with them alone, he wouldn't interfere because it was their trial. A spirit-severing realm. Cultivator against one mortal realm and one spirit sea realm, he judged that the man's skills were inferior. And since he still wanted to call for reinforcements, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. With that, he crushed the Li Bai Jade Spear in his hand. Seeing his anger, little S hurriedly produced a fan and began fanning him, pleading for him to calm down and reminding him that little Changqing was only lightly injured and that he just needed to wave his hand and she would be fine. Chen Ye sighed. He acknowledged that injuries were inevitable during trials, but reasoned that since the trial was over, there was no need to keep him around any longer. He then traced a few lines in the air. Little S, startled, inquired if that guy wasn't dead yet. Below, Sai Shen, who had believed himself dead, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up, clutched his chest, and coughed violently, then gripped his wound and snarled that he would annihilate their sects once he returned to the Heavenly Sea sect, calling them bitches and wondering where those useless subordinates of his were. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor around him and exclaimed in terror that it was an earthquake. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling him. Sai Shen cried out in fear, questioning if it was a spell and demanding to know who was there. Above, Chen Ye looked down, clenched his fist, and declared that Sai Shen did not deserve to know. The stone pillars impaled Sai Shen, crushing him instantly. Little S, sweating, exclaimed that he was really dead this time and expressed relief, repeating how thankful it was that Saishin hadn't destroyed the entire demonic realm, and confessed it had been scared to death. It clutched its chest dramatically. Chen Ye clasped his hands behind his back and reflected that it was just a small matter. He mused that for Saishin, also at the mortal realm, to dare fight opponents several times stronger than him was bold, and remarked that Changsheng's courage was unmatched, even by Qianfan. He acknowledged that the two girls had known they were weaker, but hadn't retreated, using themselves as bait to launch a sneak attack. He found that commendable and concluded that although they failed, considering the outcome, they had passed the trial. He noted that the road ahead was the true test, and wondered what interesting things would happen between the future Demon Lord and the Transmigrator, admitting he looked forward to it. Meanwhile, Xiaonan carried the unconscious Su Changxing on her back and grumbled that she was such a sucker for helping others, calling herself too soft-hearted. As she trudged through the snow, she muttered if the girl was a pig or something, noted how frail she looked, and complained about her weight. Qing Shuang, hearing her complaints, quipped that if she was so heavy, she could just put her down. Xiaonan retorted with a snort that whether in this life or the last, she had never owed anyone anything, and since Su Changxing had saved her life, she couldn't just abandon her. Qing Shuang smiled and revealed that was why she had chosen Xiaonan as her partner. Xiaonan snapped for her to get lost and grumbled that if Qing Shuang weren't a spirit, she would dump the girl on her right then and there, then prompted her for the situation. She inquired this while continuing to carry Su Changxing. Qing Shuang glanced behind them and concluded that no one was following, and it looked like they had lost them. As they ran, Xiaonan tripped over a tree root. She fell face first into the snow and cried out in pain over her face. Su Changxing tumbled off her back and landed in the snow beside her. Xiaonan clutched her head, sat up, and lamented what kind of karma it was, believing herself cursed with bad luck in both lives. As she voiced her complaint, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Turning her head, she noticed wisps of cold air swirling amongst the bushes. These wisps converged and flowed into the wound on Su Changxing's shoulder. Seeing this, Xiaonan exclaimed toward Qing Shuang, wondering if it could be something significant. The cold air enveloped Su Changxing's entire body. Qing Shuang, observing the scene, speculated if it could be a breakthrough. The blizzard continued to rage as little as the system, perched on Chen Ye's shoulder holding an umbrella, looked down and remarked that something was wrong, stating that little Changqing's life force was rapidly declining and expressing concern for what might happen. Chen Ye, seeing its worry, calmly responded that it was all right and explained that it was a sign of her impending breakthrough. He noted that driven by her pure yang constitution, a large amount of yin energy was flooding her body, and mentioned that after that battle, she could no longer suppress the spiritual energy within her. He further pointed out that even he had never seen a pure yin constitution condense a spirit sea before. Streams of cold spiritual energy continuously swirled around Su Changxing and gradually converged in front of her abdomen. Xiaonan, sitting beside her, inquired whether the white-haired girl was going to break through to the spirit sea realm there. She considered internally that Su Changxing was absorbing a massive amount of yin energy from those mountains, and warned herself that if it continued, it would attract the attention of those righteous sects. Then she declared aloud that if they forcibly interrupted her, she would never be able to cultivate again in her life. She added that in this God-forsaken place, not to mention the righteous sects, even the mountain demons would be alerted by this commotion. Just as she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Qing Shuang turned her head and looked behind them in alarm, alerting Xiaonan that they were surrounded by demonic beasts and emphasized the countless number of them. Xiaonan cursed Qing Shuang's crow's mouth. Demonic beasts with sharp fangs and claws glared at them, their powerful paws crushing roots under their weight. A pack of wolves stared at Xiaonan with ferocious eyes. After the previous battle, she was already covered in wounds. She muttered that demonic beasts always picked the worst possible time. Su Changqing's condition wasn't any better. Qing Shuang could only inquire from behind about Xiaonan's injuries. Despite her wounds, Xiaonan put on a brave face. She affirmed that it was just some demonic beasts and that she could handle them. As soon as she said this, the demonic beasts lunged at her, their bloody maws wide open. Seeing their ferocity, Xiaonan showed no intention of retreating. She was determined to kill them one by one. She muttered to the unconscious, white-haired girl that it was now her turn to show off, lamenting that it was too bad she couldn't see how awesome she was. She challenged the most arrogant beast and resolved to take care of it first. With that, she swung her blade decisively and brought the demonic beast crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. But at that moment, its companions attacked her from behind and wounded Xiaonan in the side. She winced in pain. Their ferocity only fueled her desire to annihilate them one by one. She muttered how much she hated furry creatures and proclaimed her move: Gale Force Massacre, Great Sandstorm. This time, the demonic beast finally fell before her. Xiaonan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Shuang, witnessing this for the first time, couldn't help but inquire curiously when she had learned that move, admitting she had never seen her use it before. Xiaonan bragged with a proud laugh that she was a natural genius, that she could create moves with a flick of her wrist, and admitted that she had just made it up on the spot. Xiaonan told Qing Shuang that she would find a chance to get her out of there later, instructing her to run as far as she could, explaining her luck had run out, and warning her not to look for her in the next life. Qing Shuang, hearing these strange words, couldn't help but counter, questioning what nonsense she was spouting and pointing out that reincarnation only happened once, urging her to focus. Little S, the system, and Chen Ye witnessed the entire scene, her abilities catching their attention. One of them observed that the pink-haired girl was quite capable, that it was no wonder Master valued her and had made her Chang Xing's junior disciple, though it was a pity she was only at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm and quite seriously injured. Another remarked that Chang Xing's absorption of yin energy had attracted demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius, noting that there were even a few at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, and warned she wouldn't last much longer. Little S, upon hearing this, grew worried and wondered what they should do. Chen Ye responded that this was the trial he had prepared for her, though he acknowledged this could be considered an unexpected situation. He stated he would intervene before things got out of hand and admitted he also wanted to see how far Chang Xing's disciple, his grand disciple, would go for a stranger she had only known for a day. Below, Su Chang Xing remained unconscious. In her delirium, she heard a voice calling her name, telling her, "Qinger, Qinger, over here," to come closer. She immediately recognized her mother's voice. Su Changxing rushed forward and embraced her, sobbing that she missed her so much. Her mother responded that she missed her too, but added that it still hurt so much. As she spoke, fresh blood suddenly gushed from her body, causing Su Changxing immense heartache. She cried out to her mother. Just then, another voice abruptly rang out, asking if she had truly forgotten how the mother she loved most had died. The woman she believed was her mother suddenly changed her tone, her voice becoming more sinister, causing Changxing to tremble. The woman's face twisted into a malevolent expression. The voice continued to stir her painful memories, reminding her not just of her mother, but her father, her siblings, even her loyal servants, her beloved pets. These words caused Su Changxing to clutch her head in agony, crying out that it was all her fault, her weakness had killed them all, and questioned whether she had ever considered revenge. The voice continued to manipulate her, tempting her, urging her to give it her body, promising to help her take revenge, to slaughter everyone in the world. Revenge. Changxing murmured about revenge. The voice pressed on, confirming it and urging her to give it to her, asserting that it was her. It added that there was no one left in the world who cared about her, that everyone else only wanted to hurt her, and claimed that only it could truly help her. Su Changxing's voice trembled more and more as she responded that no one could help her anymore. Just as she felt herself losing control, the image of Chen Yi saving her flashed in her mind, reminding her of his words. "From today onwards, you are my second disciple." Su Changxing firmly declared that the voice was a liar and refused to give it her body. She had successfully broken through the voice's deception. Su Changxing's resistance enraged the voice. It demanded to know why she was still struggling, insisting that, besides it, everyone in the world only coveted her pure yin constitution. Changxing rejected this resolutely, asserting that she had master and that she trusted master. As Su Changxing spoke these words, she stepped into the spirit sea realm. The illusory figure simultaneously dissipated. Before vanishing, it still clung to its ambition, warning her to consider herself lucky this time, but vowing to return one day. The demonic beasts were now all gone. A voice addressed her, calling her white-haired girl. Su Changxing awoke to a familiar voice calling her name. It belonged to Xiaonan. Xiaonan remarked that she was sleeping like the dead and teased whether she was a pig or something. To Changqing's astonishment, Xiaonan had single-handedly wiped out the remaining demonic beasts. She questioned whether Xiaonan had done this. The battle, however, had clearly taken its toll on Xiaonan, draining a significant amount of her spiritual energy. Xiaonan responded wearily that she couldn't swing another blade and stated that the rest was up to her. With that, she collapsed into Su Changqing's arms. Su Changqing cried out to Xiaonan to wake up. One demonic beast remained. It slowly advanced towards the two girls. This demonic beast was even more powerful than the others, a deep snow tiger king of the divine soul realm. Now it was Su Changqing's turn. She gripped her weapon and stood resolutely, exuding an aura entirely different from before, surprising even little S, who observed from afar. Chen Ye also appeared expectant, expressing that a divine soul realm demonic beast had appeared, and that the spiritual energy emanating from little Changqing was noticeable. He remarked that this was the hue of a pure yin constitution after condensing the spirit sea realm and found it interesting. Little S inquired whether Changqing's spirit sea was supposed to be golden. The man clarified that her spirit sea was indeed a golden spirit sea. However, during the condensation process, the integration of pure yin energy into her body caused some mutations. That divine soul realm demonic beast would have been insurmountable for Changqing before her breakthrough. But now that she had entered the spirit sea realm, it was a different story. He declared that he, as the old master, would see what kind of transformation a pure yin constitution underwent after a breakthrough. Below, the deep snow tiger king launched its attack. It lunged towards Su Changqing with incredible speed, extended its sharp claws to seize her. With agile movements, Su Changqing easily dodged the attack. The demonic beast showed no signs of stopping, launched one attack after another. Su Changqing realized she had to act before it was too late. She invoked Tai Yin Inverse Profound, followed by Moonwheel. She swung her sword decisively, freezing the demonic beast solid. But it wasn't long before the deep snow tiger king broke free from her icy prison. It roared furiously, but its roar was abruptly cut short as it saw Su Changqing charging towards it from behind with ferocious momentum, unleashing the Tai Yin Inverse Profound attack. Coupled with its previous injuries this time, the deep snow tiger king was slain. Witnessing the scene, little S exclaimed that little Changqing's moves were so impressive and powerful. Chen Ye, though outwardly calm, felt immense pride for his disciple. Having condensed her spirit sea and discovered the abundance of spiritual energy within her, she immediately utilized the Tai Yin Inverse Profound technique she had memorized, swiftly eliminating the threat. He reflected that the red-haired girl and that spirit body, even when exhausted, refused to leave and were determined to protect Changqing. Regardless of whether they were wary of him or not, their persistence was commendable. He expressed being very pleased with the three of them in this trial. With the demonic beast dealt with, Su Changqing hurried back to tend to Xiaonan's injuries. She stated she would find some medicine for her right away. Seeing Chen Ye's cheerful smile, little S also smiled. Little S remarked that it was rare to see Master so happy, but so many demonic beasts, even that big tiger, were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Little S questioned whether that was much of a trial. Just as Little S spoke, Chen Ye responded that, as his disciple, she naturally didn't need to waste energy on those beasts. He urged Little S to follow him. Little S, puzzled, questioned where they were going, addressing him as master. The man walking ahead replied in a low voice that the palace had caused strange phenomena in the mountain range. The spirit essence had likely awakened. He declared he must go and see. It would be their final training ground. Su Changqing stared at the pile of medicine in front of her, struggling to choose, pondering whether the healing medicine was one particular bottle or another that looked similar too. She considered giving Xiaonan all of them. Acting on that notion, she gave Xiaonan all the medicine. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Xiaonan quickly woke up and insisted she couldn't drink anymore. This made Changqing overjoyed. She observed that Xiaonan was awake, but that the effects of the medicine were a little strange. Xiaonan clutched her neck, coughed, and complained that it was hot, and asked what Su Changqing had given her. Then she realized something. She noticed her injuries were healed. Su Changqing replied honestly that it was Master's medicine. She admitted she couldn't remember which bottle was for healing, so she gave Xiaonan all of them. She expressed being glad Xiaonan was awake, leaving Xiaonan stunned. Xiaonan reacted that no wonder she kept dreaming about drinking something, and cursed that Su Changqing had treated her like a lab rat. Xiaonan suddenly remembered the ring on her finger. She tried calling out to Qing Shuang, questioning how she was, whether she could hear her, and cursed again, worried that Qing Shuang wouldn't just dissipate. After being called repeatedly, Qing Shuang finally responded, urging Xiaonan to stop yelling. She explained that dealing with those demonic beasts and making sure Xiaonan wasn't seriously injured completely drained her spiritual energy. She confessed she couldn't help her for a while and advised her to pray for herself, declaring that she was going to sleep. Hearing this, Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief and remarked that it was good. Changqing softly murmured her gratitude for being saved. Seeing Su Changqing suddenly lower her head politely, Xiaonan felt a little awkward. Xiaonan questioned what she was doing. Changqing explained that her master taught her she must thank those who helped her. This gesture made Xiaonan blush slightly. Xiaonan expressed she didn't like owing anyone favors and acknowledged that Changqing had saved her earlier when they were surrounded by those demonic beasts, so they were even. Changqing looked at her with a puzzled expression. Changqing reiterated that her master said she must thank those who helped her. With that, Su Changqing quickly pulled out a pile of items and offered them to Xiaonan. Changqing mentioned she didn't know what Xiaonan liked and explained that those were all from her master and that she could take whatever she wanted. Xiaonan questioned whether she was showing off, remarking on her wealth and good master. These words were confusing. It was difficult for someone as innocent as Changqing to understand. Changqing asked innocently whether Xiaonan didn't need any of those things. Xiaonan quickly admitted that she understood Changqing was loaded and told her to put them away. They chatted, unaware that someone was secretly watching them. The figure gave a sinister smile and declared that the new sacrifices had been chosen, identifying them as the ones. The figure observed that the spiritual energy of a pure yin constitution could be used in that way. Su Changqing used her own spiritual energy to create a path of ice. In response to Xiaonan's question, she simply replied that she didn't know any flight techniques, so she could only do that. They quickly arrived. Xiaonan exclaimed that they were finally there. Xiaonan observed that it was huge. Su Changqing looked at what was in front of them and couldn't help but inquire what the palace was. Her innocence surprised Xiaonan. Xiaonan asked in return whether she didn't know and whether her master hadn't told her. Changqing replied honestly that her master hadn't. Xiaonan explained that protecting that small world from the siege of the three realms, the immortals sacrificed all their cultivation to destroy all the demonic cultivators who invaded the heavenly Luo realm, and that the immortal was the legendary heavenly Luo immortal. Xiaonan elaborated that back then, the heavenly Luo realm wasn't called the heavenly Luo realm, and that it received the name in memory of the heavenly Luo immortal who saved the world. Xiaonan lamented that few people remembered that history now. She stated that the palace was called the Emperor Luo Palace, the residence of the heavenly Luo immortal when they were alive. She added that it was also an Earth-grade artifact, and it had always been buried underground. Logically, she explained, having lost the spiritual power supply of its owner, the artifact should have been corroded and lacking spiritual energy, gradually decaying. She admitted she didn't know why the palace had risen to the surface, and guessed that it was probably because a spirit essence had been born. Su Changqing asked how Xiaonan knew all that. Hearing her question, Xiaonan realized she had misspoken. Xiaonan admitted she got carried away and revealed too much. She quickly laughed and claimed that everyone in the heavenly Luo realm knew those things, pretending that it wasn't strange. She could only offer that explanation to Su Changqing. In truth, only she knew the real story. Few people clearly remembered the history of heavenly Luo. Xiaonan pondered whether she should tell her that she transmigrated there, calling her a fool in her mind. Xiaonan hesitantly addressed her. Xiaonan proposed making a deal, noting that she knew Su Changqing was very good at fighting. She mentioned that there must be many treasures left by the heavenly Luo immortal in that palace and offered all the treasures left by the immortal to her. As for the Emperor Luo Palace and its spirit essence, Xiaonan hadn't finished speaking when Su Changqing directly responded that everything inside belonged to Xiaonan and that she didn't need them. This surprised Xiaonan. Xiaonan expressed disbelief, asking whether she was kidding. Xiaonan pointed out that it was the legacy left by the heavenly Luo immortal and questioned what she was doing there if she wasn't interested in the Emperor Luo Palace. Su Changqing then explained that she heard the imperial examinations weren't just about answering questions on paper, and that one would pass and then become a high-ranking official. Xiaonan still didn't quite understand. Xiaonan agreed and asked what that had to do with dividing the treasures in the Emperor Luo Palace. Su Changqing noted that after finishing the exam, no one took the exam paper away, so she wondered what the Emperor Luo Palace had to do with her. Changqing calmly stated that her master wanted her to grow through training in the heavenly Luo mountain range, and admitted she didn't know whether her master liked things like treasures and palaces. If her master liked them, she reasoned, the master would take them themselves. After all, that was just her master's task. This time, Xiaonan was truly speechless. Xiaonan admitted she didn't understand what nonsense Changqing was talking about, but didn't know how to refute it for the time being. Xiaonan accepted that it belonged to her then, and urged that they go inside before someone else took it. Changqing agreed. With that, the two entered together. Xiaonan looked around and commented that she thought the artifact left by an immortal of the nascent soul realm would be well preserved, but now it seemed like it was just an ordinary ruin. As she spoke, a sudden noise came from behind them. Both turned their heads and were shocked to find the exit sealed shut. Xiaonan exclaimed in disbelief. Inside the Emperor Luo Palace, everything descended into chaos. Wraiths continuously attacked everyone. Absolutely no one could let them touch their bodies. Otherwise, they would suck out their souls and control their bodies. Despite the warning, due to carelessness, a junior disciple was bitten by a shadow. The wraith entered his body, parasitizing and controlling the body it had just occupied. Body and mind completely taken over, he became a puppet, slaughtering others. He shouted that he would kill them all and that the treasure was his. In another room, Su Changqing and Xiaonan were surrounded and at a disadvantage. Xiaonan muttered in worry that they had been careless and that the Emperor Luo Palace must have given birth to a spirit essence. Su Changqing's expression grew increasingly tense as she remarked that something seemed to be coming. Ahead of them lay a deep, dark corridor. Suddenly, dark shadows flew towards them. They shrieked fiercely, swarming out. The wraiths surrounded the two girls. As Su Changqing calmly observed the situation, preparing to deal with them, she suddenly heard sobbing beside her. Xiaonan wept in fear, clinging tightly to Changqing's leg. The wraiths pressed in relentlessly, making Xiaonan's face pale with terror. Overcome by fear, Xiaonan swung her sword wildly as she ran and cried, accidentally stepping on some kind of mechanism. This caused even more panic for the two girls. A large circle appeared, resembling a teleportation formation. The circle transported them to the second floor of the Emperor Luo Palace. The second floor was also a scene of ruin and decay. The circle was indeed a teleportation formation, but it left them dizzy and disoriented. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Xiaonan glanced around, her eyes falling on the cold bodies lying in pools of blood. They were covered in blood. Xiaonan gasped in horror, wondering aloud what had happened there, noting that the people were all wearing the clothes of righteous sects, and questioning if it could have been infighting. Amidst the pungent smell of blood, two figures stood with their backs to them. The two figures were Gu Yuhan and Li Changsheng, but they seemed to have lost their minds. Xiaonan immediately identified them. One was the saintess, the other the Tao child of the heavenly Luo realm. But their current state was far from lucid. Xiaonan's expression grew grave, for she had realized the reason for their condition. Xiaonan declared that the spirit essence of the palace must have been born a long time ago. She had sensed something was off earlier. She concluded that something was controlling their 7 emotions and 6 desires. It appeared the palace could manipulate and influence everyone's emotions. 2 wraiths directly attacked Xiaonan and Su Changqing. Their attacks were indeed powerful. Xiaonan sustained injuries. Although they had lost their minds, the strength of their original selves seemed unchanged. Li Changsheng swung his sword again, launching a direct attack towards Xiaonan. Xiaonan spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to awaken Qing Shuang, the sword spirit slumbering within her sword. Qing Shuang finally awoke, but upon seeing the scene before her, she panicked equally. Xiaonan urged Qing Shuang that now that she was awake, she should quickly help her deal with the mess. The two girls were still struggling to fend off the terrifying attacks of the 2 wraiths. This time, Gu Yuhan attacked Su Changqing. She too was covered in wounds, striving to deflect the attack. But Changqing revealed an opening. The wraith struck her directly in the abdomen. Gu Yuhan raised her sword, the blade about to touch her neck. At that moment, Changqing's leg became entangled with Xiaonan's hair, pulling Su Changqing away. This allowed her to narrowly avoid the wraith's fatal blow. Xiaonan quickly rescued Su Changqing and declared she would hold off the Tao child so Su Changqing could focus her fire on the other one. Xiaonan beckoned Qing Shuang to join her in using the Moondragon Mountain Seal technique to attack Li Changsheng. She triggered the scattering soul flame. Li Changsheng froze. Gu Yuehan took the opportunity to strike at Su Changqing from behind, but was intercepted by Zhao Nan's hair. This gave Su Changqing a chance to counter her. At that moment, Su Changqing invoked Taiyin Inverse Profound and Frost Annihilation 1, thrusting her sword directly toward Gu Yuehan. Severely wounded, Gu Yuehan collapsed to the ground. Su Changqing moved to withdraw her blade. Gu Yuehan collapsed before her. At last, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a disturbance nearby. Li Changsheng slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around, seeing a scene of carnage and blood. Li Changsheng was awake, but caution was still necessary. The scene before him caused him to lose control. He once again fell under the Wraith's influence. The situation appeared grim as he spiraled into madness. Already affected by the palace and now further provoked, he had fully given in to demonic possession. The spirit essence took this chance to seize full control. A dense spirit essence radiated from the coffin. A malevolent voice resonated, encouraging them to continue indulging in wickedness and slaughtering one another, calling them foolish mortals. It observed in secret that as long as they remained within its domain, their 7 emotions and 6 desires would be infinitely magnified. It condemned them for disturbing her peaceful slumber and swore not to spare any of them. It declared they had only themselves to blame for their greed. It stated that with enough souls, it could, while silently observing, it was abruptly cut off. Realization dawned. So that was it. The palace above was nothing more than a facade. The true core lay deep beneath the earth. Chen Ye identified the presence before him as the spirit essence of the palace. The spirit essence displayed some surprise, as it was rare for anyone to reach that place. Chen Ye remarked that there was nowhere he could not go. He noted that for the spirit essence to have formed such potent spiritual energy in only 1,000 years, it must have been refined using a divine soul. He explained this as a form of refinement technique. In the myriad worlds, many sects specialized in refining spiritual energy, often using the souls of divine beasts and mythical creatures. Some unorthodox sects even employed the souls of living beings to cultivate spiritual energy, accelerating the spirit essence's growth. However, in this case, its master had used their own divine soul. Yet this method severely hindered the master's cultivation, making it almost entirely unused. The spirit essence furiously demanded to know who he was. Chen Ye responded with composure that his identity was unimportant. He revealed that the spirit essence, nurtured by a divine soul, could wield power comparable to its master only within the palace. Beyond it, it might not even overcome someone at the spiritsy realm. He pointed out this was the flaw of divine soul refinement that had not reached the domain transformation realm. Regrettably, she had cast spells beyond her capability and perished. The one in the coffin was but an illusion. The real person in the coffin had scattered to the winds long ago, vanishing from the 3 realms. These words caused the spirit essence to lose control. It raged, denying the claim and insisting that its sister was still alive, merely sleeping. It questioned that if she were truly dead, then what was it? The spirit essence attacked Chen Ye, shattering the surrounding space. Its true form appeared as a young girl. She screamed that her sister would definitely wake up, and that her own existence proved she was still alive. She condemned everyone as ungrateful wretches who deserved death. Abruptly, the spirit essence became flustered. Chen Ye, deflecting the attack with one hand, transformed into another form. He instructed Little S to lock down the area. This order surprised Little S, who had not expected Chen Ye to be aware of that function. Chen Ye answered that he had read the system manual earlier and knew such a function existed. Little S inquired what Chen Ye intended to do. Chen Ye responded that the spirit essence's obsession was too deep and could not be harnessed by others. He intended to handle it personally. Without damaging the palace's foundation, he would erase its spirit energy and memories, then refine it anew. Upon hearing this plan, the system hesitated and asked if it was not too cruel. Chen Ye looked at Little S and questioned which was crueler, erasing its memories and twisted personality, or allowing it to live eternally in delusion. Little S could only comply in silence. It took out its staff and began chanting, calling upon the golden staff, which held the Saint Master's power, to respond. It invoked the All-Heaven Saint Master system to lock down the entire area. The lockdown energy enveloped the entire palace. The spirit essence simultaneously counterattacked, controlling Li Changsheng to attack Su Changqing and Xiaonan. The spirit essence injected extreme hatred into Li Changsheng's mind. He charged directly towards the two women. Su Changqing hurriedly used her sword to block the attack for Xiaonan, but the attack was too powerful, knocking both of them back and even destroying the wall behind them. Now all that remained was smoke and rubble. Both were severely injured, especially Su Changqing, but before they could recover, Li Changsheng rushed in front of them, swinging his sword down. Xiaonan quickly pushed Su Changqing away, summoning Qing Shuang to protect her. Su Changqing was pushed aside, and although she didn't directly bear the brunt of the attack, she was still somewhat affected. Li Changsheng desperately cried out Xiaonan's name, because Xiaonan was also lying within the rubble. Although she had dodged the critical blow, Xiaonan had exhausted her spiritual energy and found it difficult to move. Her meridians were also damaged. Li Changsheng raised his sword again, intending to finish Xiaonan off. Li Changsheng's sword thrust forward, piercing Xiaonan's abdomen. She spat out blood, screaming in pain. Then Li Changsheng grabbed her head, lifting it mercilessly. Qing Shuang screamed from within Xiaonan, calling Anan and cursing that her spiritual energy was depleting. Li Changsheng burst out, declaring that he must take her head. Xiaonan gritted her teeth and insisted that this lady was a transmigrator, and wondered how she could die so easily. She took a deep breath and kicked Li Changsheng squarely in the chin, causing him to howl in pain. Li Changsheng clutched his chin, furiously insulting her as a damned demonic cultivator and shouting that she should die. Su Changqing from behind was not to be outdone. She stood up and proclaimed, Taiyin in versa profound, cold abyss. She grasped the rhythm, her spiritual energy circulated. A divine annihilating sword light shot out. Surging spiritual energy, along with pure yin power, instantly filled the air. It immediately crashed down, aimed directly at Li Changsheng. A rumbling sound echoed through the ruins. Xiaonan, heavily injured and lying to the side, appeared to realize something, a flash of astonishment in her eyes. She noted internally that the white-haired girl, Su Changqing, lowered her gaze to Li Changsheng, an emotionless glint in her eyes. One of her eyes turned red as she proclaimed that she would be his opponent, activating the pure yin body and releasing the half-seal. Li Changsheng struggled to his feet, resolutely vowing that he would tear her to shreds. At this moment, his power surged. His strength, spiritual energy, and physical resilience all intensified. Su Changqing seized the opportunity, launching an attack from behind. Li Changsheng effortlessly blocked the attack. Su Changqing found herself steadily pushed back as the fight continued. The two clashed fiercely. Changqing realized that in a direct confrontation, she was no match for him. She considered his weak point. Suddenly, Li Changsheng unleashed another surge of power. The ground trembled violently, as if the heavens and earth quaked. Spiritual energy churned wildly. 5 peaks, ice thunder, a sphere of ice and lightning erupted, hurtling towards Su Changqing. Xiaonan, lying behind her, murmured for A Qing to dodge. Su Changqing didn't respond. She couldn't retreat. A terrifying aura swelled around her, intensifying relentlessly. Pure yin energy surged forth from her dantian, flowing without cease. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Changqing formed a wall of ice, intercepting Li Changsheng's ice thunder. He growled, filled with murderous intent, recalling Yue Han's junior brother and sister, and stating their grudge. He had assumed Changqing and Xiaonan were obliterated, but she had unexpectedly withstood his attack. Frost spread rapidly from beneath Su Changqing's feet, engulfing the entire second floor in a chilling mist. There was no escape. She lunged directly at Changsheng, ensnaring him in ice. Su Changqing pressed her attack. This time she would see if he could withstand her assault. Li Changsheng found himself increasingly encased in ice and snow. The sword he raised snapped in two. A barrage of icy shards pierced his body. Su Changqing calmly concluded that it was over. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness washed over Su Changqing, threatening to invade her very being. Her body trembled, the frigid air intensified dramatically. Her eyes widened in realization. She murmured that Master's seal could no longer hold. Within her dantian, the swirling energy grew, the contained pure yin power swelling. With a resounding cry, she unleashed a torrent of frigid energy. Terrifying vortexes of icy air spiraled around her, drawing in the cold essence of the cold abyss and coalescing into a visible ice dragon. It radiated a glacial blue light, illuminating the sky above the cold abyss. Although the cold abyss was rich in yin energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not restricted. In fact, it was even denser here than in the outside world. A deafening explosion rocked the ruins. A blue light, like moonlight, flashed, and Su Changqing vanished in an instant. In Huayang City, everyone's attention was drawn to the sky by the commotion. Someone exclaimed in awe what that was in the sky, wondering if there were two moons. Within the cold moonlight, a second luminous orb appeared, as if about to descend upon the heavenly Luo realm. An overwhelming aura permeated the air. Deep within the Emperor Luo Palace, deathly qi, resentful qi, and baleful qi simultaneously assaulted Chen Ye. Chen Ye responded coldly, wondering if that thirst for control was its power. The palace's spirit essence responded that it only needed a little more. Just a few more foolish traitors who would come there to die, and its soul power would be complete. It insisted that it would absolutely not let him ruin its plans. At this moment, the shadowy figure muttered in a low voice, its tone slightly breathless, that it was summoning the Calamity Wraith souls. The souls of all the corpses within the palace materialized. The already eerie and frigid atmosphere intensified sharply, converging towards the deepest part of the Emperor Luo Palace. Chen Ye frowned and remarked that actively absorbing all the resentful souls to become a part of itself was foolish. Even if it erased its consciousness and memories, there would be no turning back. These resentful souls were gradually absorbed into the spirit essence's body. Its body grew larger and larger. It bellowed that the traitor shall die. Transforming into a gigantic beast, it appeared before Chen Ye. The All-Heaven's Holy Master cried out in alarm, calling out to Master. Chen Ye calmly responded that it was just bigger and wondered what there was to be afraid of. Suddenly, Chen Ye sensed something unusual in his connection with Su Changqing. Little S turned and inquired what was wrong, and if he had not just said it got bigger. The system assumed Chen Ye was apprehensive about the monstrous beast. Chen Ye responded that the first seal on Changqing's pure yin body had already been broken. Little S exclaimed in surprise and wondered if Master's seal would cause any problems. Chen Ye answered that she could no longer control such a massive amount of pure yin qi. That cold energy was backfiring on her. According to the records of the All-Heaven's myriad realms, there had been a true immortal with a pure yin body who, upon ascending, triggered a world-altering phenomenon. The heavenly people of the heavenly Luo realm would soon discover this. The spirit essence of the Emperor Luo Palace held too much resentment. Now that it had condensed into a wraith, it was nearing the level of a ghost spirit, making it very, very difficult to transcend in a short period. As he explained, he took out a wooden sword. Chen Ye continued that Changqing's situation was more important, and they must act quickly. After eliminating it, they could reconstruct it. Against these demonic and ghostly beings, this magical tool entrusted to him by an old friend could finally come into play. This was a quasi-divine weapon, the Heavenly Cloud Peachwood Spirit Sword. Little S looked at the sword and exclaimed in astonishment if that was Master's sword, and remarked that it was the first time seeing Master need to use a magical tool. Chen Ye responded that it was not his sword. It was a magical tool left to him for safekeeping by an old friend. He wondered if Little S had heard of the great Saint Demon Slayer. Upon hearing this, Little S immediately recalled and confirmed that the great Saint Demon Slayer was the venerable one renowned throughout the all heavens for slaying tens of thousands of evil spirits. Chen Ye nodded and confirmed that it was his sword. He declared that he needed to borrow its power for a bit and called for it to awaken. From the magical tool, a dazzling light erupted, spiritual energy filling the entire room. Seeing this light, the beast revealed a hint of apprehension. A sword spirit emerged from within. It was the Peachwood Spirit Sword Spirit. Little S exclaimed in surprise if that was the sword spirit of that sword, and remarked that it was so small. Chen Ye responded that the strength of a sword spirit was not related to its size. The Peachwood Spirit Sword Spirit clasped his hands and bowed to Chen Ye, respectfully greeting him as Tao Venerable. Chen Ye instructed that, simply put, what was before them was the spirit essence of that palace. It had actively fused wraiths and evil spirits into itself. He wanted the spirit to eliminate the demonic power within it without harming the original magical tool's essence. He questioned if it could do it. Peachwood Spirit turned and remarked that if it were a living being, it might be powerless. But if it was just wraiths, then even 10,000 more would be no problem. Truly, strength could not be judged by appearance. Chen Ye inquired of the system, little s, what the highest cultivation level its lockdown area could withstand. Little s responded that, if recalled correctly, it should be able to withstand attacks below the myriad manifestation realm. Chen Ye confirmed that the myriad manifestation realm it was then, and turned around. Little s hurriedly cried out to him, wondering whether he truly intended to proceed. Chen Ye walked behind Peachwood's spirit and informed her of his apologies, stating that he had not learned the cultivation technique the other had left behind and could only provide spiritual energy for her to utilize freely. Peachwood's spirit assured him that it was no worry and requested he leave the matter to her, addressing him as Tao Venerable. The Wraiths, still fearless, roared that the impostors would all stay there, buried with her, and repent. Peachwood's spirit raised the sword and proclaimed that the vital breath of heaven and earth pervaded the way. The sun and moon connected Qi with the divine, that the demonic Qi roaming between must be expelled, all evil ghosts and thieves banished, and that those daring to plot against them would suffer retribution. They were fiercer than the enemy, and all evil would dissipate. She swung the sword gently, catching the monstrous beast off guard. A deafening boom resonated as Peachwood's spirit's powerful attack collided with Little S's lockdown barrier, momentarily contained. Little S strained, crying out that maintaining it much longer would be impossible. The beast roared in rage, questioning how a measly sword spirit dared to strike at it, and ordered her to die. Peachwood's spirit calmly retorted that a degenerate fiend like that was not worthy of the Tao Venerable's personal attention. Dealing with it, she continued, just she alone, this measly sword spirit was enough. The light emanating from the sword spirit grew increasingly vast, gradually suppressing the demonic beast. It finally realized the danger, crying out in disbelief how the light could be what it was. Under Peachwood's spirit's radiant light, the beast finally began to dissipate. Another explosion echoed as the evil spirits and wraiths also began to vanish. Little S gasped, exclaiming exhaustion and remarking that it had been almost too much. Sheathing her sword, Peachwood's spirit explained that the spirit essence's soul and consciousness had been separated. Only the consciousness needed to be erased, and it could be reconstructed. Chen Ye approached and acknowledged her efforts. Peachwood's spirit respectfully responded that the Tao Venerable was too kind. Chen Ye went on to state that he would find her a suitable master soon. Peachwood's spirit softly replied that she would leave it to his wisdom, Tao Venerable. She then returned to the Peachwood spirit sword. Storing the sword, Chen Ye declared that it was time for the next. He glanced to the side. The defeated palace spirit essence mumbled that falling was not an option and that protecting sister was a must. Chen Ye approached and told it that it would be over soon. When it awakened again, he explained, all the bad memories and the evil it had absorbed would be erased. The spirit essence stubbornly cried out that it would not allow its memories to be erased, insisting that its only master had always been sister. Seeing this, Little S urgently exclaimed that something was wrong, explaining that it intended to destroy the entire palace. Chen Ye questioned whether choosing self-destruction over forgetting the past was wise. He asked if the spirit essence believed blowing up the palace could kill him. The palace spirit essence retorted that it knew it could not kill him, but still refused to let him succeed. Even if its consciousness completely dissipated, it would not become someone else's tool. Therefore, it would let all life in the palace be buried with sister. With that, it used the surrounding demonic Qi to condense into a sphere, encasing itself. Little S remarked that it had turned into an egg, and noted having seen this before. Chen Ye sighed, stating that it was too deeply corrupted, beyond redemption. If that was its choice, he remarked, there was nothing more to say. But with his disciples still inside the palace, allowing its destruction was not an option. Suddenly a circle appeared, and a pleading voice came from behind Chen Ye, begging the senior to show mercy. Little S looked over and informed him that there was a soul fluctuation in the circle, but its energy level was incredibly weak. Chen Ye questioned the identity of the voice. The soul within the circle responded, reporting to the senior that its original name was Bai Yu. In the all heavens, some had called it the Heavenly Luo Immortal. It claimed to be the master of Emperor Luo. Chen Ye continued questioning, stating that with Bai Yu's myriad manifestation realm cultivation, escaping the laws of the universe should not have been possible. He mentioned that using a forbidden soul-destroying technique, which prevented reincarnation, should have been impossible, and yet Bai Yu existed as consciousness. He asked how that could be. Bai Yu's soul responded that the senior was correct. After using that forbidden technique, it could no longer exist within the three realms. What remained was merely a sliver of divine consciousness, imprinted upon Emperor Luo at the moment the soul was severed. Bai Yu claimed that Emperor Luo was not a bad child and begged the senior to grant a chance to explain. Chen Ye consented and agreed to hear the explanation. Bai Yu's soul, shrinking further, expressed gratitude and pleaded for forgiveness for the intrusion. She transformed into a stream of spiritual energy and flowed into Chen Ye's mind, recalling everything that had transpired within the Emperor Luo Palace. 1,000 years prior, she had been a cultivator of exceptional talent, born into a prestigious family. After several hundred years, she reached the transformation realm. Known as the Heavenly Luo Immortal, she became the only one in her small world to set foot in the all heavens. For the first half of her life, her greatest goal had been to cultivate diligently and become the pride of her world, until she met him. But the man she had loved and cherished most had been the one who dealt her the cruelest blow. It had all been a meticulously orchestrated plot. She had been wounded, both physically and spiritually. They had wanted her magical artifacts, her cultivation techniques, her heavenly and earthly treasures, and her life. At the brink of collapse, barely clinging to life, she mustered her remaining strength and unleashed a final attack against the man who had betrayed her. Looking towards the Emperor Luo Palace, it had been severely damaged, a scene of horrific carnage. She gritted her teeth. Energy surged from within, creating a tremendous disturbance between heaven and earth. Severely wounded and cursed, she no longer had a place in that world. She could only shatter the void and wander through the all heavens. Not long after she arrived in this small world, in that meticulously planned ambush, she had lost almost all of her magical artifacts. All she had left was the Emperor Luo Palace, which had been with her since the beginning of her cultivation journey. She had intended to recuperate in this world before returning to the all heavens. But she had underestimated that man's cruelty. He had been afflicted with the soul-devouring heart control curse. Every time he circulated his energy, the flow of spiritual chi would awaken the poison within him, slowly consuming him from within. The man who had once claimed to love her had used every means to force her death. At that time, the spirit essence of the Emperor Luo Palace had still been small. It had flown out and inquired whether sister was all right. She had assured it she was fine, but reminded it to cultivate diligently and quickly attain human form. Emperor Luo had responded cheerfully, promising to work hard. Once it attained human form, it would travel throughout the all heavens and myriad worlds to find miraculous elixirs and cure sister. She had known, unable to circulate spiritual chi to cultivate and heal, that she had no hope of survival. Emperor Luo had continued chattering happily beside her, proudly mentioning it had condensed a finger that day and vowing to keep working hard to grow 2 hands by the next year. She had continued, noting that sustained by her divine consciousness for over a decade, Emperor Luo quickly developed a spirit essence. She had treated her like her own child. Watching her grow had been her only solace in those long, agonizing years as she awaited death. Emperor Luo had laughed and envisioned a future in 10,000 years, when it would attain human form and travel the all heavens to find miraculous elixirs for sister. But their happiness had been short-lived. That man, now the overlord of the 3 small worlds, had stormed into that place. He had intended to destroy her in that world, eradicate the weeds at their roots. That world had suffered unduly. Bai Yu's consciousness stirred. Emperor Luo had behaved in the palace she conveyed. She had to go out for a while. A naive voice, presumably Emperor Luo's, had responded with a request for sister to come back soon. Bai Yu had turned back, a gentle smile gracing her lips. While she was gone, Emperor Luo had to cultivate diligently. The root of all that stemmed from her. That innocent world shouldn't have been dragged into it. She had to end that herself. She would burn her divine soul and Dharma body, casting a forbidden technique to prevent that world-ending catastrophe, to protect that heavenly Luo realm. A flash of light erupted, leaving only Emperor Luo behind in the heavenly Luo realm. Bai Yu's spirit spoke, her voice laced with sorrow. That had been the story of Emperor Luo and her. Because she had left, such a deep obsession had been born. It had all been her fault. Emperor Luo wasn't a bad child. She implored him to give her a chance. Chen Ye looked at her, his voice low. The imperial mind-controlling soul technique. No wonder she had used her divine soul to refine a weapon. Little S, the system, wept openly beside him. Lamenting master, that story was so tragic, they had almost become the bad guys. Chen Ye lowered his gaze. He accepted. He withdrew the tri-diagram, wind-piercing, divine weapon, then pricked his fingertip, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the tip of the sword. Raising the divine sword, Chen Ye proclaimed that he granted her a chance. Bai Yu of the heavenly Luo realm. The tip of the tri-diagram wind-piercing sword pointed directly at Bai Yu's spirit. Slowly, she coalesced into a human form, her voice filled with surprise as she inquired what the senior was doing. Chen Ye sheathed the weapon and explained that he did not wish to interfere too much with matters of life and death. He was merely using his divine sense as a foundation to mend her shattered soul so that she could enter the cycle of reincarnation. Bai Yu bowed deeply and expressed gratitude to the senior for the grace of restoring her soul, promising that Bai Yu would never forget this kindness. Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively and remarked that it was best to forget, as whether she remembered after reincarnation remained uncertain. Little S wailed and questioned Master about the atmosphere, wondering if he was sure he was straight, and demanded to have her tears returned. Bai Yu spoke, her voice thick with emotion, affirming that the senior's great kindness would never be forgotten. She assured the senior to rest easy and to leave Emperor Luo's matter to her. Bai Yu approached Emperor Luo and gently touched her, urging her to wake up. The light emanating from the eggshell began to dissipate. Emperor Luo's human form was now complete. Upon seeing Bai Yu, she cried out to her sister. Bai Yu smiled and asked what was wrong, wondering if Emperor Luo didn't recognize her. Tears welled in Emperor Luo's eyes as she called out to her sister again. Bai Yu embraced her, offering comfort and telling her it was all right now. She praised Emperor Luo for cultivating into human form. Emperor Luo sobbed and declared that she knew sister was still alive and had not lied to her. She believed that as long as she collected enough of sister's souls, sister would come back. The words had barely left Emperor Luo's mouth when Bai Yu delivered a sharp slap and scolded the foolish child. Little S, on the verge of fainting from all the crying, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Emperor Luo looked up, confusion clouding her tear-streaked face as she questioned her sister. Bai Yu's voice was stern as she asked when she had ever taught such wicked techniques, using the souls of the living to cultivate, and whether Emperor Luo knew how many lives her foolish actions had cost. She reminded her that when she was born, she had taught her that the path of cultivation must be taken step by step. Yet Emperor Luo had actively absorbed evil spirits and demonic energy into herself, and Bai Yu demanded to know what she had been thinking. Emperor Luo trembled, her head bowed low, and confessed that she only wanted sister to come back to life. Chen Ye stepped forward, his voice calm but firm, and demanded to know who had taught her the soul revival technique. Bai Yu, perhaps fearing that Chen Ye would strike Emperor Luo down for taking so many lives, spoke hesitantly and addressed the senior. Emperor Luo answered honestly that it seemed to have been 500 years ago. At that time, she had not yet fully condensed her spiritual form. A mysterious man, defying all the mystical traps she had laid, entered the place. He informed her that even though sister's soul had been destroyed, there might still be a way. He explained that if she gathered enough souls, she could condense a complete spiritual body and use the connection between master and spirit essence to revive sister. Initially, she did not want to cultivate the techniques that man left behind. But after he left, more and more people came. Many of them slaughtered each other due to disputes and groundless suspicions. That was when she first tried absorbing human souls. Because of the merging power of souls, she condensed a complete spiritual form within just 100 years. But as her power grew, she felt herself gradually lose control of her emotions. Her thirst for killing was constantly stimulated. By the time she realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Emperor Luo hung her head. She never meant to kill so many people. She just wanted to protect sister, to bring her back. As long as there was even a sliver of hope of reviving her, she did not want to give up. Bai Yu cried out in anguish, addressing Emperor Luo. Little S quietly remarked to Chen Ye, recalling that even using souls or sacrificing one's own divine soul could not revive someone. Chen Ye confirmed that was correct and maintained that for a soul destroyed like Tian Luo's, even gathering the souls of all beings in the heavenly Luo realm would not be enough to bring her back. However, every soul contained the complex emotions of its lifetime. Gathering a large number of souls would severely impact one's own spirit essence. It appeared that the one who instigated Emperor Luo deliberately wanted her to fall, to become tainted with sin and transform into evil qi. Bai Yu knelt beside Emperor Luo. She referred to Chen Ye as senior. Chen Ye, seeing this, inquired what she was doing. Bai Yu bowed her head, her face filled with remorse. The reason Emperor Luo fell into the demonic path was because she, as her master, had failed to guide her properly. It was all her fault. She pleaded for Senior to give Emperor Luo a path, a chance. Chen Ye responded that Emperor Luo fell because her attachment to Bai Yu was too deep, making her easily misled and lost. Tao Lin had already cleansed her spiritual body and dissolved her karmic burden. As for the chance Bai Yu spoke of, he explained that he came there only to train his disciple and eliminate potential dangers she couldn't handle. The life and death of others were not his concern. Bai Yu responded with joy, thanking Senior. She continued that she had one more request. Emperor Luo had worked so hard to condense into a spirit essence, but her mind was still like a child's. It was hard to say she wouldn't stray from the right path again. Bai Yu was about to enter reincarnation. She requested Senior to take Emperor Luo in and guide her well in her stead. Emperor Luo began to cry, expressing that she did not want to leave her sister. Bai Yu spoke gently, explaining that the heavenly Tao cycled through reincarnation, that life and death were predetermined. She had been dead for many years, but Emperor Luo's life as a spirit essence had just begun. Emperor Luo continued to cry, clinging tightly to her sister, repeating that she did not want to leave her. Bai Yu acknowledged that if it weren't for Senior's help, she might not have even had the chance to see her again. She no longer had any attachments in that world. It was time for her to go. As she finished speaking, her soul grew increasingly translucent, beginning to dissipate. Chen Ye stated that he would take in the spirit essence. He then asked, regarding the man who had betrayed her, if she needed him to avenge her. Bai Yu, fading away, still smiled. There was no need to trouble Senior any further. If she could be human in her next life, she would learn to be wiser. She bade goodbye to Emperor Luo and urged her to become a truly powerful magical tool. Emperor Luo reached out towards a last glimmer of light, calling out for her sister. On Su Changqing and Xiaonan's side, ice and snow now covered everything. A large block of ice encased Su Changqing. Even Xiaonan, lying next to her, was frozen solid. Xiaonan's ring faintly glowed. Qing Shuang flew out from within, realizing that the white-haired girl was radiating an overwhelming chill, even her soul frozen. If it continued, both Anan and she would be as well. Whoops. One death was better than two, and she had already died once anyway. She felt sorry for Anian. Even then, she still hadn't revealed the truth. When she was alive, she had been much stronger than her. Perhaps that was the last time she could help her. Qing Shuang executed the 8 Extremes Divide Flame Decree. She flew down, gently touching Xiaonan's body, then vanished. Around Xiaonan, spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Yang Flame, White Sun, True Star Fire. Yin Flame, Bone Spirit, Soul-Suppressing Flame. Xiaonan abruptly opened her eyes. A Shuang standing within Xiaonan's body declared her intention to broaden her horizons a bit, to see just how powerful a pure yin body could be. Meanwhile, after Bai Yu vanished, Emperor Luo cried heartbrokenly, calling out for her sister. Chen Ye walked over and consoled her. Life and death were predestined. Reincarnation was her master's choice. Bai Yu had entrusted her to him, so naturally he would treat her well. Emperor Luo, tears welling in her eyes, looked up and inquired if he was her new master. Chen Ye clarified that he was not her master. She would meet her soon. They had wasted enough time. He urged her to quickly take him to where those people were being besieged and slaughtered. Emperor Luo agreed, pointing toward the location, standing before the completely ice-encased Su Changqing. Qing Shuang within Xiaonan's body understood that if the outburst of cold energy was due to Su Changqing's physique losing control, then she just needed to melt the ice cocoon encasing her. From the ice encasing Su Changqing, sensing something intruding, countless ice dragons emerged. Qing Shuang guessed that it was the white-haired girl's self-defense instinct. The ice dragons grew larger and larger, charging straight towards her. She firmly commanded her technique, soul suppression, to crush them. The two sides clashed fiercely, the sound of explosions echoing endlessly. Qing Shuang realized that it was more troublesome than she had imagined. A pair of wings appeared behind her. She could not let Su Changqing continue to lose control, especially while her power hadn't fully awakened. Qing Shuang flew closer to Su Changqing. She attacked the surrounding cold energy with white sun flames, but the cold energy wasn't diminished. Instead, even more ice dragons appeared. Qing Shuang was shocked. It was bad. Countless ice dragons surged forth, simultaneously attacking her. Qing Shuang reflected that it was this strong, even as unconscious self-defense, and questioned whether this girl was a monster. She admitted she couldn't get close at all. She observed that Anan's body and her soul were almost depleted. She noted there was only one technique left. Qing Shuang urged Anan to take what was left of her and live a good life. She invoked Heavenly Fire Fusion, Myriad Flowers Exhibition. She acknowledged that this might injure the white-haired girl a little, but there was no other way. But surprisingly, it had no effect at all. Su Changqing's entire body was saturated with pure yin power, freezing everything around her. 4 ice dragons continued their assault. Qing Shuang unleashed her attack in a flurry, but in her weakened state, her power was drastically diminished. Even her myriad manifestations technique couldn't shatter the icy prison. The ice dragon's assault began to crumble. Qing Shuang faltered, a mouthful of blood spraying from her lips as she staggered back. Just then, Xiaonan stirred. Qing Shuang apologized to Anan, her voice choked, expressing that if only her spiritual power were stronger. Perhaps, Xiaonan weakly responded, discouraging foolishness and affirming she had done her best. Qing Shuang admitted she was wrong, stating that her master didn't care about her at all. A bitter laugh escaped from Xiaonan's lips as she realized she had been wrong and lamented that her luck had always been this rotten. Qing Shuang's voice, though strained, held a flicker of determination as she told Anan she had one last attack. Xiaonan declared that they should fight to the end. Together, Qing Shuang and Xiaonan lunged towards the ice dragon. Qing Shuang unleashed the 8 extreme splitting flame decree, and the ice dragon roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the world. Xiaonan, in turn, unleashed the Tuang Huang Diem, aiming directly for Su Changqing. The surrounding ice shattered, but the icy cocoon encasing Su Changqing remained untouched. Instead, the force of her own attack slammed back into Xiaonan. Su Changqing remained trapped, her spiritual energy suppressed by the overwhelming aura. Xiaonan whispered that it was no use, her strength failing, and asked if Flat Chest was still there. Silence answered her. Slowly, Xiaonan closed her eyes and muttered that she would see her in hell. But then, Chen Ye appeared. He walked calmly towards Xiaonan, catching her as she collapsed. He remarked dryly that such a commotion had occurred in the short time he was gone, and noted she had been busy. Little S's voice chimed in, acknowledging his arrival, and pointing out that the disciple he had his eye on might be in danger. Emperor Luo bowed her head, guilt etched on her face, and apologized to her master. Chen Ye passed Xiaonan to Emperor Luo. He reassured her not to worry, asserting that with him there, none of them would die. Little S exclaimed, wondering if he was going to act. Chen Ye explained that healing would take time and instructed them to use talismans to seal their bodies for now. He stated that as long as their souls remained intact, it would be enough, and emphasized that Changsheng was the priority. He gazed at the ice dragons swirling around them and questioned why little Changsheng was inside that giant block of ice. Little S, bewildered, asked why. Chen Ye explained calmly that she was channeling a massive amount of yin energy to resist and break the first seal he had placed on her. He noted that this loss of control was likely a consequence of her pure yin body evolving. Little S echoed the words, loss of control. The ice dragons lunged forward again. Little S cried out that they were attacking. Chen Ye remained unfazed. As the ice dragons neared him, they abruptly halted. Little S murmured in confusion that they had stopped. She admitted he had scared her and confessed she thought they were going to attack them. Chen Ye reached out and stroked the head of the nearest ice dragon. He clarified that Changqing had simply lost control of her power and subconsciously still remembered him as her master. He explained that a pure yin body primarily utilized existing yin energy within the body and observed that the fact she could now use primordial yin energy to manifest forms indicated the evolution process was complete. He stated that they simply needed to wait for her to awaken. He paused and added that, before that, someone should come out. Chen Ye's gaze fixed on a point in the distance. Little S remained lost and repeated the words come out, asking who. Two uninvited guests descended from above, Bai Chizi and Fanbashi of the Netherworld. Fanbashi demanded to know if he was the one who dared to disrupt the natural order of life and death. Behind him, Little S gasped and inquired if they were from the legendary Netherworld. Chen Ye responded that half of the legends were false, but acknowledged that their attire indeed marked them as Netherworld emissaries. Bai Chizi's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. The heavenly Tao cycled, life and death intertwined. That, she declared, was the immutable law of all realms since time immemorial. By decree, they had to take those three souls teetering on the edge of death. Chen Ye interrupted her, turned to face them, and declared coldly that it was a family matter and that they could leave. The two Netherworld emissaries exchanged startled glances. Such audacity! Fanbash's eyes widened in fury. That wretched Taoist, he bellowed, scorned the laws of reincarnation and dared speak with such arrogance. He ordered him to come with them to the Yama King's hall. With a roar, he lunged at Chen Ye. Chen Ye waved a dismissive hand. There had been too much talk, he remarked. Before they could even get close, both emissaries flew back, landed heavily, clearly injured. Bai Chizi gritted her teeth, watched in horror as Fanbashi began to fade away. She cried out for Uncle Snake. Chen Ye's voice remained impassive. The lives and deaths of those three children were his concern. If they didn't leave, he continued, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, then they would die there, terror seized Bai Chizi. She frantically ripped open a spatial rift and fled. Little S watched her disappear, then turned to Chen Ye with a worried meow. She wanted to know if it was wise to offend the Netherworld, since they were the gods of life and death, after all. Chen Ye responded calmly that it was fine. As the remnants of the emissary's presence vanished completely, Chen Ye elaborated that they called themselves guides of souls, but were nothing more than cultivators who exploited the energy released during reincarnation. Years ago, he recalled, he stormed the Netherworld alone. His relationship with them had never been good. Little S's eyes widened. Stormed the Netherworld? She exclaimed in disbelief, meowing again and again, wondering if he had really done that too, and wanted to know what happened. Chen Ye walked towards Su Chongqing, his voice low. Of the 10 Yama halls, 3 remained. 6 of the 10 Yama kings were dead. However, according to the original timeline, that was meant to happen. The 10 Yama halls still stood, and as long as they didn't attempt to manipulate the power of reincarnation to interfere with other realms, he wouldn't bother them. But if they dared lay a hand on his disciple again, he wouldn't hesitate to make that future history repeat itself. With that, Chen Ye shattered the ice encasing Su Chongqing. The sound of splintering ice echoed through the air. The force of the impact reverberated through the 3 realms, shook the very foundations of the mountain range. Cracks spider-webbed across the ground. Elsewhere within the heavenly human realm, 2 heavenly demons clashed. A deafening explosion rocked the air, sent both figures hurtling backwards. One, the Night Empress heavenly demon of the abyssal demon realm, roared and demanded to know if that barbaric wretch must contend with her for everything. The other, the Beast Lord, heavenly demon of the abyssal demon realm. A towering, hulking figure grinned, revealing a single sharp fang. His aura radiated a savage power that sent shivers down the spine. His voice dripped with mockery. Contend? Treasures belong to those who could claim them, he retorted. If she wanted it, she should defeat him and take it herself. In the Bodhi realm, a figure sat cross-legged, bathed in a gentle golden light, their features obscured. The Buddha, who had observed the now vanished moon, proclaimed with a voice echoing through the heavens that the treasure had yet to reveal itself. He questioned why they must fight to the death before that hall. Both heavenly demons looked up in surprise. The Bodhi Buddha patriarch held a certain reverence, even among the demon and beast races, and certainly among humans. The Bodhi Buddha patriarch continued, remarking that now that the 4 heavenly demons of the heavenly Luo realm were gathered, they might as well join forces in search for the treasure that had caused such a celestial disturbance. He asked what the Sword Saint thought, turning to the old Taoist beside him, awaiting his response. The man was none other than the South Sea Sword Saint. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, clad in simple green robes. His form shimmered with ethereal swordlight. He smiled and agreed that, as the Buddha patriarch suggested, they would enter together. As for the hidden treasure, whoever obtained it would keep it. They would each rely on their own abilities. Xiaonan, unconscious for several days, slowly awakened. She sat up abruptly. A sharp pain lanced through her head. She cried out in pain, declared that her head hurt so much, but acknowledged that pain meant she was still alive. She touched the wound on her abdomen, then her gaze fell upon her own hand. A gasp escaped her lips. The ring. She speculated whether it could be. If Shuang had done that. A woman approached, a pipe clenched between her teeth. The woman remarked that she was recovering quickly, noting that her constitution wasn't bad. Xiaonan looked up at the woman before her eyes widening at the sight of a familiar, ample bosom. A flicker of joy ignited within Xiaonan. She scrambled out of bed, crying out that Shuang, big boobs, had scared her to death. Xiaonan threw her arms around the woman. Then, a puzzled frown creased her brow as she touched the woman again. Wait a minute. Wasn't big boobs a soul? And this doesn't feel like flesh and blood. The divine weapon, tri-diagram passing wind, glared at Xiaonan and demanded to know if she wished to die again by touching her body. Xiaonan quickly recoiled. She apologized and explained that she mistook her for someone else. Then, bowing her head, she expressed that this junior, Xiaonan, offered her deepest gratitude to Senior for saving her life and inquired about Senior's identity. The tri-diagram passing wind immediately identified herself as the tri-diagram passing wind, a divine weapon of the Tao Lord, and brushed off the thanks, declaring that if it weren't for his orders, she wouldn't waste her spiritual energy on them. As she spoke, she produced Qingxuang's ring and offered it to Xiaonan, informing her that the ring and the soul within had been healed and that she would wake up in a few days. Xiaonan accepted the ring, gently stroking it. If this weapon's spirit spoke true, then the Tao Lord she mentioned must be the master of the white-haired girl. He saved them? Aloud, she inquired about the Tao Lord's current whereabouts. The tri-diagram passing wind settled down, taking a puff from her pipe, and explained that he was currently healing his precious disciple. Meanwhile, Chen Ye channeled his spiritual energy, healed Su Changqing, and reinforced the seal on her back. After a moment, Chen Ye confirmed it was all right. He stated that the yin-shi materialization, a sign of her pure yin body, had evolved into a primordial yin body. As her cultivation increased, this primordial yin body would continue to evolve. With his two seals, she shouldn't lose control again when she leveled up. Little S, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. He observed that little Changqing almost succumbed to her own pure yin body and mused on how dangerous an innate constitution it was, adding that it was no wonder he'd never heard of any powerful cultivator in the myriad realms possessing a pure yin body. Changqing gently tugged at Chen Ye's robe and called to her master. Chen Ye turned to her and asked what it was. Su Changqing looked remorseful. She confessed that she couldn't control her constitution and almost caused a great disaster, requesting punishment from her master. Chen Ye questioned the idea of punishment. He reached out and ruffled her hair. He explained that the path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens and that there weren't many shortcuts in this world. Facing setbacks was only natural. He stated that the primordial yin body was a double-edged sword. It could allow her to surpass others, but if she wasn't careful, it could also lead to her utter destruction. He let her off this time and instructed her to cultivate diligently and quickly master her constitution. Understood? Su Changqing immediately responded obediently that she would definitely cultivate diligently from now on and not disappoint her master. The Little S system reported that judging from Little Changqing's condition, the heart demon should be gone, but it was puzzled about the last 1%, noting that the heart demon task was at 99%. Sensing that Chen Ye had finished his work, the tri-diagram passing wind pushed open the door and remarked that it seemed she had come at a bad time. Chen Ye and the others all looked towards the door. 1. The tri-diagram. Passing wind continued by confirming that she had healed those two young ones. Changqing, seeing the young woman peeking out from behind the divine weapon, cried out joyfully to Anan. Changqing rushed forward and enthusiastically inquired if her injuries were healed. Xiaonan flinched back in alarm, questioning whether Changqing was all right. Su Changqing turned to look at the woman who had just entered and inquired who she was. The tri-diagram passing wind darted to Chen Ye's side. Chen Ye instructed Ajuan not to cause a fuss. The tri-diagram passing wind clung to him, acting coquettishly, and teased that there was no harm and that the mission was complete, so he had to reward her. The young women standing outside exclaimed in surprise, addressing him as Master and Lord. The tri-diagram passing wind smiled and reminded him that those two youngsters, plus the one whose soul was annihilated according to their agreement, meant he owed her 3 rewards. Chen Ye responded indulgently that he knew and would give them to her after he had dealt with the matters of this world. The tri-diagram passing wind responded with even more excitement and agreed to wait. She added that heavenly punishment had been rather irritable lately, and those troublesome fellows on the other side were also starting to stir. She warned that the Nether God and the Boundless were about to lose control, and that if those divine weapons started fighting, his little world might need to be recreated. Chen Ye responded that he would deal with it when he had time. As she spoke, the tri-diagram passing wind vanished. Little S, who had been with Chen Ye for many years, expressed puzzlement. He inquired whether that black-haired elder sister was also a divine weapon left to him by an old friend, observing that she dared to be so forward with him. Chen Ye replied that no, San Chuan had been with him since before he achieved Tao. Xiaonan, standing beside Changqing, saw her about to flare up and quickly whispered that Whitey needed to calm down. Suddenly, Chen Ye addressed Changqing. She responded meekly that the disciple was present. Chen Ye commanded that the 4 heavenly humans of the heavenly Luo realm would invade the palace, and defeating them would be her final trial. Changqing responded excitedly with affirmation to her master. Xiaonan objected in bewilderment, questioning why she had to participate too. Ignoring her, Chen Ye instructed Diluo to assist them in defending the 18th floor of the palace, emphasizing that he was not permitted to use his world transformation realm cultivation, and was only allowed to assist by manipulating the terrain and traps, according to Changqing's instructions. Diluo immediately bowed his head and acknowledged the command. Xiaonan complained from the side, questioning whether he could even listen to what others were saying, pointing out that she was only at the middle stage of the divine soul realm, and that Qing had only recently condensed her spiritual sea. Chen Ya looked at her, his cold gaze making Xiaonan flinch. She quickly hid behind Changqing, muttering that she wasn't wrong, and wondering how they were supposed to deal with 4 heavenly human realm cultivators. Chen Ye summoned Changqing again. Changqing immediately replied with acknowledgement and happily ran over. Chen Ye looked at Changqing and informed her that he would infuse her body with heavenly human realm spiritual power shortly, instructing her to strive to comprehend the power of law within that spiritual power. Changqing, her face still alight with joy, responded that she would certainly do her best. Chen Ye then infused Su Changqing's body with heavenly human realm spiritual power. Su Changqing's striking white hair fluttered in the air, mirroring Chen Ye's own. Xiaonan furrowed her brow, a question twisting in her mind. She pondered what in the world that white-haired girl was doing, thinking that forcibly transferring cultivation power to raise someone to the heavenly human realm seemed impossible for a body to withstand. But it didn't stop at the heavenly human realm. To Xiaonan's astonishment, Su Changqing then summoned a divine general. Radiant light spilled out, illuminating the area outside the palace. A brilliant golden light, like a sunrise, shot toward the heavens. The golden light instantly created countless ripples in the sky, its speed breathtaking. Witnessing this, the 4 heavenly humans of the heavenly Luo realm reacted with surprise. The South Sea Sword Saint gasped in recognition, questioning if that was the one who appeared in Huayang City. The Night Empress remarked that the frigid aura suggested this person was no ordinary heavenly human and warned that they must be cautious. The Bodhi Buddha. Patriarch furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. Back in the Diluo Palace, Xiaonan exclaimed that only 1 in a million cultivators reached the heavenly human realm, and among those who broke through, only 1 in 10,000 comprehended the power of origin and condensed a divine general. She noted that those individuals were all renowned deities throughout the heavens, and that to comprehend a divine general merely through the transfer of spiritual power was remarkable, reflecting on that white-haired girl. Little S chimed in, remarking that little Changqing's divine general looked completely different from little Qianfan's, and that it looked so fierce. Chen Ye explained that a divine general was an external manifestation created by comprehending the power of origin to its utmost limit, and that each person's divine general was unique. He stated that its form was determined by one's own understanding of their power, and that if Qianfan's divine general represented the understanding of the celestial path, then Changqing's was pure, unadulterated slaughter. He added that once merged, winds would rise, and all 8 desolate lands would be destroyed, and noted that he could understand why she was able to single-handedly destroy hundreds of worlds back then. Hearing this, a strange notion struck little S. It wondered what Master's divine general looked like and expressed curiosity. Chen Yi turned to little S and asked if it wanted to see it. Little S immediately recoiled, the golden orb of light atop its head trembling. It refused frantically, insisting that it was just speaking hypothetically. It knew full well that the heavenly Luo realm itself might not be able to withstand the might of its master's divine general, and valued its little life more. Chen Yi turned to Changqing, instructing her that the spiritual power he had given her was limited, and during battle she must rely on her own judgment and utilize the palace's spirit to observe her opponent's weaknesses and openings, striking decisively. Changqing acknowledged her master's instruction. Chen Yi gave the command to go and address Diluo. Changqing and Xiaonan continued towards their trial. Chen Yi sat down, leisurely sipping his tea. But Xiaonan lingered, hesitantly calling out to the Tao Lord, or Senior, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She questioned what about her, expressing a desire for a divine general too, repeating the phrase with enthusiasm. Chen Yi's face remained impassive as he grabbed Xiaonan by the collar, kicked her out, and scolded her to go finish her trial. Xiaonan pouted and grumbled in frustration. The scene shifted to the 16th floor, Diluo Palace. Su Changqing maneuvered an ice dragon through combat. The Beast Lord, feeling pressured, released a cold snort. The monstrous beast bellowed in defiance, challenging whether she believed that little dragon could pose any real threat. Xiaonan descended from above. Spotting an opening, she loosed 3 arrows, each one embedding into the Beast Lord's side, the abyssal demon realm. Thud, thud, thud. He howled in fury, accusing the girl of relying solely on sneak attacks and daring her to face him directly so he could rip her apart. Xiaonan scoffed and snapped back with scorn, mocking whether he was actually brainless and remarking that she wasn't nearly foolish enough to take on the 4 of them, heavenly demons, head-on. Her gaze dropped sharply. The South Sea Sword Saint braced to strike her down with his South Sea Sword technique. Xiaonan gasped, her voice edged with panic as she pleaded for the thingy to teleport her out. Oh, fortunately, just as the South Sea Sword Saints returned to the sea, one slash came slicing toward her. Xiaonan vanished. The sword energy smashed into the Diluo Palace wall, reducing it to rubble. Xiaonan caught her breath and muttered with a rush of lingering fear that even with Changqing's ice dragon shielding her, that had been far too close, and she had only barely reacted in time. Diluo replied with a note of irritation, correcting her by stating that his name was Diluo, not Thingy. Xiaonan huffed and retorted that she had been a little stressed. Diluo cautioned her that it was reckless to mess with them while she was only at the Divine Soul Realm, and inquired whether she wanted out. Xiaonan rose to her feet and replied with unwavering resolve that no, Changqing needed more time to acclimate to the heavenly human realm spiritual power. Besides, she hadn't completed her setup and requested to be teleported to that vicious woman. Diluo gave a simple confirmation. The Night Empress, her advance blocked by several ice dragons, shrieked in frustration, snapping that this still wasn't over. Xiaonan materialized behind her, declaring with taunting cheer that this was number 3. The Night Empress spun around, seething, and demanded how she dared to toy with her. Her whip cracked through the air with a violent boom, but Xiaonan had already vanished, yanked away by Diluo. The Night Empress caught the blow herself, a dagger plunging deep into her shoulder. Xiaonan's voice rang with triumph as she announced that she had landed one. Diluo pulled her back, remarking with concern whether the attack felt weak and questioning if she was sure it would be effective. Xiaonan replied with quiet confidence that it would be. She considered that such a light wound meant little to a heavenly human realm expert, but what mattered was the mental blow, the insult of being underestimated. She reflected that the last time she had faced a heavenly human was in her past life, and the sensation of skimming the edge of danger carried a strange nostalgia. She muttered that it was unfortunate the monk's cultivation method was too domineering. Aunt, she elaborated that such a widespread attack left no safe retreat, that she had done what she could, and now the rest lay with Changqing. She gestured that it was time to go. Diluo responded with a nod of understanding. The 2 of them departed the 16th floor. The South Sea Sword Saint sheathed his weapon, observing that the Divine Soul Realm girl had vanished. The Night Empress scowled, grumbling that she had no clue why the girl kept ambushing her, and swearing that once caught, she would skin her alive. The Beast Lord tore the 3 arrows from his side and snarled that it was obvious there were other heavenly human realm cultivators backing them. Yet they had the nerve to send in a monkey to needle them with cheap tricks, and scoffed at the insult. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch maintained his composure and remarked that for a divine soul realm cultivator to brazenly attack the 4 of them with underhanded tactics, yet still manage to land a few blows, proved that the pink-haired girl wasn't ordinary. The Beast Lord exploded with rage, barking whether that counted as damage, and scoffing that those scratches were nothing but an itch. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch remained calm and reasoned that blessings often followed misfortune, that an average divine soul realm cultivator would never dare pull such a stunt. He added that the gap between realms couldn't be bridged by such minor schemes, warned that the hidden weapons might be laced with poison, and advised taking antidote pills just in case. On the 18th floor of the Diluo Palace, Changqing maintained focus on controlling the ice dragon as Xiaonan and Diluo returned. Xiaonan stretched and announced that she was back. Changqing turned to her and inquired whether she was unharmed. Xiaonan responded with full confidence, tossing back that of course she was, and sarcastically asked who they thought she was. She reminisced that during her time in the Wind Demon realm, she was the Little Demon King, utterly unrestrained, and dismissed the heavenly human realm as nothing more than a bunch of monkeys fumbling around. She sat down and began to report. She recounted that among the 4 who broke in, 1 wore a wide-brimmed hat. She hadn't been able to tell if he wielded a sword or saber, but he moved fast and hit hard. She observed that his physical body looked rather frail, though. She continued that there had also been a black-haired woman who used a whip, but her charm techniques wouldn't affect Changqing. She noted another one with a feline-like head, rough, thick-skinned, and sturdy, but not much of a threat. She cautioned that the only real danger came from the monk cloaked in golden light, describing him as a tough opponent. She tacked on that aside from the monk, she had added a special something to the other 3. She explained that if they used their full strength, they would be forced into a spiritual power lockdown state. Xiaonan pulled out a small vial and explained that it held a secret medicine developed by the Lunar Dragon Mountain, specifically made to keep things from escalating during sparring matches. She clarified that it wasn't technically poison, which meant antidotes would be ineffective. She noted that the heavenly human realm's spiritual power lockdown could only last a few seconds, and urged Changqing to make those seconds count and thrash them while she could. Changqing gave a soft smile and expressed her thanks to Anan. Xiaonan replied with faint jealousy, questioning what there was to thank her for, brushing it off as a task her master had assigned. She admitted that if she weren't worried about him pestering her later, she wouldn't have bothered helping. She reminded Changqing that she was about to face 4 heavenly humans, and that she had to give everything she had. She warned that if things got too dangerous, even she wouldn't be able to help. Su Changqing, condensing pure yin energy, replied that the rest could be left to her. A wave of frost swept through the Diluo Palace. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch commented that this appeared to be the final floor. The South Sea Sword Saint quickly pinpointed Su Changqing. Although she now drew from pure yin energy instead of spiritual power, after refining her spiritual sea, the fusion of yin and spiritual force had become far more potent and far more terrifying. The Beast Lord roared that the girl was the heavenly human. The Night Empress, at his side, remarked that from the beginning, she had been the one causing them trouble. The South Sea Sword Saint narrowed his eyes and remarked that the icy aura lined up. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch's face showed no change. He considered in silence that such a young heavenly human now stood before them. Changqing's gaze held firm, her eyes once again swirling with the chaotic black mist and shimmering translucent blue. Her white hair lifted lightly in the cold. Su Changqing narrowed her eyes and lunged. Pure yin energy snapped into formation, becoming a chain of ice blue blades. Sword light burst forward, ripping straight through layers of black mist. The 4 heavenly humans all displayed visible surprise. An ice dragon erupted from the black mist, unleashing a shrill, piercing cry that nearly rattled teeth. The South Sea Sword Saint clicked his tongue. He muttered that the troublesome creature had returned. Re-engaging his South Sea Sword technique, he decapitated the ice dragon with a clean stroke. Before he could return his sword to its sheath, Changqing emerged behind the Night Empress. She proclaimed it as number 1. The Night Empress struck with her whip, remarking that the same tired move had resurfaced and questioning whether she intended to amuse her. The whip coiled around Su Changqing's blade, only to be shredded. The sword drove forward toward the Night Empress. The Beast Lord barked not to get overconfident, throwing a jab at her as a white-haired girl. He vaulted past the South Sea Sword Saint. Su Changqing turned, her ice-blue eyes crystalline and alert. She appeared untouched by the malevolent aura around her. She advanced with fluid precision, parrying the Beast Lord's violent, murderous mountain ice fist, and the Sword Saints severing Thuong Hai at once, dispersing their combined force. Chang Qing exhaled sharply. The Beast Lord and Sword Saint blurted out in disbelief that it was a divine general, stunned that Su Changqing had summoned one. Clutching her injury, the Night Empress grimaced, conceding she hadn't expected a heavenly human to wield a divine general. The Beast Lord added that it explained how she withstood both of them and blocked his strikes. The Sword Saint commented that with a divine general aiding her, capturing her would become a much harder task. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch's eyes gleamed, his focus sharpening. 3 of the 4 heavenly humans ascended. The Sword Saint hollered that they should strike together, convinced she carried the treasure. The Beast Lord roared back that he didn't need the reminder. The Night Empress, burning with fury, warned that the girl would pay heavily for injuring her. The South Sea Sword Saint lunged first, intercepting one of Changqing's sword arcs. The impact drove him back, his balance wavering. Taking advantage, the Night Empress and Beast Lord circled behind for a pincer attack. Changqing, already predicting them, called for Grand Yin reversal. A blast of white frost surged out, flinging the Beast Lord and Night Empress away. The Sword Saint also pushed back, roared for another round, and hurled himself in again. From the viewing screen, Little Shur let out a cheer, bursting that it was a divine general and marveling that little Changqing was pulling off a final boss act. Chen Ye's face stayed calm, but his gaze darted across Su Changqing with faint approval in his eyes. He took a slow sip of tea and remarked that it was only the spiritual power he had granted her. Once she reached the heavenly human realm on her own, dealing with the trio would be trivial. As she refilled his cup, Little Shur commented that little Changqing was still young, and already matching 3 heavenly human realm cultivators was no small feat. Chen Ye's gaze penetrated down to the 18th floor. He remarked that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. Looking back at the screen, he reviewed the situation, noting that while the 3 heavenly humans were unimpressive, they were native to the heavenly low realm. He pointed out a particular interest in the monk. Little Shur tilted her head, asking what stood out about that bumpy-headed monk. Chen Ye replied that the monk's aura was off, clearly not from the heavenly low realm. Little Shi inhaled sharply, pondering if that meant a 3rd transmigrator. Chen Ye shook his head, stating that the monk carried something different that intrigued him, though it wasn't relevant now. He advised they continue watching Changqing. Little Shi sighed, remarking that with Master around, even a true Buddha wouldn't get away. Watching the fight, Chen Ye commented that Changqing's battle was nearing its end. Little Shur gasped, wondering if she was running low on spiritual power, voicing worry that without Master's help, little Changqing would be overwhelmed. Chen Ye shook his head, replying that wasn't the reason. He explained that the little trick the red-haired girl had planted in them was about to activate. On the field, Changqing held off all 3 heavenly humans with a single blade, drawing startled outbursts as they demanded to know how the girl was this powerful and what kind of divine general she had summoned, insisting that this heavenly human was no ordinary foe. The South Sea Sword Saint shouted that they could no longer hold anything back. The Night Empress's body shimmered, and a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind her. Upon witnessing this, the Beast Lord roared in fury, and the spectral image looming behind him condensed into a colossal Dharma idol. The South Sea Sword Saint unleashed his South Sea Sword technique. As each released their ultimate strikes, the poison Xiaonan had hidden within them activated. Their hearts pounded violently, forcing the Night Empress to cough up blood. The Beast Lord and the Sword Saint suffered the same fate. The Night Empress trembled, murmuring a question about the disruption in her spiritual power. The Beast Lord bellowed, demanding to know what had just happened. The Sword Saint exclaimed that his spiritual flow had been severed. Above them, Xiaonan laughed with glee, expressing triumph that she had ensnared them. She raised the small bottle from earlier and revealed it as Grandma's special secret medicine. Xiaonan called down to Changqing, telling her this was her chance to strike. The Night Empress turned toward the Bodhi Buddha Patriarch, fury lacing her voice, demanding how long he intended to stand by and accusing him of planning this all along. A smug smile curled on the Patriarch's face. Realization hit the Night Empress, and she shrieked at Bodhi in a cry of betrayal. A gigantic hand materialized above the three heavenly humans, smashing down on them as if swatting insects. Changqing had not even moved before chaos erupted among them. Xiaonan gasped, expressing disbelief that another scheme had been hidden. Bleeding heavily, the Night Empress raged and cursed Bodhi, calling him a treacherous old man. The Beast Lord roared in agreement, accusing him of breaking their pact to search for the treasure with their own strength. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch ignored their protests, turning to Changqing with a victorious air. He addressed the three honored guests, claiming they stood before the true treasure while remaining blind, insisting they were unworthy to claim her. He explained that from the moment he stepped into the palace, he had known no rare true treasure existed, and that the force disrupting heaven and earth, summoning the two moons, came from the young girl. He revealed that she was the awakened pure yin body. The three heavenly humans gasped together, repeating in shock that it was an awakened pure yin body. The patriarch continued, offering frankness, explaining that this honored guest, born of the pure yin body, was a natural vessel of immense fortune. He proposed she join his Buddhist sect, promising her a place across the myriad worlds, and dismissed the heavenly low realm as a backwater. He stressed that staying here wasted her potential. He elaborated that he was merely an incarnation residing within Bodhi, yet Bodhi already possessed cultivation in the myriad manifestations realm. He reminded her that her constitution had awakened and urged her to come with him, promising her achievements would eclipse even Bodhi's. He asked what she thought. Su Changqing's voice held firm as she affirmed she already had a master, that her body and soul belonged to him, and that she would never join the sect. The patriarch's expression stayed composed as he conceded that no choice remained. He chanted Amitabha and proclaimed that those who joined his Buddhist sect would be guided to the pure land of ultimate bliss. The lumps on his back squirmed and pulsed. The golden light cloaking the Bodhi Buddha Patriarch vanished, unveiling his true form. He snarled, cursing the foolish child for rejecting enlightenment and declaring she belonged in Avicii hell. He added that heaven showed mercy and offered to subdue her and bring her to the Buddha realm, warning that the path of enlightenment might be brutal. 6 arms burst from his back. He fixed his gaze on Changqing and demanded again whether she would submit or be destroyed. Changqing's resolve held, as she declared she had only one master and would never join him. Bodhi's voice coiled with anger as he condemned her obstinance and vowed to crush it himself and show her the higher heavens beyond heaven. With that, he attacked Changqing. She evaded swiftly, but his blows carried overwhelming force. Before she could regain footing, Bodhi struck once more. Changqing summoned her divine general to guard, but the impact hurled her backward, blood rising in her throat. Bodhi pressed forward, unleashing his Vajra true power. All 6 arms struck Changqing's divine general in unison, demolishing her defense and launching her through the air. Above, Xiaonan cried out in fear, calling to Ah Qing. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch, untouched, proclaimed that good and evil, cause and effect, all things under heaven and earth followed karma, and foolish mortals earned their retribution. Dust and smoke choked the Diluo Palace. The Bodhi Buddha Patriarch, cloaked in golden radiance, exuded an overwhelming presence. He moved without warning, a single step distorting the space around him. A colossal golden Buddha projection surged forth, its towering frame seeming to graze the heavens and trample the earth. The South Sea Sword. Saint gasped that Bodhi's cultivation clearly exceeded the myriad manifestations realm. The Beast Lord roared that the treacherous old man had concealed his true might. The Night Empress remarked that the girl had taken a direct blow and feared Changqing's life hung in the balance. Driven by panic, Xiaonan leapt down, declaring she had to help, convinced that if this continued, the white-haired girl would fall to the monk. Diluo instantly gave the order to seal her. A spherical barrier locked Xiaonan inside. She spun around, protesting and demanding an explanation. Diluo replied that while they stood at the myriad manifestations in heavenly human realms, she remained in the divine soul realm, and in a clash of this magnitude, her presence would only become a hindrance. He remarked that he wouldn't let her interfere. Xiaonan erupted, questioning why he didn't act himself. Diluo motioned downward and clarified that Master had instructed him only to assist her, not to intervene directly, and there was nothing he could do. He added that she needn't worry, since this was simply a trial Master had arranged for his disciple. If the situation became truly dangerous, he would step in. Xiaonan scoffed and remarked that she had a master too, questioning what their training had to do with her, and why she should be concerned. Below, as dust and debris swirled, Bodhi's voice rumbled that to receive his demon-subduing fist unguarded, even with a divine general shielding her, the girl was unquestionably crippled and immobilized, and once he returned her to the Buddhist realm for proper cultivation and correction, her path forward. His voice cut short. Where the ground lay in ruins, Chang Qing had vanished. Bodhi smiled and called it interesting. Chang Qing struck from behind, channeling the Tai Yin inverse profound art and slashing down with flowing light. The speed blurred vision. Bodhi failed to react in time, and a wound tore across his neck. Gasping for breath, Chang Qing murmured that Master's spiritual power had been completely exhausted. Bodhi, now missing a chunk of flesh from his neck, erupted in fury and scolded her for being a foolish girl. He demanded whether she believed such minor tricks could bring him down. The sheer force he emitted made it nearly impossible for Chang Qing to stay on her feet. He unveiled his true form. No longer a benevolent Buddha, he appeared utterly monstrous. He roared that he would grant her one final chance, to kneel and yield, to become one with the Buddhist realm. Chang Qing's reply, though strained, held firm as she declared her refusal to submit. Bodhi snorted and ordered her to kneel. A crushing weight pressed down on her like a mountain. Chang Qing trembled under it, but resisted once more. Watching through the projection, little Shur cried out that things had turned dire, that the spiritual power Master had given little Chang Qing was depleted, and warned that if this went on, that monstrous monk would end her. He turned to look, but Chen Ye was gone. Little Shi screamed in panic, demanding to know where Master had gone. Bodhi's voice thickened with malice as he proclaimed that a pure yin body was a once-in-an-era treasure, and if it could not serve their Buddhist realm, then it must be destroyed. He hurled his fist at her with lethal intent, but something intercepted it. From the outskirts of the battlefield, the South Sea Sword Saint stood dumbfounded. The Beast Lord and Night Empress stared in disbelief, unable to accept what they were seeing. At the most critical juncture, Chen Ye appeared before Chang Qing. He stopped Bodhi's strike with a single finger. Chang Qing cried out to Master. Chen Ye declared that a pitiful demonic cultivator from a minor world dared to call himself Buddha and had the audacity to command his disciple to kneel. He pronounced Bodhi unworthy. Bodhi faltered, trying to form a reply. Before he could utter another word, Chen Ye crushed the bones in his arm with that same finger. Bodhi howled in torment. Bodhi's arm bones fractured, the surge of pain dragging a howl from his throat. The Night Empress flinched, registering that Bodhi's limb had snapped from a mere touch, and demanded to know how such a thing was even possible. The South Sea Sword Saint, drenched in sweat, added that he hadn't even caught the motion. The Beast Lord glanced about and questioned whether fleeing had already become impossible. Before he could finish, a formation flared into place. A teleportation array locked around them, cutting off all movement. Chen Ye pivoted and directed Dai-Lo to escort the three nuisances away and imprison them. Dai-Lo complied, addressing Master with deference. Chang Qing, jaw clenched against the ache, confessed to Master that even with the spiritual energy he had granted her, she had failed to overcome the monk, and accepted blame. Chen Ye placed a hand on her head and commented evenly that the monk had hidden his cultivation, that he didn't belong to this world, and that the fault was not hers. He instructed her and the red-haired girl to follow Dai-Lo and leave. Zhao Nun replied with bright affirmation to Master. The three vanished from Dai-Lo Palace. Chen Ye shifted to face Bodhi and remarked that it was now his turn. Bodhi erupted, bellowing that with a single finger Chen Ye had ruined the body he had refined over a century, and demanded to know his identity. Chen Ye's tone turned icy as he replied that identity meant nothing, that the gesture was punishment for targeting his disciple, and challenged what gave Bodhi the right to address him at all. With a careless flick of his hand, Chen Ye severed Bodhi's legs. Bodhi collapsed in agony, yet kept ranting, spitting that Chen Ye dared to humiliate him alone, and questioned whether Chen Ye intended to defy the entire Buddhist realm. He warned that if he died here, the Buddhist sect would pursue Chen Ye and his disciple until both were hunted down and erased. Chen Ye extended his hand again, a glint of cold amusement touching his lips as he called on the Buddhist realm to show its hidden hand, to reveal the impersonators behind their facade. Bodhi stiffened, one word faltering on his tongue. Chen Ye pressed a finger to his forehead. Bodhi howled, a jagged scream of horror, and rejected what followed. A beam of light burst upward, hurtling past the stars. Chen Ye tracked its flight and halted at its end. The destination was the great heaven world of the Ditian Buddhist realm, a domain where Buddhism reigned. Buddhist nations filled the land, and monks passed freely. Demons, beasts, and humans walked together within the realm, united by the Buddhist path. Golden light shimmered across every form, golden lotuses floated beside them, and the entire scene radiated peace. A Buddha lord peered down at Chen Ye and demanded to know who he was, why he had gravely injured their Bodhi, and how he dared intrude on sacred soil. Tuateno Chen Ye surveyed the vision and registered that his suspicion had been correct, that the true Buddhist legacy had ended, yet the great heaven world endured. One inhabitant roared in outrage and ordered Chen Ye's capture, branding him a blight. Another stepped in, noting that the young visitor carried a trace of Taoist qi, and that Buddhist and Taoist sects had always remained apart. He proposed overlooking Bodhi's wounds if Chen Ye departed at once, and asked if that would suffice. Chen Ye frowned and remarked that the monk held no value, and that they lacked the standing to negotiate. He clarified that he had come to verify their inheritance of Buddhism, and expressed deep disappointment in the result. His comment drew stark reactions across the Ditian Buddhist realm. A demonic cultivator cut in, insisting that they were the true Buddhist sect, accusing Chen Ye of invading sacred ground and slandering them, and questioning whether he meant to spark conflict between Taoism and Buddhism. Chen Ye raised a hand and clarified that his Tao belonged to all heavens and all Taos, bearing no ties to the Taoist sect, and questioned how that could provoke war. He labeled them usurpers of another's legacy and demanded whether they truly saw themselves as Buddhas. He resolved that if they did, he would expand their vision and unveil the force of authentic Buddhism. The cultivators of the Ditian Buddhist realm shrieked, their bodies disintegrating, cries of panic filling the air as they pleaded for someone to halt him. Behind Chen Ye, a colossal halo ignited, exposing the true forms of the demonic cultivators. They howled toward him, their once serene exteriors unraveling into monstrous forms. One roared in denial, questioning what kind of divine being the Taoist was, asserting that his realm remained at world transformation, yet he could destroy their Dharma bodies, and speculated that he must be using some hidden art. They exchanged frantic words, agreeing that their masquerade couldn't be revealed, that consequences would spiral, and called for a combined strike to kill him. As they surged forward, Chen Ye vanished. The demonic cultivators scanned the void and questioned his whereabouts. One finally looked upward and froze as an enormous hand dropped from the sky. The cultivators shrieked, calling it the Tao, the Taoist, and questioning how such power could exist. Chen Ye's presence engulfed both them and the great heaven world. He recited that all compounded things were like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They cried out in despair, questioning how this could happen, how the great heaven world could be falling, and who the Taoist was, unable to accept that such force existed, that a single motion could erase their world. The demonic cultivators began to vanish. Chen Ye continued that all was like dew, like lightning. At last, the entire great heaven world ceased to be. He concluded that it should be seen in that way. Back at Diluo Palace, Yao Shi cried out in disbelief upon hearing the news, and turned to Master, asking whether he had truly destroyed the Buddhist realm. Chen Ye replied with composure, describing the Buddhist realm as nothing more than a congregation of demons cloaked in Buddhist guise, and dismissed its destruction as insignificant. Zhao Shi, alarmed, pointed out that without the Buddhist realm, the inheritance of the heavenly Buddhas would be lost. Chen Ye drank his tea and clarified that the true Buddhist inheritance had never resided there, and besides, the orthodox lineage had already perished in the future. He revealed that in the timeline to come, the heavens would be struck by the third annihilation level tribulation. The Buddhist deities would deplete their strength attempting to hold the collapsing worlds together, dragging both Buddhism and Taoism into ruin alongside them. Zhao Shi furrowed her brow and remarked that she couldn't grasp it, noting that they had transcended time through cultivation and stood now 100,000 years in the past. She added that little Qianfan and little Chongqing had once been gods, wondering whether Buddhism should not still exist. Chen Ye posed a question, asking if she had ever heard of the three Buddhas of Buddhism. Zhao Shi raised a hand and counted on her fingers, stating that the system had them recorded and that they were the Dipankara Buddha of the past, the Gautama Buddha of the present, and the Maitreya Buddha of the future. Chen Ye confirmed this, affirming that those three Buddhas were the highest sovereigns of the Buddhist pantheon. He explained that during the final heavenly tribulation, the three Buddhas, along with the 10 direction Buddhas and the entire Buddhist faith, had burned themselves out trying to defend the myriad realms. That sacrifice erased Buddhism's past, present, and future, leaving Orthodox Buddhism obliterated across all time. Xiao Shi clutched her head, lamenting that if both past and future were gone, her brain could no longer keep up. Chen Ye summoned a radiant artifact, its brilliance so intense that Xiao Shi immediately reached for sunglasses. She called out to Master, identifying the item as a golden lotus and marveling at its glittering form. Chen Ye stated that this was the Buddhist legacy, explaining that Dipankara, the Buddha of the past, had once been his sworn brother. Before Dipankara departed, he entrusted all 13 artifacts of orthodoxy into his care. Chen Ye declared that Buddhism had sacrificed itself for the greater good, erased from time, only to have its legacy defiled by impostors and twisted into evil. It was only natural, he added, to cleanse their remnants and reclaim the rightful name of the orthodox path. Xiao Shi acknowledged that the legacy now rested with him, and noted that so long as he endured, the lineage would survive. Chen Ye explained that should he find someone suitable, he would pass down the Buddhist teachings to keep its thread unbroken. Xiao Shi frowned and remarked that the Tao Venerable handing down Buddhist teachings felt somewhat misplaced. But Chen Ye glanced at Di Luo and gave instructions for Zhao He to summon Changqing and the others from the training grounds to the main hall, stating he had something important to address. Di Luo nodded, then turned to Xiao Shi with a puzzled look and wondered whether the name Xiao He now applied to him. Xiao Shi giggled, observing that Master's unique naming style had made another appearance and that the name signaled his formal inclusion among them. Chen Ye elaborated that the name Di Luo bore the sorrow of the celestial Luo and carried Zhao He's accumulated karma. He explained that if Zhao He wished to sever ties with the past, a new name was necessary, and from now on, he would be known as Zhao He. Zhao He bowed and expressed thanks to the Tao Venerable for bestowing the name. Out on the martial platform, Zhao Nan sparred with the Beast Lord. She took a punch square in the face, then yelped and asked whether she had somehow offended him, demanding to know why he insisted on pummeling her so fiercely. She grumbled that if the Taoist hadn't sealed her cultivation down to the return to origin realm, a little girl like him wouldn't even have scratched her. Xiao Nan deflected with her saber and taunted that she enjoyed hitting him because of his fur. Qing Shuang, watching nearby, added that he was a demon, so of course he was furry. Xiao Nan fired back that furry little creatures annoyed her the most. The Beast Lord bellowed that he was not little. Xiao Nan turned with confidence and informed A Qing that with A Shuang and her teaming up, even someone in the return to origin realm. Her words halted mid-sentence as she caught sight of Changqing, who had already downed the South Sea Sword Saint and the Night Empress. Now glancing around with a lost look, Changqing inquired if something was wrong. Xiao Nan replied quickly that it was nothing, then muttered that compared to Changqing's pure yin body techniques, their performance looked rather clumsy. The teleportation array above lit up and Zhao He arrived. He informed Changqing, Xiao Nan, and Qing Shuang that the Tao Venerable was summoning them to the main hall immediately for a discussion. Changqing responded with cheerful affirmation. Zhao Nan, trailing behind, muttered suspicions. Qing Shuang furrowed her brow, stating that she still couldn't make sense of that white-haired master's intentions. Zhao Nan answered with a shrug, saying whatever came would come, and pointed out that since the Tao Venerable had gone to such lengths to save them, he had no reason to harm them now. Zhao Nan then declared with boldness that they were transmigrators. Changqing tilted her head and grinned, playfully asking what that was supposed to imply, and suggested the Tao Venerable might have taken a liking to Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan blinked and questioned what he could possibly want from her. Qing Shuang's grin grew sharp as she teased that Zhao Nan had an adorable figure and a sharp tongue, the kind of traits the Jianghu described as love, hidden behind barbed words. Zhao Nan flared, hand flying to her saber, and demanded whether Qing Shuang was picking a fight. Once inside the main hall, she and Qing Shuang settled onto cushions, sharing a look of confusion. Zhao Nan repeated the phrase about joining the All Heavens Myriad Tao sect, letting the words linger. Seated high above, Chen Ye stated with authority that regardless of their past identities, by joining the All Heavens Myriad Tao sect, they had become his disciples, and the grand disciples he had long awaited. Changqing, seated beside him, lit up with joy, realizing Anan and her friend were now her junior sisters. Qing Shuang processed the meaning, understanding that the Tao Venerable intended to take them in. But Xiaonan's wariness deepened, suspecting she had just leapt from one peril into another. She glanced around and noted the sect's sparse roster of disciples, doubting its credibility. Qing Shuang's voice rang inside her head, berating her for being dense and saying that disciple count meant nothing when the sect leader was that strong. She challenged Yaonan to name anyone stronger than the Tao Venerable, and added that as transmigrators, keeping a low profile with such a powerful patron was their best move for surviving the myriad realms. Xiaonan weighed the logic and conceded she had no solid reason to reject the offer. With a deep breath, she bowed and offered her greetings to Master. Qing Shuang, wrapped in white robes, followed and greeted him as well. Chen Ye waved off the formality and called Chang Xing over. Chang Xing looked up, eyes flickering with uncertainty, and questioned what he wanted. Chen Ye declared that from that moment, Chang Xing would be their master. The three froze in shock. Chang Xing's thoughts spiraled, her usual poise cracking as her ice-blue eyes went wide, and she stammered that she was to be their master. Chen Yan nodded and confirmed that these two were always meant to be her disciples. Xiaonan's frustration surged. Her eyes rolled hard as she burst out, demanding what he was pulling, warning the white-haired Taoist not to push it, saying she had agreed to be his disciple, but not Chang Qing's, and complaining that A Qing was younger than her. Sensing rising tension, Chang Qing stepped in to calm her, urging her not to be rude and reasoning that Master must have a reason. Chen Ye turned his gaze to Xiaonan, voice even, and ordered her to be silent. At once, an unseen force locked her in place. She squirmed against it, words muffled, shouting that he couldn't treat her like this, and warning that she'd bite if he dared come closer. Chen Ye reached out, pinched her cheek, and remarked that she looked quite pleasant when quiet. Xiaonan snarled and threatened to bite him. Unmoved, Chen Ye continued, explaining that their transmigrator status had never been hidden from him, and that, as such, even if they perished, their fates wouldn't impact the heavenly law world. Xiaonan's complexion paled. The secret of her reincarnation, guarded in silence, had been unveiled by this white-haired man. A shiver ran down her spine, breath caught tight in her chest. Chen Ye, still composed, instructed her to recognize Chang Xing as her master, now that she understood. He tugged slightly at the corner of her mouth and remarked that she was quite pretty, lamenting only her foul temper, and reminded her that as a disciple of the myriad Tao sect, such behavior would no longer be permitted. Tears brimmed in Xiaonan's eyes as she forced out an apology to Grandmaster and promised to change. In a place beyond time, a fist slammed against the table, followed by a furious cry over the destruction of the great heaven world, an outrage that this was the game master they had chosen. The figure with white wings replied that they had misjudged this time and conceded that they hadn't expected such ruthless decisiveness in erasing an entire realm, then ordered all operatives to steer clear of Chen Ye. The black-haired man fumed, unwilling to let the matter drop, and demanded whether all his efforts to infiltrate the Buddhist realm, fabricate that false Buddha, and spread corrupted teachings would now go to waste. The white-winged woman turned on him and challenged whether he truly intended to throw every divine agent under their command into a suicide mission, just to avenge the Buddhist realm. The black-haired man clenched his fists and held his tongue. The white-winged woman went on, stating that greater goals required restraint, and although the realm's loss was a blow, it would not derail the broader strategy. She revealed that Chen Ye had already brought in the human emperor and the demon ancestor, and that the temporal celestial venerable would be next. She explained that the girl had cut all ties since birth, sealed away her power, and removed herself from the influence of the heavenly saints. She noted that the girl still didn't know her purpose, but said that it made no difference, reasoning that as long as she stayed by Chen Ye's side and earned his trust, everything would continue on track. She stated the moment had not yet come and emphasized that unless necessary, she would avoid confronting the strongest of the heavenly divine envoys. Elsewhere, Zhao Si sneezed and wondered why a sudden chill had crept up her spine. In the human emperor realm, Qianfan hurled his spear forward and declared his use of 9 Dragons Supreme, along with dragon spear breaks. His weapon tore clean through the massive dragon. Zhao Si nibbled on popcorn and sipped her milk tea, clearly enjoying the show as she commented on how impressive it looked. She noted that little Qianfan had skewered 2 silver dragons in a single strike and guessed he might break through to the innate realm soon. Chen Ye addressed Zhao Si, bringing up the Heart Demon quest and asking when it had hit 99% completion. Xiaoxi flinched and stumbled over her reply, admitting it had reached that mark a while ago, but Master had been too occupied for her to bring it up, admitting she completely forgot. Then tacked on that since the quest was basically finished, the timing didn't matter, finishing with a sheepish chuckle. Without hesitation, Chen Ye shifted her into energy-saving mode, reducing her to a glowing, winged orb. He held her loosely in his palm and pressed her again, pointing out that she had also failed to mention the completion of earlier quests, and asking if anything else had slipped past him. Xiaoxi squeezed tight, squeaked out an apology, and insisted there was truly nothing else, reaffirming that all the other quests were done and only the Heart Demon one remained. Chen Ye flicked Xiaoxi behind him. He remarked that Changqing should no longer have any heart demons, yet the quest lingered, which meant some hidden danger remained unresolved. Xiaoxi returned to her regular form, rubbed her forehead, and agreed. She recounted that in the timeline she came from, little Changqing had turned into the white-haired demon ancestor, a figure who butchered countless heavenly realm elites and razed dozens of worlds, her name instilling terror across the realms. She continued that the transformation likely stemmed from a mix of traumatic past events and her unique constitution. She believed becoming his disciple had at least partially soothed that emotional rift. She noted that the presence of the red-haired girl also helped address any lingering social gaps in Changqing's life. With both familial and friendly bonds seemingly mended, she concluded that only one factor remained. Chen Ye, now lying down, followed that train of thought. He agreed that regardless of the quest status, the Heart Demon issue needed resolution soon. Leaving it unchecked could ruin Changqing's cultivation later. He resolved to speak with her when the moment allowed and decided that would be enough for today. With that, he shut his eyes to rest. Xiaoxi drifted over and tugged the blanket into place, murmuring that she would try to figure something out as well, then offered him a quiet goodnight. She then settled down next to Chen Ye. Even with eyes closed, Chen Ye still called her name. The little winged girl answered and asked if he needed a bedtime story to fall asleep. She offered one, starting with a mountain where a temple stood, and within it lived a monk. Chen Ye lightly tapped her on the head and mumbled for her to quiet down and dim her light. Xiaoxi quickly shut off her glow, apologized, and admitted it had slipped her mind. Late into the night, under the cool air and glowing moonlight, Xiaonan twisted restlessly in her room and griped to Qing Shuang that no one should be forced into taking a master. She muttered that she had wandered the heavens for years without ever suffering such humiliation. Qing Shuang, brushing her hair calmly, acknowledged the complaint and reminded her that she had been repeating the same grievance all evening. She also pointed out that their Grandmaster had handed them divine-level cultivation techniques and that becoming disciples was hardly a loss. Zhao Nan kept muttering that if he had just accepted them as his own disciples directly, she would have been fine with it. But forcing them to accept his disciple as their master and even threatening to kill them for refusing was beyond outrageous. She then turned to Changqing and brought up whether their Grandmaster had also used such heavy-handed methods to make her a disciple. Changqing, folding up her blanket, turned and clarified that he had not. She calmly explained that 8 years prior, due to her pure yin constitution, a demonic cultivator targeted her. That woman wiped out her entire family and raised her as a cultivation cauldron. When she came of age, her master rescued her and gave her the chance to personally avenge her kin. She stated clearly that he never coerced her, nor did he desire her body for cultivation. He had always treated her with gentle respect. At the mention of Chen Ye, Xiaonan's skin prickled. She wondered aloud if they were speaking about the same person and commented that back when he was accepting disciples, she had sensed it clearly. If she had dared to protest even slightly, he would have ended her right there. The realization suddenly hit her, and she urged herself to hold on. She leaned in close to Changqing and asked carefully whether she could pose a question, then pushed further, asking if their master perhaps had feelings for their Grandmaster. Before she could even blink, Changqing's pure yin constitution lashed out, hurling Xiaonan across the room. Clutching her skull, Xiaonan cried out in pain and insisted it had only been a joke, questioning if that level of reaction was really necessary. Qing Shuang laughed and declared that she deserved it. Changqing was still their master, and that sort of joke crossed the line. Turning back around, cheeks flushed red, Changqing admitted that she did like her master. Across from her, both girls froze in place. Xiaonan immediately urged clarification, asking for a moment to be sure. Given Chang Qing's particular way of interpreting things, she might have misunderstood. She pointed out that she was referring not to admiration between mentor and student, but romantic affection. She asked if Chang Qing understood the distinction. After a short pause, Chang Qing quietly questioned whether that meant she liked him that way too. Xiaonan felt the beginnings of a migraine. Her master was harboring feelings for her grandmaster. She wondered how things had spiraled this far. Qing Shuang, on the other hand, took a brighter view and mused that the situation might not be all that bad. Xiaonan spun toward her, baffled, and demanded how she could think that way, insisting it would ruin everything. Qing Shuang leaned close and whispered into Xiaonan's ear, suggesting that she think about it. They were now Master Chang Qing's disciples. If she became the Grand Master's partner, their position in the sect would soar. The logic hit hard. Hearing that, Xiaonan lit up and acknowledged that she had a point. In that case, if Master Chang Qing ended up with Grandmaster, would they not gain a dramatic rise in status? Qing Shuang confirmed this with a single word. Xiaonan sprang up and grabbed Chang Qing's hand, declaring that she and Qing Shuang would fully back her in winning over Grandmaster. Qing Shuang added, laughing, that the entire mission of securing Grandmaster's affection could be left to them. Chang Qing looked genuinely puzzled and asked what they meant by capturing Grandmaster's heart. Xiaonan, seated on her right, leaned in and lowered her voice, signaling her to listen closely. She began outlining step 1, then step 2. On the left, Qing Shuang chimed in with more steps, assuring her that if she followed each one properly, Grandmaster would be entirely smitten. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, dark clouds covered the sky. From the heights above, a bolt of lightning pierced downward, targeting the tallest mountain peak, its sound reverberating through the air. Mounted atop her spirit beast, Fu Ling observed that the 9-9 heavenly tribulation of the celestial realm marked the final barrier and appeared to pose no threat. Qianfan had entered the tribulation and emerged unharmed. Fu Ling, who had waited outside for some time, offered her congratulations to Master Qianfan for surviving the ordeal and successfully advancing to the celestial realm. She noted that achieving this realm at such an age placed Master among the rarest talents across the heavens. Qianfan responded with a smile, recalling that perhaps enduring so many of Master's lightning talismans in the past had made this celestial tribulation feel easier than expected. She reached a conclusion. She affirmed privately that no matter how many disciples Master accepted, she would always remain the most cherished eldest. As senior sister, it was her duty to lead by example for the others. Suddenly, Fu Ling called out to Master Qianfan. She turned her head and asked what it was. Fu Ling informed her of a massive surge of spiritual energy approaching the Heavenly Emperor realm. Qianfan glanced into the distance and responded that she would take a look. Her gaze sharpened, able to view distant space with telescopic clarity. Beyond their realm, a moving fleet came into view. Qianfan drew in a breath and identified them as spirit pearls. In the demonic realm, inside the Dao Palace, Qing Shuang, soaking in a hot spring, asked whether it was really possible to bathe in such luxury and how Xiaonan had known the Grandmaster could manifest one. Xiaonan, relaxing nearby, explained that since both the palace and their rooms had previously appeared out of nowhere, she had assumed the area was capable of such transformations. She added that even the snowy weather had been a surprise, but a welcome one. She brought up the plan they had initiated. Earlier that day, Chang Qing had approached Chen Ye and softly requested permission to use a hot spring. Chen Ye had easily agreed, remarking that pairing cultivation with rest was beneficial and gave his approval. They had not expected Grandmaster to accept the idea so easily. Qing Shuang extended a hand and asked Xiaonan whether she had noticed the hot spring water felt unusual. Xiaonan confirmed that she had sensed it too, stating it was brimming with spiritual energy and closely resembled Earth Mother spiritual liquid, though with a purifying enhancement. They reclined again, sighing in satisfaction. Qing Shuang remarked that soaking in such precious liquid felt as though their souls were being cleansed and mused that they might as well live there forever. Xiaonan agreed brightly, praising the sect's advantages as excellent. Then a realization struck them. Xiaonan sat upright and remarked that they had nearly forgotten something important. She looked toward the woman across from her and asked about the progress on the task she had entrusted her with. The Night Empress of the demonic realm, also lounging in the spring, replied irritably that she had completed it yesterday, muttering that those little brats had actually ordered around a celestial like her and used her as their informant. Xiaonan quickly explained that none of them knew how to sew, So what other choice did they have? The Night Empress conceded that, given the luxury of the hot spring, she would let them off the hook this time. Xiaonan tapped the Night Empress's chest and promised that if she performed well, they would speak to Grand Master on her behalf and seek her freedom. But if she failed, she could continue serving as their punching bag outside the palace. The Night Empress shot back that she was a damn brat. Just then, Changqing stepped forward timidly and remarked that the clothes didn't seem to fit quite right. The Night Empress, Xiaonan, and Qing Shuang turned to stare at her, stunned. Changqing mumbled that perhaps they should forget the whole thing. Qing Shuang turned to Xiaonan and asked whether her strategy still involved seduction, noting she had learned over 10 different enchanting techniques, but rarely used them. Xiaonan defended her plan firmly, explaining that seduction was too basic and this was her custom design. She argued that if it were only about attraction, there were countless ways. But based on her early assessment of Grandmaster, he would never fall for anything flashy. She insisted that innocence, a well-proportioned figure, and that face combined were the ultimate weapon. Xiaonan, proudly claiming mastery over love strategy, laid out her reasoning. Changqing cautiously asked whether Master would actually like it. Xiaonan responded with confidence, calling it a triple blow: snowfall, hot springs, and a beautiful woman. She asserted that even if Grandmaster had a heart of stone, he would be moved and that this time she would win. Internally, she resolved to reclaim the dignity she had once lost. She darted toward Changqing, urging her to come closer so she could style her hair. Watching her enthusiasm, Changqing quickly stepped back, protesting in confusion over what hair she was referring to and what she planned to do. Elsewhere, Zhao Si asked Master why he felt like using a hot spring that day. Chen Ye replied that rest held equal value to cultivation, that Changqing's request had been rare, and that the heart demon quest had reached a dead end for now, so they would uncover the next step eventually. Zhao Si acknowledged that the heart demon issue could not be forced, and noted it was the only quest left. Although no new quest could be triggered yet, Zhao Si stated that he had already gathered extensive information on the third disciple and prompted Master to examine it. Chen Ye glanced at the system interface and saw a flower. He instantly recognized it as the year's celestial. Zhao Si added that, given her celestial title, she must have been a well-known figure, yet her name had never surfaced among the heavens. Chen Ye took a sip of tea and commented that her obscurity was no surprise, explaining that even during her era, few had known of her existence, and without wielding a power of law, her presence would naturally fade from memory. Zhao Si asked with suspicion why that would happen. Chen Ye clarified that her original form was the year's flower, a legendary divine spiritual root, inherently tied to the power of law over space. He deduced that she had likely used the law of time to erase herself from collective memory. Zhao Si asked again, confused, whether erasing memories was even possible. Chen Ye replied that it wasn't so strange, that those without law powers would simply fail to retain awareness of her, but that he remained curious about her motives and what had led to her death, given her role as guardian of the law of time. He mused that Qin Shuangka becoming his third disciple was indeed intriguing. Elsewhere, the girls were still preparing to launch their plan. Xiaonan and Qing Shuang laughed and checked whether Changqing remembered all the details, noting it was time for her grand entrance. Changqing cried out nervously for them to wait, but Xiaonan and Qing Shuang had already summoned a wave, tossing Changqing directly into Master's hot spring. Water surged in every direction, even soaking Zhao Si. Changqing emerged from beneath the surface, coughing. Zhao Si let out a sharp yelp at the sight of little Changqing. Chen Ye's gaze remained composed, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He parted them to ask what had brought Changqing there, and made a passing remark about her clothing. Zhao Si leaned out, her interest piqued by how stunning Changqing looked. Changqing faltered, admitting she had come to bathe with Master, and questioning whether that was forbidden. Behind a crack in the wooden wall, Xiaonan cursed her poor view, and muttered about how Grandmaster really had to be such a gentleman, sealing the place with both a concealment spell and a barrier. Qing Shuang agreed. Xiaonan, flashing a wicked grin, proposed they sneak a look anyway. Qing Shuang rejected the idea outright, and warned that if she had a death wish, she should go alone. Xiaonan's grin didn't budge as she pointed out that Anan was their master too, and questioned whether she wasn't even a little curious. Qing Shuang conceded she was, but not to that extent. Inside the hot spring, the scene had settled into stillness. Changqing sat beside her master without a word. Her heart raced, Her face burned crimson. Her mind scrambled as panic took over, every bit of Xiaonan's coaching erased by just being near him. Then Chen Ye turned to her and mentioned he didn't remember giving her those clothes, asking whether they were Xiaonan's idea. Chang Qing quickly denied it. Chen Ye's eyes didn't leave hers. Chang Qing admitted it was her doing, that she had given them to her. Chen Ye called her name. She turned and responded. Chen Ye asked if there was something important she meant to tell him. Chang Qing's guilt surged, and she stuttered that there was. Clutching her chest, she feared her heart might burst and questioned inwardly whether Master already knew. She tried to steady herself, just in case she had written Xiaonan's advice on her palm. But as she opened her hand, she found the words gone, washed away by the hot spring. A silent cry of despair rang through her. Then Zhao Ci's wrist device chimed. She reported that there had been a shift in the Heart Demon quest progression. Chen Ye reached out and gently stroked Chang Qing's head. He smiled and acknowledged that he knew what had happened. Because of the Chan Yue sect incident, her family had been erased from this world. Her special constitution had condemned her to years of confinement, and regaining freedom had not come easily. He recognized how hard it must be to let go of her hatred. He expressed his wish that she wouldn't blame her pure yin constitution or dwell on the past. Chang Qing, confused, asked whether she was supposed to blame herself. Chen Ye clarified that while he had the power to reverse life and death, her family hadn't been cultivators. Their souls had already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Interfering would disrupt karma too heavily. He admitted he couldn't intervene recklessly, but added that if doing so would bring her peace. Chang Qing interrupted and assured him it wasn't necessary. Knowing her parents had reincarnated was enough. She emphasized that she bore no resentment toward her constitution. She recalled how she once believed that without the pure yin body, she would have lived an ordinary life, and perhaps the Su family disaster wouldn't have occurred. In captivity, she had wanted to end everything many times. She remembered how he had rescued her from that demon and given her the chance to avenge her family, to reclaim her humanity. Zhao Ci, monitoring the system, spotted the progress bar hit 99.8% and cheered that it was nearly there. Meanwhile, Chang Qing went on, explaining that for the first time, she no longer saw her pure yin constitution as a curse. It had brought her to him. It had made her his disciple. Chen Ye, observing her, concluded privately that with so much resentment released, the heart demon would naturally. Chang Qing then said there was something more she needed to tell her master. Chen Ye calmly gave her leave to speak. With resolve, she admitted that Chang Qing liked master. The words stunned both Zhao Ci and Chen Ye. Chen Ye answered by explaining that they were master and disciple, suggesting she had misread her emotions. Chang Qing grasped his hand and insisted there was no mistake. The feelings weren't those between master and disciple. She liked him. Chen Ye placed a hand over her mouth, his eyes unreadable. He gently noted that she was only 18. The only man she had ever spent time with was him. He stated she didn't yet understand what romantic love truly meant. The words landed hard. Pain flickered across Chang Qing's face. Her eyes brimmed, and her voice grew faint. Tears fell. She turned away and said she had gone too far and would trouble him no more. She stood and departed. Scolding herself for her recklessness, she walked off, ashamed of ever confessing. Watching her go, Zhao Ci asked what they should do next. Chen Ye, still expressionless, considered whether he himself was her heart demon. Zhao Ci scanned the data. She confirmed it looked that way. Worse, she pointed out that now that he had rejected her, the heart demon quest progress had started to crash. To think, Zhao Ci murmured, the ever-obedient Chang Qing had confessed like that, only to face Master, the eternal glacier. It had been doomed all along. Chen Ye rose. If he was the heart demon, then it had to be resolved swiftly. He ordered that they move. Zhao Ci followed at once. She suggested that, for the quest's sake, perhaps he should simply hear her out. Repeating herself, she urged again, if it was for the quest, why not just listen? Chen Ye turned, his stare ice cold. He remarked that Zhao Ci had grown quite chatty. Zhao Ci let out a yelp and rushed to apologize, swearing that if he pinched her again, she might come out lopsided. Meanwhile, Zhao Ci climbed out of the hot spring, fastened her wings, and tied her hair into two high ponytails. She puffed her cheeks and trailed after Chen Ye. She called out that they should leave. Chen Ye glanced back and questioned whether she had forgotten something. Zhao Ci blinked, confused. She wondered aloud what she could have missed. The realization struck, and she burst out that her ring was still in the hot spring, casually serving as a floaty. Chen Ye sighed and murmured the retrieval command. The spring water drained back. What emerged, however, was not just water. 2 bamboo tubes surfaced through the falling steam, revealing Xiaonan and Qing Shuang crouched inside, caught red-handed. Zhao Si immediately declared that these 2 were Changqing's disciples. Chen Ye frowned, demanding to know what they were doing there. Xiaonan scrambled to respond, urging for a chance to explain and launching into her defense. Qing Shuang instantly pointed to Xiaonan, disowning the entire scheme and placing full blame on her. Xiaonan turned on her, stunned, and called her a busty traitor for throwing her under the cart. Qing Shuang kept her innocent front and advised her to take responsibility, suggesting an apology might earn ancestors' forgiveness. Xiaonan scoffed and refused to apologize, snapping that Qing Shuang had been just as nosy. Chen Ye, now standing beside them, noted that their discipleship had only just begun and that Changqing remained too soft-hearted to instill real discipline. Cold sweat broke out across both girls' foreheads. He reached out and pinched each of their cheeks. Their pitiful yelps rang throughout the springs. Later that night, the moon burned bright overhead. Xiaonan sat to Changqing's left, patting her shoulder and brushing off the rejected confession. She claimed it was nothing serious. Qing Shuang, seated on the right, blamed the whole thing on Xiaonan's reckless planning. Xiaonan protested that she had only meant to help Master Changqing. Qing Shuang pushed back, accusing her of using any means necessary and mocking her fake expertise. Xiaonan fired back that she had been swamped with suitors in the demonic realm, rejecting dozens daily, to the point it became exhausting. Nanda Qing Shuang coolly noted that she had never heard of Xiaonan being in a real relationship. Xiaonan snapped that she simply had high standards and flipped the accusation, noting Qing Shuang was no different, never once mentioning a partner, despite how long they had known each other. Qing Shuang replied flatly that romance would only hinder her cultivation. Changqing stayed hunched over, heavy with disappointment. The 3, none of whom had a shred of relationship experience, continued to lecture like seasoned experts. Xiaonan went on about how tragic it all was and suggested that even if Changqing wanted someone, she might as well marry a ghost. Qing Shuang exploded, demanding to know if she was a pig, and reminded her that she hadn't always been a spirit. She accused Xiaonan of spouting nonsense and dared her to settle it with a fight. Xiaonan tossed back an insult, calling her big boobs and challenging her right back. Qing Shuang accepted with open arms. Their argument escalated while Changqing sighed quietly below them. She wondered whether he would come to despise her. Xiaonan rushed to reassure her, insisting he would not. She claimed to be his favorite and swore he would never turn against her over something so minor. Qing Shuang chimed in that it was likely just awkwardness due to their roles, not rejection out of dislike. Xiaonan slung an arm around Changqing and claimed that men were all the same. She gushed that Master Changqing was brilliant and adorable and would have no trouble finding someone worthy. She then declared that Ancestor was too old-fashioned to understand love, launching into a sweeping generalization that all men were trash before she could finish. Changqing clamped a hand over her mouth. She stared at Xiaonan and warned her not to speak poorly of Master. Xiaonan gave a sharp nod, subdued. She murmured her agreement. A knock came at the door. Xiaonan perked up, sure it had to be Master, and dashed to open it. Chen Ye stepped straight inside. Qing Shuang and Xiaonan excused themselves quickly. They pointed out that Master was inside and left the room to give them privacy. Chen Ye responded with his usual indifference. He shut the door behind him, leaving his 2 newest disciples outside. Xiaonan turned to Qing Shuang with excitement, whispering that Ancestor clearly wasn't clueless. If he had come to Changqing on his own, then their plan was showing progress. Qing Shuang hissed at her to quiet down, reminding her that Ancestor could still hear everything. Xiaonan leaned in and whispered directly in her ear. She explained that, as concerned disciples, it was only natural to care about their master and ancestors' budding romance. Qing Shuang caught on and replied that if she was so curious, she should eavesdrop herself. Xiaonan begged her until the 2 ended up with their ears pressed to the door. Oh, Xiaonan squealed softly that her mouth said no, but her body betrayed the truth. Qing Shuang groaned and told her to shut up, grumbling that her skull wasn't reinforced like Xiaonan's, and she didn't need Ancestor cracking it again. That was when Zhao Si arrived. She raised an eyebrow and muttered at the sight. She called out the pair for creeping by the door and ordered a lockdown in the name of Lord Xiao Si. A large boulder answered her summon, barreling toward the heads of Xiaonan and Qingxuang. Qingxuang looked up, spotted the massive rock, and asked if Xiaonan had conjured the boulder. Xiaonan snapped back with a question about whether Qingxuang had lost her mind, pointing out they were eavesdropping, and she wouldn't summon something that obvious. The boulder came crashing down on their hiding spot. Two shrill cries followed, along with a rising cloud of dust. Xiao Si blew on her staff and announced that little Chang Qing's heart demon trial had reached a key point, and she couldn't allow the two junior disciples to disrupt the old man. Unconscious, Xiaonan and Qingxuang were dragged off the scene. After Chen Ye entered the room, the mood turned awkward. A few seconds passed in silence before Chen Ye noted that he would be leaving the demonic realm in 3 days. Chang Qing turned her head sharply, startled by the news, and asked if Master truly intended to leave the demonic realm. Before Chen Ye could begin explaining, she dropped to her knees and bowed her head low. She took responsibility, admitting her mistake in how she had spoken to him, and vowed to cultivate in earnest and let go of such foolish emotions. Sobbing, she begged Master not to cast her aside. Chen Ye sighed, reached out, and helped her to her feet. He told her to stand. He explained that he had stayed in the demonic realm for some time. He had come to this world for her. Now that she had progressed and her pure yin physique no longer posed a danger, it was time for him to move on to the next world. The decision had been made long before and wasn't because of her words. Chang Qing kept crying. She asked if Master was angry at her for being disrespectful. Chen Ye smiled at her. He noted that the once timid little girl who struggled to speak could now lay bare her feelings with clarity. Watching his disciple grow, he saw no cause for resentment. Chen Ye pulled Chang Qing closer. He explained that, regarding her confession, he had existed across countless realms for a very long time. The years he had lived far exceeded what she could comprehend. Across those years, beyond the winds and lights of infinite worlds, what he had seen most was the endless tide of parting and reunion, life and death. Having cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, he had walked his path alone. At some point, he had stopped wanting to keep anyone beside him. He acknowledged her feelings. Love carried many meanings. But at that moment, the only feeling he held for her was the sincere affection of a master for his disciple. He would not lie to her. Running or pretending would only wound her deeper. Chang Qing raised her head and asked if Master truly wouldn't hold her feelings against her. Chen Ye gave another gentle smile. He reassured her that he didn't mind and urged her not to let it burden her. He added that there was more. In 3 days, they would leave the demonic realm. She would accompany him to the human emperor realm to meet her senior sister. Chang Qing's expression shifted, and she asked in surprise if she really had a senior sister. Chen Ye confirmed she did. The human emperor realm and the demonic realm were merely lesser heavenly realms. Managing them separately had become too much of a hassle. He needed her and Qianfan to merge them. Fusing worlds required not just the right methods, but also a heavenly human realm cultivation level. Her senior sister, Qianfan, of the human emperor realm, had broken through a few days earlier. She too would need to push toward the heavenly human realm soon. He concluded that it was late and told her to rest. Chen Ye rose to leave. Chang Qing ran after him, calling to Master. Chen Ye turned and asked what it was and if she had more questions. Chang Qing lowered her gaze, took a breath, and loudly declared that she would train diligently from that moment forward. She believed that one day she would reach his heart. Chen Ye, with hundreds of thousands of years behind him, still heard her words clearly. He smiled. Elsewhere, Xiao Si's system flashed a completion rate of 100% on the heart demon trial. She beamed, stating that only Master could resolve such a complex issue in a single move. She added that the heavenly scriptures reigned supreme, and affairs of love and hate always got neatly tied up under his hand. Chen Ye returned to his room, his expression darkening as he spotted the problem. Xiaonan was sound asleep on his bed. Xiao Si quickly explained that Chang Qing's 2 disciples had been eavesdropping outside. She had worried they would disrupt Master's important work, so she had rendered them unconscious. Chen Ye's face didn't change. He stayed quiet. Xiao Si went on, noting that she lacked the Dao Palace's authority, so she couldn't make a new room. She had feared they might catch cold if left outside, so she had temporarily placed them with Master. She added that in the matter of romantic entanglements, if he truly couldn't accept his disciple, he could consider his grand disciple. She continued, suggesting that Master could simply skip the romance phase altogether. Chen Ye raised a finger, triggered energy-saving mode, and remarked that she had really been pushing her luck lately. Xiaoxi curled into a round ball, wailing that she had only been joking. Only joking. Early in the morning, a downcast Xiaonan pressed for what had occurred between ancestor and master during the night. Qing Shuang answered that she was just as clueless, having been knocked out as well. She remarked that she only came to back inside the ring. She reminded that matters between elders weren't for juniors to meddle in. She confessed she didn't want another beating. Still unwilling to let it go, Xiaonan beamed as she praised Master Chang Cheng's brilliance. She explained that ever since that day, she had been training with Little Black without pause. She mentioned that she had already broken through to the soul condensation realm in just 2 days, and wondered aloud if another 2 days might push her toward Ascension. Qing Shuang cheerfully responded that Master was a rare genius, and that average people like them had no chance of matching her. Xiaonan blurted out her envy. She brought up that Little Black could even channel its master's spiritual power for joint cultivation, and observed that it was no surprise so many from the evil sects had died trying to steal it in the past. The sword spirit, Tao Lin, suddenly emerged behind her, thumped her on the head with a wooden sword, and demanded silence. Xiaonan snapped back, yelling about what Tao Lin thought she was doing, and insisting that as her master, she wasn't supposed to be hit. Tao Lin coolly responded that despite Xiaonan being her master, her strength remained laughably weak. She clarified that Dao Venerable had tasked her with overseeing cultivation, especially hers. She made it clear she had full authority to use force. Xiaonan clutched her head in pain, groaning that she should never have accepted the deal. She grumbled that she had assumed it was a perk for being the grand disciple. She realized that gifting her a spiritual tool had only been a pretext for constant surveillance, and cursed the rotten ancestor. Qing Shuang gently coaxed her, urging her to endure, and reminding her that ancestor only meant well. She added that Tao Lin was a sweet girl regardless, and at least looked better than someone who slept 12 hours a day. 2 days earlier, before departing, Chen Ye had gathered his disciples and declared that from then on, Little Black would be under Chang Qing's command. He explained that Little Black, being a spiritual tool forged from a divine soul, could drastically improve cultivation speed once contracted and attuned. Chang Qing responded with visible delight, offering her thanks to Master. Little Black bowed respectfully and acknowledged its new master. Chang Qing smiled and instructed it to refer to her as Chang Qing going forward, urging it to work hard alongside her in cultivation. Xiaonan and Qing Shuang watched from behind, unable to hide their jealousy. Chen Ye turned to the pair and asked Tao Lin for her thoughts on the red-haired girl. Tao Lin responded without hesitation, offering to examine her. Tao Lin stepped toward Xiaonan. Bracing for another knock, Xiaonan warily asked what she was up to. Tao Lin took her hand and assessed her condition, noting mediocre aptitude, divine soul realm at its peak, spotty cultivation effort, and techniques of no real note. However, she acknowledged that despite her rash personality, Xiaonan valued loyalty and upheld righteousness. She remarked that not unlike Master Zhongyi, the girl carried a deep-rooted fear and hatred toward ghosts and demonic spirits. She concluded the evaluation by confirming her suitability, Dao Venerable. Xiaonan, on hearing this, bristled and defended herself, arguing that a fear of ghosts didn't equate to theft. She questioned whether that needed to be declared for all to hear. Chen Ye leisurely sipped his tea and stated that her own satisfaction was what mattered. He then turned to Qing Shuang. He remarked that rebuilding her physical body posed no great challenge. He pointed out that her cultivation was based on heavenly fire, and that, relative to developing a new body, her spiritual form suited her far better. Qing Shuang stammered that she could handle rebuilding her body on her own, and that there was no need to trouble ancestor. Chen Ye retrieved a magical artifact and revealed it to be a fragment of the divine fire diagram he had once come across. He explained it wasn't appropriate for Qianfan or Changqing, so he would pass it to her. On hearing divine fire fragment, Xiaoxi perked up and began to recall. Within, she remarked that it was extremely dangerous and that anyone burned by it would turn into an idiot. She exclaimed that the Dao Palace would soon go up in flames. Regardless, Chen Ye handed the divine fire diagram to Qing Shuang for safekeeping. As she held it, the divine fire shifted into the form of a small bird. Xiaoxi looked on in surprise. The divine fire diagram lowered its head and greeted the Dao Venerable. Chen Ye asked why the Wangshuan Li fire had chosen that appearance. The small bird explained that its name had become too much of a hassle to repeat and requested to be called Little Li instead. It shared that within its world, Wuliang and Qilian Big Sister had taught it etiquette. From that moment, Little Li, identified as a bird, gave a stiff cough and declared itself the Tao Venerable's pet, pledging to bite anyone he wished. Chen Ye acknowledged this and assigned it to Qing Shuang as her natal spirit tool. Xiao Si popped her head out again and recalled that the fireball used to be terrifying, wondering aloud what had changed it inside the old master's item space. Qing Shuang held Little Li in her hands and introduced herself as Qing Shuang, expressing her pleasure. The little bird gave her a cold stare and refused. It emphasized her weakness, still lingering at Divine Soul Realm without even a physical body, and accused her of overreaching. Though it was just a fragment, it still identified as a noble divine artifact and mocked her as a failure who should return home to take a wrencher over the family store instead of humiliating herself outside. As Little Lei went on, a hand emerged from the item space, wielding a spiked hammer, and cracked it on the head. It cried out in pain and called Qilian Big Sister. Qilian continued hitting while reprimanding it, reminding that a spirit tool must follow its master. She warned that if it refused to serve the Grand Disciple, it could return at once. Whether used as a punching bag or a shield, even a wild chicken like it had some value. The little bird could only sob and admit fault, gushing over its joy in the arrangement. Qilian barked at it to apologize to its master. Little Li bowed and apologized to Big Sister Qilian. She raised her hammer again and snapped that it was Qing Shuang who needed the apology. The bird cried again, turned to Chen Yi, and apologized while pleading not to be sent back into that world. Chen Yi gave his approval and assigned it to follow Qing Shuang. Slightly flustered, Qing Shuang thanked the ancestor. 3 days later, in the imperial palace, Xiao Si fluttered beside Chen Yi and brought up whether he really planned to bring little Changqing with him. Chen Yi confirmed. He explained that for now, only Qianfan and Changqing would go, but more disciples would follow. He noted that the myriad heavens and 10,000 Dao sect needed a proper foundation. He added that merging minor worlds like the human emperor realm and the demonic realm would simplify future disciple management. After hearing this, Xiao Si concluded that the old master, being utterly straight, probably missed the implication. She considered the human emperor and demon ancestors' sworn animosity and wondered what chaos would erupt if they collided. To make things worse, she added, both were clearly into him, which meant this wasn't just any old Shura battlefield. At that moment, Changqing and Zhaonan trailed behind with others, backpacks in tow. Changqing cheerfully announced they were ready. Qing Shuang reminded Zhaonan about the storage rings. Zhaonan, hoisting a giant bundle, answered that it was about setting the mood and asked if she even got it. Chen Ye opened the spatial passage and instructed them to enter. Everything was swept inside. Sitting on the flying carpet, Qing Shuang glanced around, puzzled. She recalled that in the heavenly human realm, she had traversed other worlds before. Still, she reasoned that only nearby small worlds could be reached, and the energy cost was immense. She admitted she had never witnessed Ancestor's method. Zhaonan, seated beside her, scoffed and called her an idiot, explaining that they were within Ancestor's spatial passage. She claimed this was genuine space-time traversal. Changqing, sitting on the opposite side, passed a cup of tea and urged Master to drink. A golden flash of spiritual energy whipped past. Chen Ye immediately opened his eyes. Xiao Si, alarmed, asked what had happened, pointing out the sudden mood shift and suspecting something had gone wrong. Chen Ye explained that when he left the human emperor realm, he had gifted Qianfan spiritual robes embedded with a seal. He revealed that the robes had just been damaged. He warned them to hold tight because they were accelerating toward the human emperor realm. Xiaonan let out a frustrated groan about speeding up again. Both Xiaonan and Qing Shuang leaned closer, mouths wide open. Then came non-stop screaming for the entire trip. It felt exactly like a roller coaster. In the human emperor realm, smoke and dust choked the sky. Wounded soldiers lay strewn across the battlefield. Within several kilometers, casualties from the human emperor realm blanketed the terrain. Bai Qi, the foremost among the 4 great generals of the pre-Qin Empire, had launched a relentless assault here with his legions for days. He had cornered Qianfan with punishing pressure. Now he issued a final threat, demanding the human emperor realm kneel and swear loyalty to the mighty pre-Qin Empire. If not, he vowed, their world would be crushed by imperial weaponry and vanish without trace in the flow of history. Qianfan narrowed her gaze and scoffed. She claimed that across the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds, Only one existence could ever force her to submit. She insisted that the word surrender did not exist in Qianfan's lexicon, and that if the invaders sought battle, they should fight. She declared the human emperor realm would rather perish on its feet than retreat in disgrace. Bai Qi erupted with scorn, branding her a fool and denouncing the human emperor realm as an insect in the path of the Pei-Qin war machine. Fu Ling, gravely injured, forced out his warning. He relayed that Master Dao Venerable's location remained unknown and that all efforts to reach him had failed. He pointed out the overwhelming gap between them and the enemy, whose ranks brimmed with heavenly human realm elites and beyond. He cautioned that if this persisted, the Master's life would be in danger, and as his artifact, he could not let that outcome stand. He declared his decision to self-destruct soon and urged her to seize the moment to flee. Qianfan silenced him sharply. She challenged whether she could still carry the title of human emperor if her realm collapsed. Her decision had already been set. She vowed never to abandon the human emperor realm. She notified him that her spiritual robes had been damaged and placed her faith in Master, sensing the disruption. She explained that if she couldn't even hold out for such a short window, Master would scold her for focusing only on cultivation. Therefore, until Master arrived, as sovereign of the human emperor realm, she would not retreat a single step. She then positioned Fu Ling beside the dragon beast. Fu Ling cried out, calling her Master Qianfan. Qianfan clutched her spear and rose. She asserted that she stood not only as human emperor, but as the eldest senior sister of the myriad heavens and 10,000 Dao sect. She introduced herself as the chief disciple of Dao Venerable Chen Ye. She challenged whether these worthless invaders actually believed they could end her life and dared them to try. She initiated the extreme soul-splitting technique. The Pei-Qin soldiers snorted in derision. They ridiculed her for delusional boasting and mocked the notion that candlelight could rival sun and moon. They proclaimed their emperor the sole figure worthy of the supreme sovereign title across the heavens and dismissed the human emperor as a mere girl yet to be weaned. One soldier remarked that he rather liked her stubborn spirit and asked his companions if their third brother could take her himself. Qianfan yanked her spear from the ground, its tip drawn behind her and leveled at the Pei-Qin ranks. The enemy soldiers, all at the heavenly human realm, shattered her attack with a single blow. Bai Qi, still unmoving, sneered. He dismissed her struggle as mere child's play. Qianfan lunged, her spear thrusting clean through the rotund soldier who had spoken earlier. His comrades cried out, naming him third brother. A flicker of irritation crossed Bai Qi's expression. Clutching his weapon, he snarled and labeled her a foolish girl, proclaiming that defiance meant death. He invoked demonic collapse and vanished, reappearing behind Qianfan with a devastating burst of power. The surrounding troops murmured, baffled that someone still in the heavenly human realm had survived a full-strength strike from Lord Bai. Bai Qi clenched his jaw. He admitted that the deaths of his elite subordinates had not been chance, and acknowledged her as far from ordinary. He conceded that if not enemies, she might have made a worthy opponent, but she had chosen the wrong side. Only death awaited her now. Qianfan gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, her spear beginning to splinter. Bai Qi declared that, like her weapon, her fate had been decided the moment she stood against them. Qianfan's eyes widened as the human emperor's spear cracked down the middle. The rupture flung her into the air. Bai Qi surged forward, exploiting the opening. He commented on her exceptional resilience and remarked that she had evaded a fatal blow by the narrowest margin. He began to declare that the next strike would end it, but a barrage of ice spears struck from behind. Bai Qi instantly destroyed the projectiles. Little Li's voice rang out, full of fury. He cursed them for daring to bully his boss's boss and warned they were all doomed. The tiny bird morphed into a radiant, majestic phoenix. Below, Xiaonan and Qing Shuang hurried to Qianfan's side and lifted her up. Xiaonan asked if senior sister was all right and stated that the situation had turned grim, noting that senior sister's spiritual energy was nearly gone. Qianfan barely opened her eyes and asked who they were. Xiaonan admitted to misspeaking and asked if she should have called Master's senior sister Martial An instead. Qing Shuang stepped in, stating her name and identifying her companion as Xiaonan. She confirmed they were disciples of Master Changqing and explained that as Changqing's senior sister, Qianfan should be addressed as their martial aunt. Overwhelmed by the explanation, Qianfan murmured in confusion, asking if they meant junior sister Changqing. Xiaonan gave a confirming nod. She directed her to look toward the sky, pointing out the white-haired woman as their master, and suggesting they evacuate martial art at once. Bai Qi reacted with astonishment, recognizing a heavenly fire spiritual beast, 2 sword spirits, and a return to the origin realm cultivator bearing a divine general. He questioned their identities. Changqing answered clearly. They were disciples of Dao Venerable Chen Ye, hailing from the myriad heavens and 10,000 Dao sect. She identified herself as Su Changqing. Bai Qi, after trading a few strikes with Changqing, acknowledged with mild surprise that she possessed some ability. He lifted a hand, calling over several subordinates who burst forward, declaring that the general should let them take care of it and affirming their loyalty. Bai Qi took note that although the girl's cultivation was weak, she radiated an unusual glacial force. It didn't resemble a cultivation method or enchanted item. It felt instead like a primal cold born from spiritual energy itself. After only a few clashes, that cold aura had already clung to him, forcing him to divert his spiritual energy just to cleanse it. Still, with her realm capped at return to the origin, she posed no genuine danger. So, the ones demanding caution were the other 2. That phoenix flame, stripped of heat, could burn directly into the soul, and the sword spirit moved like a phantom, flickering into and out of reach without warning. Her strikes didn't leave major wounds, but there was a moment when she made him almost want to walk away from the battle. Little Li flitted over and checked on their next move, pointing out that the flame girl's spiritual reserves were nearly exhausted, and her fire couldn't kill them. Tao Lin observed she was ill-suited for fighting living opponents and suggested they focus on holding off the axe-wielding general instead. Tao Lin added that the Dao Venerable should be nearly finished, and that their task was simply to protect the Venerable's disciples. Little Li confirmed and accepted the role. Looking toward the sky where the battle thundered on, Qianfan considered what realm her junior sister might have reached. Qing Shuang reported that Master Changqing had just broken through to return to the origin 2 days earlier, and reassured her martial aunt that there was no need for concern. With Wang Chuan and Tao Lin coordinating with Master, stalling the invaders should be manageable. Xiaonan brought out some medicinal herbs and scanned the scene with growing alarm. She noted how dire things looked and pointed out the corpses still radiating heavenly human realm energy. She guessed that martial ant must have personally wiped out all those cultivators. Qianfan recalled the confrontation 3 days ago, when a faction claiming to be from Pre-Qin stormed the human emperor realm. At the time, unaware of their origins, she had ordered all sects and nations to evacuate. Only a handful of sect elders came with her to hold the line. That had been a miscalculation. She explained that their enemy hailed from a formidable power in the myriad heavens. Their vanguard alone had returned to the origin cultivators, and they fielded hundreds of heavenly human realm generals. They fought them across 3 days and now stood on the brink. If not for the timely aid, she would have already fallen. She honored the fallen elders, noting that even their supreme elder had rushed back too late to help. Xiaonan reacted in disbelief, marveling that a handful of people had held off an invading army from another world and survived, even managing to slay dozens of their top cultivators. She questioned whether all of Dao Venerable's disciples were monsters. Qing Shuang also commended martial art's strength. Qianfan then checked where their master had gone. Changqing guessed that the old man had gone off to steal something again. Qing Shuang immediately snapped back, asking whether she even knew how to talk properly. Xiaonan scolded her and challenged whether she was trying to start a fight. She reminded them that Master had gone to intercept the fleet attacking the human emperor realm and asked what other name that deserved but stealing. Qing Shuang calmly defended the action, claiming it wasn't stealing, only using the wind to snap the bamboo. Xiaonan snapped in return, demanding what difference that made and accusing her of speaking nonsense. As they squabbled, Qianfan suddenly rose to her feet. Alarmed, they urged her not to move around in her condition, pointing out her serious injuries and nearly depleted spiritual energy. Qianfan, staring skyward, explained that she couldn't just sit and watch her junior sister face this alone. Moreover, the human emperor realm was her responsibility. She assured them she could still fight. As the human emperor, she declared she would personally drive the invaders out of the myriad heavens. She remembered that Master must be watching her from somewhere and accepted that she could not fall behind her junior sister. At that moment, Dao Venerable Chen Ye stood just outside the human emperor realm, confronting a swarm of enemy warships. Zhao Si, uneasy, brought up the concern that little Qianfan might not be able to handle it, noting the sheer number of opponents. Chen Ye assessed that most of the enemy's strength was concentrated there, and reasoned that Chang Xing and the spirits in the human emperor realm would be able to manage. Just then, a flash streaked through the void, and Zhao Si identified the new arrival as the second prince of the Prey Qin. Qin Jun emerged, challenging whether Chen Ye had come for the heavenly mechanism, and questioning whether he meant to block the Prey Qin army alone. Chen Ye returned the inquiry, asking what this heavenly mechanism was and who now stood before him. The other introduced himself as Qin Jun, second prince of the Prey Qin Empire, hailing from the Prey Qin realm within the great heaven world. He declared war across the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms, seeking the lost pieces of the heavenly mechanism. If Chen Ye had also come for it, then he advised retreat, declaring that the Prey Qin must possess it. He studied Chen Ye closely, unable to detect any divine soul. His spiritual energy was sealed, almost indistinguishable from that of a mortal. Still, the sharp edge of threat behind that facade was clear. This man stood at the same level as his father, the emperor. He recognized the danger and committed to treading carefully. Chen Ye criticized the notion of unleashing armies across countless realms, plunging the human emperor realm into suffering, all for a heavenly mechanism that might not even exist. Qin Jun rebutted that the Prey Qin never acted without certainty. Their national advisor had performed divinations countless times, all pointing to the human emperor realm as the hiding place for the fragment. There was no mistake. As for the casualties, if the human emperor realm complied and surrendered both the fragment and their sovereignty, no harm would come to them. If not, even the ancestral home of human emperors could be crushed. In the myriad heavens, power had always ruled. If Chen Ye truly cared for the people here, he should know that once the heavenly mechanism was in their hands and the people submitted, no further harm would come. Chen Ye raised a hand and interpreted that Qin Jun meant only power decided right, then challenged whether Qin Jun's backer had enough of it. Qin Jun faltered in shock. His pupils widened. Chen Ye had already pierced into his mind. A beam of energy erupted, cleaving through Qin Jun's consciousness and streaking toward the Prey Qin capital in Xianyang. The Prey Qin Empire now faced Chen Ye directly. He surveyed the realm, noting it as a great heaven world stitched together from devoured worlds, yet still lacking a heavenly Tao will. The highest cultivation level there stalled at the fate-defying realm. He judged it suitable as a training ground for Qianfan, Changxing, and the other two girls. It would suffice. He resolved to deal with it immediately. In Chen Ye's eyes, the entire great heaven world amounted to nothing more than a proving ground for his disciples. Then he sealed the region with a formation. At the pace those girls pushed forward, Chen Ye concluded that the Prey Qin realm would soon lose its value as a training ground. He resolved to locate a few more suitable worlds for them to hone their abilities. Chen Ye sealed the realm inside a formation and returned to the human emperor realm. Deep in the imperial city of the Prey Qin Empire, a tremor rocked the foundation. Inside the inner palace, panic erupted among the emperor's guards. They scrambled to shield the emperor and protect his majesty. They identified the aura as foreign, powerful, and hostile, repeating the command to secure his majesty. Then silence fell, swift and complete. A few breathless moments later, someone muttered that the tremors had ceased and the pressure had disappeared. Emperor Qin Ye wasted no time in summoning his national advisor. He pressed the man, known for his divine calculations, to explain what had occurred. Mo Fan responded evenly that the power had only lingered briefly before vanishing. He offered the assessment that it was residual force from a great power within the myriad heavens, who had inadvertently leaked energy. It had not been targeted. Cradling his head, the emperor whispered that he hoped the advisor was right. Though the Prey Qin realm was a great heaven world, it had formed by consuming and fusing countless smaller and mid-tier realms. Its structure remained unstable and lacked a complete heavenly Tao. Collecting the scattered fragments of the heavenly mechanism remained their highest priority. He feared that Tiananmen and Juner might face unexpected dangers, primeval beasts, barren wastelands, or the last remnants of demonic gods scattered throughout the myriad heavens. Mo Fan assured him he had conducted his research. The most powerful world containing a fragment was classified only as a middle heaven world. With the first and second princes in the fleet led by the 4 generals, the mission should pose no real threat. He also noted that before the princes departed, He had prepared formations on both of them. As long as they were not killed instantly, they could activate the heavenly mandate star to teleport to safety. He bowed, insisting His Majesty could be at ease. At that precise moment, the spirit stone linked to the second prince cracked. The timing made the reassurance ring hollow. Below the human emperor realm, within the pre-Qin fleet, tension mounted. Inside one of the ships, a subordinate delivered news to General Meng Tian, one of the pre-Qin Empire's 4 great generals, who gripped his sword and fumed. The subordinate stammered about His Highness. Meng Tian cut him off, annoyed, and sneered that even in a trivial small world, old Bai Qi dragged his feet, and the prince, hesitating before a lone opponent, how could that one ever be worthy of the imperial throne? He barked out orders to the fleet. Every ship was to prepare for battle, and the 320 cannons were to be armed. Once His Highness returned, they would blast away the human emperor realm and any who stood in the way. Then they would claim the heavenly mechanism. The subordinate confirmed the command. Chen Ye withdrew from Qin Jun's mind, leaving the second prince reeling and confused. The prince stumbled back, bewildered, demanding to know what had happened. Xiao Si, stating what was already obvious, reminded his master that they stood dangerously close to little Qianfan's human emperor realm and urged caution. Receiving no reply, Qin Jun's fury surged. He lashed out, questioning what they wanted. He spat that cultivators defied the heavens, and that the destruction of a human emperor realm meant nothing. Even if they perished in the process, what did one human emperor realm, or even the human realm, matter? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, unmoved. A flash of light gathered in his palm, forming into a colossal dragon. Against the enormity of the beast, the human realm shrank into insignificance. The white dragon opened its jaws, and an immense sphere of energy formed inside. Chen Ye closed his hand into a fist, and the dragon's maw snapped shut. An entire great world disappeared in an instant. Qin Jun broke into a cold sweat. To erase a world with a mere flick of the wrist, this Taoist was monstrous. Chen Ye then turned to address the prince's earlier claim. If the human realm meant nothing, then the pre-Qin empire below amounted to even less. With a casual flick, he hurled the great world he had just captured at Qin Jun. It passed straight through him. Qin Jun's body shattered into countless fragments. The great world continued onward, slamming into the pre-Qin fleet. The strike tore through ships. Panic swept the fleet as an emergency report sounded. A crew member announced that Spirit Arc No. 3 had been hit and ordered an immediate retreat. Chaos exploded across the fleet. Ships scattered wildly, crashing into each other and bursting apart mid-air. From below, the human realm watched the sky bloom with destruction. Someone observed that it was exactly what one expected from their lord. An idle gesture, and everything burst apart. Down below, Qianfan fought beside her martial sister, Changqing. Both hovered on the brink of collapse. Qianfan asked whether Changqing could summon her divine idol again. Changqing confirmed she could, but admitted her spiritual energy reserves were nearly gone, and she would not last much longer. Qianfan asked what plan she had in mind. She acknowledged that the difference in cultivation was overwhelming, and they were clearly outmatched. She remarked that their master must have already given Changqing the Tao Unity Genesis. Changqing confirmed this. She explained that despite their differing physiques and techniques, their spiritual powers stemmed from the same root. She revealed she had a strategy and needed Qianfan's cooperation. Changqing added that she understood and promised to match her rhythm. Qianfan agreed. The two began. Bai Qi lunged, swinging his weapon toward them. Little Li soared in at the last moment to block the strike. The creature cried out in alarm, reverted to its plump chicken form, and drifted toward the ground. Behind Bai Qi, something shifted. Two beams of light, one golden and one blue, converged silently at his back. Spiritual energy surged. He mulled over what kind of technique it could possibly be. The two streams of spiritual energy continued merging. Bai Qi caught the shift as well. He sensed something off, spiritual energy accelerating at an abnormal rate. He resolved instantly that he could not allow the fusion to reach completion. He raised his blade. He invoked the dragon slaying art. A jet-black dragon tore into existence, hurtling toward the converging lights. The strike bounced back, flinging the casters away in tandem. Bai Qi snarled, conceding with irritation that he had missed his window again. He declared his long march across the myriad heavens over thousands of years. surviving battles vast and minor across worlds, yet never encountering a technique of this kind. It defied belief. The divine idols could actually merge. The two divine idols combined, Qianfan's massive frame now wrapped in Changqing's icy armor. 4 arms wielded 4 blades, flame and frost braided into unity, their hands pressed together. They reminded one another that their spiritual energy reserves were thinning and pressed the urgency to end it swiftly. Bai Qi, observing all this, felt a flicker of interest. He acknowledged the novelty and decided this was a fight worth seeing through. In that case, this general would also commit at full strength. His subordinates broke into panic, shouting that it was finished and that the general intended to summon his divine idol. They ordered a full retreat for anyone not ready to die. Their fear was not misplaced. His divine idol manifested, massive and terrifying, crackling with lightning, like some ancient war god. Qianfan and Changqing could feel the dread take shape. Bai Qi caught the fear in their expressions and responded with laughter. He jeered that they must have believed themselves the only ones with access to divine idols. He reminded them that the difference in cultivation was not so easily bridged. Even fused, the 2 girls remained far beneath him. He proclaimed they would serve as nourishment for his humanoid divine idol. As a final gesture, he pledged to slaughter every being in the human emperor realm to accompany them in death. With that grim vow, the 3 divine idols crashed together in a frenzied clash, none of them willing to give ground. Noting their resilience, Bai Qi muttered an approving remark, repeating good 3 times and admitting that the younger generation showed potential. Qianfan spoke, the strain clear in her voice, urging her junior sister to stake everything on a single strike. Changqing gave her assent and summoned their divine idol to merge fully. Their united forms surged toward Bai Qi, compressing every last trace of power into a desperate final blow. When the divine idols collided, a sphere of searing energy erupted. The ice armor on their fused idol shattered. Drained entirely, the girls plummeted. Even Bai Qi paused, struck by a grudging sense of respect. He conceded that for juniors, they were indeed formidable. Beneath the rubble, Qianfan and Changqing struggled to form words, their bodies ravaged and barely moving. Bai Qi resumed, condescension dripping through, lamenting the futility of even a fused idol before overwhelming strength. He began to proclaim that today, a barrage of violent explosions interrupted him. Bai Qi turned to see his fleet torn apart, vessels exploding like pyrotechnics under invisible strikes. Nearby troops were hurled back by the force. Bai Qi staggered, composure fracturing, shouting in disbelief and demanding an answer. He pressed for why the Spirit Arc fleet guarding the human emperor realm had failed to sound the alarm. He uttered the name of the second prince. A calm voice echoed behind him, and Bai Qi froze. The speaker pointed out that Bai Qi's divine idol drew strength from battlefield killing intent. The speaker understood the idol's foundation. Chen Ye descended, Xiaoxi tightening around Bai Qi's divine idol. Chen Ye explained that ritual without drive, destruction without will, and divine favor without him offered no other worthy claimant. He recognized Bai Qi's surface strength, but dismissed it as unimpressive in the end. As the divine idol buckled under restraint, Bai Qi spat blood. The 2 disciples, overcome, called out for their master. Bai Qi's divine idol began to unravel. Panicking, Bai Qi demanded to know Chen Ye's identity. Chen Ye gave a cold response, tossing the question aside as irrelevant, since Bai Qi would be dead soon. Before Bai Qi could respond, a concentrated orb of energy pierced through his chest. His form disintegrating, Bai Qi cried out, mourning that His Majesty's grand ambition had yet to be realized. With the matters at the Dao Palace settled, everyone returned. No fanfare, no delay. Outside, Zhao Shi and Jia Long traded chirps and growls in their usual offbeat chatter. After tossing names back and forth in their oddball code, Zhao Shi puffed up with pride. She turned towards Zhao Qing, confirmed her name with exaggerated flair, and proclaimed herself the big sister from this moment forward. She tossed out instructions with the confidence of a self-appointed general, promising that if Zhao Qing ever needed anything, she only had to shout her name, and she'd have the whole human emperor realm at her back. Inside the cultivation room, Zhao Nan caught lightning bolts like it was part of his workout routine. A smoky whiff of roasted meat curled from one side of his backside. He grumbled, thankful his reflexes still worked, or else he'd be stuck sporting a lightning-blistered rear. Deciding enough was enough, he pivoted toward Shuang-Er with a glare that carried more static than the strikes. Qing Shuang responded without moving an inch, tossing out a flat reminder to bear with it since no other options existed. She stayed quiet after that, meditating with the stillness of a statue, while the air around her sliced cold like a blade. Her teeth clacked together from the chill as she recalled how it all started 3 days ago, when Master Chongqing bounced back from her injuries. The cold hadn't left since. She muttered that it was lucky ancestors' Tao Palace had endless spiritual energy to spare. If they'd been pulling this much power from that great bright spirit mountain, or whatever name it had, the place would have been drained into a lifeless husk by now. Xiaonan followed her gaze towards Qianfan and Chongqing, who were devouring spiritual energy like it was the last meal before a boss fight. Xiaonan released a long sigh, clearly done with the situation, muttering about how this wasn't cultivation anymore. Just being in the room with them felt like hanging around malfunctioning artillery. He shook his head, remembering how the two had moved in flawless sync during that battle, even pulling off a fusion of divine idols, which no one sane would have expected. But now that the dust had settled, he couldn't tell what they were even competing over. Qing Shuang replied that she'd overheard Ancestor mention the Master and Martial Ant were supposedly meeting for the first time. Qianfan cracked one eye open, scanning her surroundings. Her mind drifted to something her master once noted. Her Martial Ant had been stuck in the unparalleled domain, with her pure yin physique stagnating her cultivation for 8 long years. But under the master's guidance, she hit return to the origin realm within months. That lit a fire in Qianfan. She ramped up her energy absorption, reminding herself that as the eldest disciple of the All Heavens and Myriad Paths sect, falling behind was out of the question. Chongqing couldn't stop sneaking glances at her senior sister either. From her perspective, the senior sister had a few years on her, was already at the heavenly human realm, and on top of that, held the title of human emperor. The gap wasn't small. Gritting her teeth, Chongqing doubled down with sharp resolve. As if choreographed, both women pushed harder, their spiritual intake surging in unison. Xiaonan clenched his jaw, exasperated, wondering aloud how anyone was supposed to get decent cultivation done in that pressure cooker, tossing in a jab about how Ancestor hadn't shown his face in 3 days and clearly didn't care. Qing Shuang replied with a neutral shrug, remarking that she figured he was helping Martial Ant Fu Ling recover. Xiaonan blinked twice, plainly baffled, voicing disbelief that healing Fu Ling shouldn't have been a flick of the wrist for him. Qing Shuang simply lifted her brow, noting that he was the one posing the question, and she genuinely had no clue. Xiaonan leaned in, voice dropping, floating the idea that maybe cultivating with Master and Martial Ant in that way was a hidden test from the Ancestor. Qing Shuang paused, rolled the thought around, and conceded that knowing the Ancestor's style, it wasn't just plausible. It might even be the case. Xiaonan groaned like he'd accepted doom as his roommate. At Dao Heaven Palace, Chen Ye focused solely on restoring Fu Ling. Xiao Shi lounged nearby, sipping from a cup and half watching a movie, casually commenting that healing little Qing ought to have taken no more than a finger snap, questioning the point of all the effort. Chen Ye clarified that Fu Ling's body wasn't built like a standard cultivator's, that she was a golem. Her frame consisted of over 30,000 delicate inscription structures, and she possessed an independent will and personality, separate from any soul. He explained that although fixing her body posed little challenge, modifying her core without disturbing its original setup took surgical-level energy control. Fu Ling's body mirrored a machine packed with countless specialized circuits, and the core operated like a compact memory card. He held it up and remarked that making changes to such a detailed construct demanded precision at a spiritual level, where even a minor error could damage her identity. Xiao Shi muttered that the process sounded like a headache and grudgingly admitted that Master was putting in a serious work. Even so, the system stood back and offered zero assistance, most likely held back by internal restrictions and a paranoia about triggering another alarm. Chen Ye stated that her core and body were fully restored. He slipped the memory card back into place. He explained that for future cultivation, he modified her core's operational flow and embedded the Tao Unity Genesis scripture to prevent bottlenecks in her growth. He elaborated that beyond her physical makeup, she now met every standard of a living being. Fu Ling stirred to consciousness, a little embarrassed at having been patched up like malfunctioning equipment, wondering quietly whether this made her an actual person. Chen Ye confirmed that if she preferred keeping her current structure, it wouldn't interfere with her cultivation path. Fu Ling responded with clear satisfaction and thanked her master. Once everything settled, the trio made their way to the cultivation grounds. Chen Ye glanced around, openly baffled by what he walked into. The chamber around them looked wrecked, with rocks splintered and craters punched through walls. Xiaonan and Sheng Shuang gripped a pillar like panicked lizards, dodging attacks from two chaotic figures, rampaging around them with wild spiritual bursts. Spotting their ancestor like a divine cheat code, the two darted over and clung to his legs, blurting out pleas for rescue, relief flooding their faces as they cried out that they were about to get thunder-fried into idiots. The moment stirred the attention of the other two, who cracked open their eyes and lit up at the sight of Master's return. They dashed forward, shoving junior disciples aside without hesitation, each jostling to deliver their updates. One mentioned that while Master had been away, she focused intently on cultivation, refining her spiritual energy and stabilizing at the heavenly human realm. Chen Ye nodded, acknowledging that this was commendable. The second chimed in that she had reached the pinnacle of the return to the origin realm and was ready to push into the heavenly human realm at any moment. Qianfan glanced over, her expression flickering with concern, and pointed out that Master's hair had turned white, offering to call for the imperial physician. That jogged Chen Ye's memory, and with a casual gesture, his hair reverted to its usual black. He admitted that the detail had simply slipped his mind. Qianfan exhaled with visible relief, remarking that it was just a cosmetic shift, though it startled her. Su Chengqing stared at him, eyes wide, her face caught somewhere between awe and recognition. She noted that his hair had looked naturally white, just like hers. Qianfan scoffed immediately, asserting that it wasn't. This was Master's real appearance. Chen Ye clarified that while visiting the demonic realm, he altered his appearance on purpose. Since Changqing had white hair, he chose to match hers. Changqing brightened instantly, delighted to be the reason behind it. The implication didn't sit well with Qianfan. Her mood dropped a notch, and she mulled over the detail. Master had changed his look because of Junior's sister. She wasted no time linking arms with him, leaning in close, voice soft as she pressed her cheek against him, and murmured that she'd missed him dearly during his absence. Chen Ye placed a hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. He acknowledged that during the celestial realm battle, she took the role of human emperor, fighting back against hundreds and resisting invaders of heavenly human realm, strength and above, and that she did admirably. She grinned, pride shining through as she declared that she was his disciple after all. Her eyes flicked to her junior sister with a smug edge, silently reminding her that while Changqing might have spent more time with Master lately, she was the first. The bond was older, it ran deeper. Her moment didn't last. Changqing immediately clung to his other arm. She piped up, reminding Master that when the human realm got overrun, she worked herself to the bone, and that now she could use her divine idol with real control. She added that she hadn't fallen short either. Chen Ye, almost on instinct, gave her head a pat. This act didn't land well with his eldest disciple. Her gaze snapped to Changqing, irritation crackling behind her eyes as jealousy stirred hot beneath the surface. She grumbled internally about how that latecomer dared act so close. Their eyes met, neither backing down, cheeks puffed with irritation. Chen Ye chuckled under his breath and reminded both of them that they were his disciples. But their cultivation styles differed. He asked if either of them felt like testing their growth in a light spar. Both girls blinked, voices rising slightly as they echoed the word spar. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Ye formed a massive arena, spacious enough to host a proper duel. Qing Shuang, visibly impressed, murmured that Ancestor could casually summon a pocket world with one hand. Up in the stands, spectators chomped on snacks while chatting about the duel ahead. Qing Shuang, eyes wide, wondered where Zhao Nan had snagged the treats. Zhao Nan mentioned that Master Uncle's father had dropped by a few days earlier and, along with heavenly treasures, brought a haul of snacks, noting they happened to be Master Uncle's favorites. Qing Shuang grumbled about not getting any. Zhao Nan shrugged and pointed out that she hadn't made a request. Down in the arena, the fighters assumed their positions. On one end stood the senior disciple, Qianfan, and across from her, the second disciple, Changqing. Fu Ling took on the role of referee. She announced that she would supervise on behalf of Master Dao Venerable and reminded them that while it was a spar between sisters, they had to give their full effort without risking serious harm. If they did, she would intervene. She clarified that aside from personal weapons, they were barred from using spirit weapons, divine idols, or spirit beasts. She also made it clear that outside disciples were forbidden from getting involved. The younger ones, still chewing nearby, spit out their snacks in surprise when they heard their names. They quickly insisted they were just there to spectate. No way were they dumb enough to jump in and get flattened. They explained that Ancestor told them to watch and learn and begged not to be dragged into this. Fu Ling accepted their words and confirmed that all rules had been stated and the duel could begin whenever the fighters were ready. At that moment, Changqing noticed her senior sister had no weapon and blinked in confusion. She asked about it. Qianfan rubbed the back of her head and explained that the Emperor's spear had snapped during her clash with that ridiculous big-headed invader. She assured her that she had a substitute. Channeling her spiritual energy, Qianfan shaped a spear of lightning, glowing with raw charge. To keep things fair, she reminded Changqing that she was only at the return to the origin realm, so she would lower her own power to match and urged her to strike. Changqing, sharing the same mindset, tossed aside her weapon. She reasoned that if her senior was holding back for fairness, then she couldn't rely on her divine weapon either. She then gave the signal. She summoned an ice sword, its blade catching the light with sharp, frozen clarity, and braced herself. Qianfan flashed a smile and declared the match open. At her cue, the arena burst to life. Lightning flared around Qianfan. Frost spiraled around Changqing, and the two charged headlong into battle. Changqing moved first, her ice sword gleaming as she activated the Taiyin inverse profound technique. At the same time, Qianfan launched the Nine Dragons' ultimate return, her lightning spear streaking forward in a storm of raw voltage. The clash exploded in a whirlwind of drifting snow and roaring lightning dragons, a sight as brutal as it was mesmerizing. Both closed in fast, blade and spear crashing with no room for hesitation. Neither edged ahead, the collision blasting them apart with bone-rattling force. Qianfan acknowledged the exchange with casual approval, urging junior sister to press on. Their auras surged, tearing through the battlefield like twin storms. The pressure rattled Xiaonan and Xingxuang, who got hurled away without warning. Xiaonan wailed in frustration and wished he had never come. Xingxuang questioned whether this counted as a friendly spar at all. She blamed Xiaonan outright and reminded him that she had warned him against showing up. Fu Ling, unfazed, initiated her analysis. She identified the combat level as return to the origin realm and confirmed that the arena remained within safe operational boundaries. Elsewhere, Xiao Shi and Chen Ye observed the match through a viewing system. Xiao Shi stared at the screen, eyes wide, and labeled the scene terrifying. She imagined their future clashes wiping out entire worlds without blinking. She wondered aloud if letting little Qianfan and little Changqing continue unchecked really counted as acceptable oversight. Chen Ye maintained his calm and reassured her there was no cause for concern, given that this was still within return to the origin parameters, and the barrier could handle it. Xiao Shi disagreed and made clear that her concern wasn't about containment. She warned that those two were locked into a future as mortal enemies, and that if something went wrong during a clash like this, Master stood to lose both disciples at once. Chen Ye dismissed the worry and asserted that as long as he remained present, nothing would spiral out of control. He concluded that if destiny required a fated confrontation, then advancing the timetable would serve just fine. He asserted that the destined battle between the human emperor and the demon ancestor would unravel on its own terms. Xiao Shi announced her decision to activate the system's reward draw. Her own declaration caught her off guard. She tilted her head with interest and confirmed that the moment felt right. She accessed the system control panel and admitted she felt slightly rusty after the long gap. She introduced the new version of the Reward Draw app, sparkling with updates, and listed the eligible rewards accumulated from the demonic tribulation quests, the Heart Demon quest, little Qianfan's ascension to the heavenly human realm, and little Changqing's breakthrough into the return to the origin realm, all totaling 70,000 Dao Master points. She pointed out that since her master's Dao Master points had surpassed 50,000, the advanced draw feature had become available, highlighting the red orb as the key. She confirmed that the red orb belonged to a recently released exclusive tier and clarified that only advanced draws could unlock it. She noted that each advanced draw required 10 intermediate draws. She explained that, judging by the quests her master had cleared, the system now held 6 intermediate draws and 2 advanced ones. Chen Ye gave her the order to draw an advanced reward. Xiao Shi hit the advanced button without hesitation and relayed that he'd pulled energy-saving mode from the draw. Zhao Shi, now in energy-saving mode, blinked and questioned with disbelief why her master had turned her into that. Chen Ye's tone shifted and reminded her that she was a growth-type system, and she picked up on his meaning right away. She stumbled through a reply and vowed to adjust accordingly. Without delay, the reward wheel spun into view above. Chen Ye gave the signal to begin. The system locked onto the red orb. Zhao Shi burst into celebration and proclaimed that they had landed it, declaring the draw a success. She confirmed it was indeed the red orb and announced the weapon's form as an axe. She pointed out that this particular reward draw contained 2 special items and that the odds of success were significantly better, remarking that her master's streak of luck hadn't faltered. Chen Ye directed her attention to the red gem and revealed that he had his sights set on that one instead, stating that Qianfan's Emperor Spear had been destroyed and he needed a suitable replacement for her. He added that axes didn't suit her and that a spear would be ideal. Zhao Shi faltered. Chen Ye prompted her, wondering if she wanted him to handle it himself. Zhao Shi scrambled to deny the suggestion and pledged to take care of it at once. She nudged the needle toward the desired position with precision and mused aloud whether selecting a reward of the same tier would really count as cheating. The needle settled on the red gem, the spear. A golden light flared up and filled the entire chamber. The radiance condensed, and from its heart stepped a woman of striking beauty. She identified herself as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of the river realm. She demanded to know who had dared rouse her presence. She was the spirit of the heavenly Tao spear. The murderous woman had awakened in a rage and proclaimed that she'd slept for 1,000 years, and now that the light had returned to her eyes, vowed to restore the river realm's ancient glory. She unfurled wings of spiritual energy, her aura sharp enough to bruise the air. Zhao Shi tensed up without thinking. The mortal standing nearby didn't flinch or falter in the slightest, which to her clearly meant this person wasn't ordinary. Zhao Shi sensed a strange familiarity in those grand declarations, something tickling the back of her mind. Chen Ye casually handed the situation over to her, claiming the spirit was hers to handle. Zhao Shi voiced her unease, pointing out that it was a divine weapon and that she wasn't capable of restraining it. A spatial terror ripped through the air, and the heat in the room spiked like summer rage. Behind Chen Ye, an immense beast of flame took form, staring down the feathered woman. It dismissed her identity as a heavenly Tao fragment, barely worth acknowledging. Zhao Shi understood instantly, with a jolt, that her master wasn't human. The beast sneered that a mere universe-grade divine artifact had dared to boast in front of the Lord of all heavens, her master, and accused her of lacking shame for challenging divine authority. Faced with such force, her defiance drained into fear. Upon recognizing who stood before her, her face twisted in panic. She stumbled over the words, "God, Lord of all heavens," and questioned what crime she had committed. The panic overwhelmed her, and she blacked out. Chen Ye, sounding more annoyed than anything, nudged Zhao Shi, who was clinging to his arm like a scared cat, and reminded Qilian not to burn down the Tao Palace. Qilian apologized, admitted she'd been cooped up too long, gotten a little carried away, and thought it might be fun to mess with her. She chuckled, clearly amused by the unintended knockout. The surrounding flames faded, giving way to a red-haired girl with a single horn and tapered ears, cut straight from some fantasy epic. A massive greatsword rested across her back, bigger than she was. Only someone with that kind of absurdity could be trusted by Chen Ye to oversee his private world. Qilian gave him a respectful bow and handed over the spear. Qilian walked up and poked the unconscious girl's cheek, barely suppressing a smirk. She observed that it was just a universe-grade divine artifact and commented that their arsenal held far more terrifying weapons. The girl had even dared to posture in front of their master, proving she had no idea what kind of mistake she'd made. So, Zhao Shi still trembled a bit and muttered that the earlier flames had erased every trace of life around them. She asked what divine artifact the red-haired sister could possibly be. Chen Ye casually replied that she wasn't one, then clarified that Qilian was his life-bound spirit beast. He reminded Zhao Shi of the legends about the 4 ancient dire beasts. Zhao Shi gasped, her voice catching as she named the 4 dire beasts again. She came to understand that Qilian was the final Chongqi across the all heavens and myriad realms. Chongqi consumed small worlds as nourishment, and that meant for entities like the heavenly Tao spear, which formed from a world's will, a natural counter always loomed. She remembered the time gap and abruptly sensed Master's gaze fixed on her. She puzzled over it, unsure if something had clung to her face. Chen Ye dismissed the concern and inquired how the small world had been holding up. She clarified that if Qian Zhou could simply stay asleep without sparking trouble, peace might actually settle in. That unhinged little menace stirred awake only to chase mayhem and hunt down strangers. Keeping her restrained wore them out. Qilian hoisted the unconscious woman and stepped into the spatial rift, casually seizing the greatsword along the way. She remarked the girl would face discipline within 2 days and instructed Dao Lan to hand her over afterward. She pointed out lingering tasks in the small world, so she'd return first and acknowledged his efforts without ceremony. After Qilian departed, Chen Ye moved toward the dueling arena. He observed that Qianfan and Changqing were likely wrapping up their bout and beckoned Zhao Shi to follow. Zhao Shi responded with agreement. On the arena, twin beams of light collided. The ground shook hard, and the dueling platform buckled beneath the pressure. Qianfan gathered a crackling orb and unleashed the Nine Dragons Lightning Decree, a devastating lightning extremity technique. Junior sister Changqing avoided it with ease, but the maneuver had masked a setup. Qianfan dropped from the air, spear plummeting in a burst of gold that tore into the ground. Changqing shifted away just in time. The pair exchanged a fierce strike, spiritual power flaring with impact. Speed dazzled, strikes arrived from cunning directions. A distinctive, icy spiritual force interfered with Qianfan's own flow. Letting that linger would only tilt things against her. Without warning, Changqing announced to elder sister that her spiritual reserves ran low. She added that her next move would release a fraction of the primordial yin energy sealed inside. She suggested settling things in one final clash and addressed elder sister again before channeling her energy, the arena frosting over under the cold surge. Elder sister acknowledged it. Since junior sister insisted, she wouldn't restrain herself. She explained her next technique fused her own design with the talismans master once taught her. She revealed this would mark its first use in actual combat and advised junior sister to brace herself. An azure dragon and a golden dragon materialized. Xiaonan and Qing Shuang, taking in the sight, tensed instinctively. Xiaonan muttered that the atmosphere felt off and wondered aloud whether they should fall back. The dragons bellowed, hurling themselves toward each other, shrinking the distance in seconds. Step by step, they surged forward. Impact crushed the arena's stone and dirt walls into rubble. The two sisters threw themselves into a melee of their own. Xiaonan and Qing Shuang clung together, wailing for rescue, blurting that they'd had enough of being dragged into elder sister's cultivation clashes. Fu Ling arrived just then. Spotting her, the two desperate disciples lit up, shrieking in relief and pleading for escape. Fu Ling sighed, scooped both up, and whisked them away from the mess. Qianfan's golden dragon wrapped tight around Changqing's ice dragon, then drove its fangs into the neck, splitting the ice dragon's form apart. Qing Shuang sucked in a breath, watching the shards scatter. She noted the shattering blow and judged that the match was nearly decided, pointing out that elder sister Qianfan now held the advantage. With her dragon broken, Changqing faltered, blood bursting from her lips. The technique Qianfan had launched had taken shape during battle with invaders. It combined the lightning talismans imparted by Chen Ye, the inherited luck of the human emperor seal, and the raw force of 8 ley lines. The tide had clearly turned. Then something shifted. The jade seal in her grip pulsed unnaturally, and the golden dragon bucked violently. Qianfan's complexion drained. She realized the bond between the lightning dragon and the human emperor seal had unraveled. Cold recognition hit that continuing to draw power from all 8 ley lines would strip away control completely. Qianfan pushed to contain the burning soul technique. Regret seared through her. She'd overreached. Her strength wasn't enough, and she'd misjudged her grip on the human emperor seal. The force spun out of control, but letting it harm her junior sister wasn't an option. Qianfan threw herself forward, using her body to shield Changqing. Not far off, Fu Ling raised a barrier against the burst of shrapnel. Xiaonan and Qing Shuang, panicked and flustered, shouted at Fu Ling, pointing out that elder sister Qianfan had clearly lost command of her technique and urging her to do something. Fu Ling replied coolly that she didn't need to move, noting their master had already intervened. A voice rang through the arena, observing that using the human emperor seal as a medium to funnel ley line energy into a technique showed creative thinking. The two disciples froze, instantly recognizing the voice of their master, Chen Ye. Chen Ye continued, explaining that ley line power didn't belong to her, and one careless move invited backlash, which she'd just proven, cautioning her not to repeat that mistake. As Chen Ye addressed them, he reached out, nullifying the havoc his disciples had stirred. A glowing formation appeared, snapping the chaotic energy back into order. Later that evening, Chen Ye's two disciples, their clothes torn and tattered from the battle, sat while Fu Ling and Zhao He patched up their garments. Unlike her usual animated demeanor around her master, Fu Ling kept an impassive expression as she concentrated on the task. Xiao He, on the other hand, clumsily handled his needle and thread, barely managing to make any progress. Zhao He cautiously introduced himself as Zhao He, Master Changqing's spirit. Fu Ling gave no reply, instead tripling her stitching pace. Zhao He pulled back a little, remarking internally that this sister came off a bit fierce. Fu Ling eventually gave her name, identifying herself as Fu Ling, Qianfan and Dao Venerable's heaven-grade humanoid golem. Zhao He, bracing to be ignored again, blinked in surprise when Fu Ling reached out a hand, noting that he didn't seem very skilled with sewing, and instructing him to hand over Changqing's clothes. Zhao He expressed appreciation, acknowledging it as part of his responsibilities, and referring to her as senior sister Fu Ling. The night market of the Xuanyuan Imperial Dynasty buzzed with movement, a vivid blur of people bumping shoulder to shoulder. Inside a restaurant, a table overflowed with a luxurious spread of delicacies. Xiaonan, a chicken leg shoved into her mouth, extended her wine cup to Qing Shuang with the other hand. Between mouthfuls, she announced that the food in the human emperor realm was insanely good. Qing Shuang sighed, questioning whether she could try acting more like a young lady, noting that nobody was fighting her for food, and wondering who'd ever agree to marry someone like that. Unbothered, Zhao Nan grabbed a huge bowl of rice, already gearing up to stack more food on top. She mumbled through stuffed cheeks, asking if Qing Shuang had misunderstood something about her, and rhetorically wondering if she looked like someone who cared about that sort of thing. She added that if she didn't get married, their grandmaster would still look after her. Qing Shuang responded with frustration, questioning what on earth she was even going on about. Qing Shuang turned and apologized, explaining that her senior uncle Anan had reincarnated from a starving ghost and didn't grasp basic etiquette, asking for forgiveness for her manners. Xiaonan flared, snapping that Qing Shuang was the rude one. In stark contrast to the overeating chaos, Changqing used her ice manipulation to tend to her senior sister's injuries. A large shard of ice rested on Qianfan's head, easing the damage left by her uncontrolled spell. Seemingly tuned out from the rest of the noise, Changqing gently remarked that everything was fine and told her senior sister to order whatever she liked, then asked whether it still hurt. Qianfan shook her head. She brushed it off and told her junior sister to eat too, pointing out that this restaurant was pretty well known in the human emperor realm. Xiaonan, her stomach bloated to a ridiculous degree, sprawled across the sofa, panting that she was completely stuffed, then wondered aloud where Grandmaster and Senior Uncle had gone. Qianfan shrugged. She admitted she wasn't sure, mentioning that Master had said he'd return soon and told them to find somewhere to wait for him. As Qianfan's focus drifted, Changqing scooped a bowl of food and offered it to her, urging her senior sister to eat more. The Xuanyuan Imperial Dynasty's night market surged with noise, hawkers' cries cutting through the crowd's din. Vendors called out about Yunkang Street's grilled skewers, urging everyone not to miss out. Others shouted about Little Kang Hu's grand opening, offering 80% off all alcohol and inviting customers to take a look. Another vendor welcomed an honored customer and asked what the young lady wanted to buy, explaining that their 8th-grade pharmacy stocked all sorts of medicinal ingredients, including ultra-rare spirit roots, and asked whether she wanted to take a look. The young lady replied there was no need, instructing them to wrap up everything as she would be taking it all. The shopkeeper gawked and quickly confirmed he understood, politely asking if she could wait a moment. Another disciple quietly questioned whether the young lady should consider the master's finances a little, wondering how many shops this made already and whether this kind of thing was really okay. Chen Ye chuckled and told them to just let her be, explaining that it had been a promise and he obviously couldn't back out now. Zhao Nan tilted her head, curious. She wondered aloud if senior sister San Yu was buying all these medicinal spirit roots for alchemy, observing that she basically emptied every pharmacy in Xuanyuan City. Chen Ye smiled and clarified that San Yu didn't practice alchemy, pointing out that she didn't really have any other hobbies and just liked collecting natural treasures and flowers. He added that her personal realm had a small garden just for them. Mountains of packed medicinal ingredients towered inside the shop. Chen Ye pulled out a bulging money pouch from his spatial ring and urged everyone to pick up the pace, reminding them they still had more stores to hit. The shopkeeper, grinning wide, accepted the payment, affirming it would be ready right away, thanking the master and warmly inviting them to return. San Yu hooked her arm through Chen Ye's, amusement lighting her tone. She urged a visit to the next shop. After their chaotic circuit through Zhuanyuan City's pharmacies, San Yu lounged at the roadside, happily savoring grilled meat. Chen Ye checked if that would be enough. She gave a satisfied nod, explaining that the stockpile of spirit roots from the human emperor realm would keep her supplied for quite a while. She remarked that it was getting late and his precious disciples were waiting, so she should return. Chen Ye lifted a brow, wanting to know what was wrong. San Yu responded with a quiet look. She brushed it off, claiming it was nothing, just that he had changed a bit. She pointed out that the old version of him would have just dumped everything straight into his personal realm and skipped the city stroll. She teased that their towering heavenly Tao venerable had softened, clearly under the influence of those little ones. Chen Ye dismissed it, claiming he was only fulfilling a task and saw no difference between himself and that previous version. San Yu flung herself against Chen Ye, insisting he might deceive others, but not her. She noted that ever since that incident, he had shut himself off, kept others at a distance, and tuned out the shifts in the outer heavens. She explained that he had buried himself in cultivation and mastered the full range of heavenly Taos. She added that they, his long-standing spirit companions, had seen everything during those hundreds of thousands of years. She insisted that this path wasn't what he truly longed for, only what he thought would shield him from more loss. She reassured him that the man he was now could protect what mattered. She urged him to stay strong and addressed him as Tao Venerable Master before announcing her return. As she spoke, San Yu's figure gradually faded. After she left, Chen Ye spent a moment in thought. Then he activated a portal and stepped through, appearing beside his disciples. Spotting the figure they had been waiting on, they lit up and announced their master's return. They rushed forward, throwing their arms around him and celebrating that their grandmaster was finally back. One of them blurted out that the food had gone cold, wondering aloud where he had disappeared to and offering to ask for fresh dishes. Chen Ye mentioned he had already eaten and waved off the offer. He turned to Qianfan and Changcheng, bringing up something important. Upon hearing this, both took their seats without delay and encouraged him to go ahead. Chen Ye explained that he had visited the human emperor realm with plans to merge it with the heavenly demon realm. He elaborated that this new fused realm would serve as the core of their myriad heavenly Tao sect, simplifying future management. He reminded them of their roles as masters of the respective realms and declared that he would personally instruct them in world fusion techniques. He added that once they encountered suitable new realms, they could handle the mergers on their own. Before the two main disciples could react, their juniors piped up with enthusiasm. One pointed out they had heard plenty about destroying small worlds, but questioned whether worlds could actually be joined together. Qing Shuang echoed the uncertainty, but voiced confidence that their grandmaster probably had the skill to pull it off. Chen Ye continued, his two disciples listening closely. He explained that fusing worlds required the carving of particular seals onto the target world and demanded a base cultivation level of heavenly human realm. He noted that Changcheng was already at the peak of return to the origin realm and only needed a few more days to push past her tribulation, which would allow them to begin the process. He then added that after the fusion, he planned to head to a new small world and figured it wouldn't be long before they welcomed a new junior sister. Qianfan and Changxing both froze at the news and echoed the words, "a new junior sister," with surprise. 3 days later, Changxing stood on a mountain peak so high it nearly scraped the heavens. Lightning cracked through the clouds in endless bursts. This marked the moment she would undergo her tribulation and reach the heavenly human realm. Down at the base, her senior sister and two disciples waited in tense silence. One noticed the tribulation stirring and pointed out that entering the heavenly human realm meant enduring the 9 heavens of lightning tribulation, known as the mildest among tribulations. She felt sure Martial Aunt Changcheng could manage it and glanced at her senior sister to confirm. Qianfan held no doubts at all, especially since she had guided her junior sister's preparations from the start. Given Changqing's strength, she had no reason to expect failure. After all, under her training, Changqing had grown more than familiar with lightning's sting. Qingxuang had also performed a spell that cloaked the mountain's summit. She mentioned her spiritual sense spanned 10 kilometers and assured them that if anything drew near, they would intercept it immediately. No interruptions would be allowed. Xiaonan had scattered trap formations throughout the surrounding area. She pointed out the presence of heavenly thunder traps and explained that if anyone else stepped into the tribulation zone, the lightning would register an additional ascension and amplify tenfold. Ascension had to be a solo act, no interference. She then grumbled about Grandmaster vanishing again. Qianfan also took out her weapon, just to be safe. Earlier that morning, Master had taken her junior sister's spirit back to the heavenly demon realm for urgent matters, but he gave his word to return quickly. Then a beam of light shot down from above and struck the place where Changqing stood. It had officially begun. Elsewhere, in the heavenly demon realm, Chen Ye and Zhao Shi stood before the demonic emperor palace. Chen Ye lifted his hand, and the palace shattered into hundreds of fragments. With a closed fist, he drew them back together, rebuilding the entire structure from the rubble. Zhao Shi caught the change in an instant, visibly shaken, repeating her amazement more than once. The inscription above the palace entrance had shifted to reincarnation. From the floors of the newly shaped halls, glowing lights floated upward like spirits rising from the underworld. Chen Ye summoned Zhao He. Zhao He appeared, calm and respectful. Chen Ye reminded her of her past, how she'd suffered under evil forces, her soul twisted into someone else's cultivation tool, nearly lost to the demonic path. He clarified that life and death weren't governed by clean lines of good and evil. The heavenly Taos didn't run on simple binaries. He announced he would grant her the way of reincarnation. The former demonic emperor palace now bore a new title, Reincarnations City. From this moment on, she would serve as its master, guiding his two disciples in maintaining the reincarnation laws of this reshaped world. He handed her the decree of the way of reincarnation. She took it, emotions churning deep inside. She mouthed the words, the laws of reincarnation, overwhelmed by the weight they carried. Chen Ye acknowledged her reaction. From this moment forward, any soul that met its end in these two realms would pass through Reincarnation City. They would enter the Hall of Reincarnation, undergo transformation, and be born anew. He explained that when a soul reached that place, she would absorb the memories from her past life. From there, she would weigh their good and evil deeds and determine their next reincarnation. Watching her master appear to converse with empty air, Zhao Shi raised a concern about whether doing this meant the human emperor realm and the heavenly demon realm would set up their own reincarnation system, and what might happen if the underworld discovered it. Chen Ye dismissed the worry, declaring that if anyone from the underworld stepped into his disciples' world, he would eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi kept quiet. Chen Ye gave Zhao He further instruction, reminding her that managing the reincarnation of souls involved difficult problems related to human nature and cosmic order. Changqing was still inexperienced, and her Tao heart remained unsettled. Contact with too many foreign memories would only hinder her cultivation. He passed the responsibility to Zhao He. Zhao He confirmed she would take care of everything, promising to carefully carry out his words and help the human emperor and her master with overseeing the way of reincarnation in the new world. After receiving her orders, Zhao He respectfully saw Chen Ye off. She guessed that Changqing should have already passed her heavenly human realm tribulation. She recommended they head back. Zhao Shi gave her agreement. Back in the human emperor realm, Changqing strained to withstand the endless lightning bolts. The long clash wore her down, and she struggled for breath. The ones watching kept quiet, tense and uneasy. One muttered whether Marshal and Changqing could survive the last strike. Qingxuang thought back to past trials, uncertain if the lightning had ever been that brutal during their own. Not only the two grand disciples, but even Qianfan, who had gone through the same trial, recognized that this tribulation far exceeded her own. She had recently guided her junior sister in the Lightning Mansion, and Changqing's resistance to lightning should have been more than enough for the Nine Heavens' lightning tribulation. But now, on the 8th strike, even her divine general form had collapsed. The last lightning bolt fell, completely unlike the earlier ones. It held a deadly will and an overwhelming spiritual force that made nearby observers stumble. Qianfan cursed in frustration and declared she understood. Changqing managed only a glance upward, the lightning too fast for her to react. Seeing her junior sister in danger, Qianfan leapt forward. She warned martial aunt Changqing to be cautious. The lightning hit, the tall mountain peak split apart, and the two disciples at its base were thrown off balance. Zhaonan yelled that something had gone wrong, and that martial aunt had been caught in the tribulation too, calling for master and martial aunt. Once the storm faded, Changqing opened her eyes and realized she hadn't been hit. Her senior sister had shielded her using the human emperor's brush. She cried out, asking if her senior sister was all right. Qianfan replied she was unharmed and that Changqing's safety was what mattered. But the real danger was only beginning. Her junior sister's tribulation was nothing like hers. Master had revealed that Changqing possessed a rare pure yin constitution. She suspected that the trial Changqing faced no longer followed the typical pattern for ascending to the heavenly human realm. Writings from the human emperors of old mentioned that when someone who could shake the world's order appeared, a fearsome beast formed from the world's will would manifest, pulled into existence by the tribulation lightning. Beneath the black storm, the beast was monstrously aggressive. It was a being the heavens rejected, and even the surrounding smaller worlds would crumble in its wake. The ancients had named it the myriad manifestations, heavenly lightning serpent. With the beast's arrival, rain poured down from the sky. The myriad manifestations, heavenly lightning serpent surged toward the two sisters. Qianfan tensed, unease crawling in, as the creature outclassed her entirely. Zhaonan and Xingxuang charged in without pause. Zhaonan cursed the timing, muttering that Grand Master had only just left, and trouble had already found them. Qianfan raised her hand, warning them back and making it clear they weren't equipped for this, barking at them to retreat. The two froze. Xingxuang started to argue. Changqing jumped in, suggesting they fuse their divine generals. Qianfan cut her off and ordered her to go as well. Changqing stood her ground, refusing to abandon her and calling it her fault the beast appeared, demanding to know how she could just leave Qianfan to deal with it alone. Fu Ling stepped up behind Changqing, casting a spell that knocked her out cold. Qianfan brushed her junior sister's hair, steady and quiet, reminding her that possibilities didn't matter. Only duty did. Master was gone, and as the head of the myriad heavenly Dao sect, she bore the weight of protection. She told her to rest, promising that everything would be over when she woke and Master would return soon. The rest, she'd handle herself. Fu Ling cradled Changqing gently. Bound by her master's will, she couldn't resist, but unease gnawed at her gut. She informed Qianfan that she had already sent word to Master Dao Venerable, hoping for a swift return. She explained the beast wasn't just a beast, it was the embodiment of the world's will, and the gap between them was too vast. She advised diversion, not confrontation, and urged Qianfan to stall for time. Qianfan gave a nod, stating she understood and already had a plan. This fight wasn't lost yet. With a spark of power, Qianfan conjured two long spears. Her stance didn't waver. She believed it was just a beast pulled in by tribulation lightning. Master or no master, she could take it. Above the clouds, the myriad manifestations. Heavenly lightning serpent coiled, massive and unyielding. Fu Ling turned, holding Changqing tightly as she left. Qianfan launched forward, throwing 5 spears toward the heavens. They struck, but on such a massive body, they only scraped the surface. Qianfan called out that she was its opponent. Zhao Shi hovered at the mountain's heart. From a distance, concern flickered in her eyes. She admitted to her master that Zhao Shi felt fear, this serpent far more savage and massive than the last. Chen Ye confirmed her observation, explaining that the myriad manifestations, heavenly lightning serpent, embodied the heavenly Tao's will through lightning. Tribulation existed to refine spirit and body. This thing wasn't born, it was forged to annihilate. Under the crushing spiritual pressure, Zhao Shi couldn't take it anymore and ducked into her master's robe. She fretted over whether Changqing and Qianfan could withstand it, pleading for her master to intervene. Chen Ye declined to act. Zhao Shi flinched at the refusal, demanding to know why. Chen Ye answered plainly. This was the human emperor realm, and the human emperor had to face its own storms. More than that, he noted that Qianfan, confronting something far beyond her, and still pressing forward instead of begging for rescue, had grown during his absence. He wanted to witness just how far she could go. Below, a brutal clash unfolded between one figure and the colossal serpent. Qianfan lost ground, knocked back hard. The myriad manifestations, heavenly lightning serpent gathered a thunderous orb in its jaws, then fired it downward. Zhao Shi's nerves spiked, blurting that it looked bad. In Qianfan, Chen Ye instructed her to stay quiet and keep watching. Fu Ling, drained from shielding against the last strike, collapsed under the strain. Her voice shook as she reported that Phase 1 was done. Qianfan, cradling the unconscious Changqing, confirmed the defense held and gave Fu Ling her due. She then tossed Changqing to her two disciples. They caught her without issue. Qianfan didn't pause. She surged her full strength. Any beast, after attacking, left a moment of weakness. Old energy spent, new energy not yet formed. The larger the body, the slower the cycle. She aimed to strike in that gap. She summoned the earth veins of the human emperor realm, calling upon the human emperor's brush. The human emperor's brush expanded, barreling straight toward the myriad manifestations' heavenly lightning serpent. Zhao Shi gasped, struck by how astonishing Qianfan turned out to be, especially in the way she managed to keep that colossal black serpent at bay. Chen Ye noted the precision behind her tactic. With an opponent towering several realms above her, poking around or buying time made no sense. Only by staying out of reach and unloading everything in one clean blow could she even hope to shift the odds. He mentioned, though, that despite the human emperor's brush being a divine relic tied to the entire human emperor realm's fate, it didn't mesh with Qianfan. Her spiritual reserves couldn't keep up with it for long. That left Zhao Shi unsettled, throwing out a sharp concern about whether Qianfan stood at the edge of disaster. Chen Ye didn't sugarcoat it. Going head-to-head with a creature born from the heavenly Tao itself wasn't a challenge that came with safety nets. Zhao Shi flagged the danger again and couldn't help but notice her master seemed utterly unbothered. Worse, there was a trace of satisfaction in him. Chen Ye didn't hide it, musing that watching Qianfan, a mere mortal, throwing everything she had at the heavenly Tao, stirred an old memory of himself he hadn't shaken. The heavenly lightning serpent, unrelenting and vast, gathered raw force in its maw before hurling it directly at the human emperor's brush. Qianfan clenched the brush in one hand, barely managing to keep her balance with the other. If the human emperor Thuong had still been present, the situation might not have spiraled this far. The brush fractured beneath the weight of the serpent's blow, and Qianfan dropped from the sky. Panic flooded her as she realized the brush alone couldn't carry her through. Xiaonan and Xing shouted after their martial ant, alarmed and helpless. The myriad manifestations. Heavenly lightning serpent loomed, a calamity strong enough to tear the world apart. Qianfan braced herself. If it came down to her life, she would spend it to imprison the beast, following in the footsteps of the human emperors before her. Right before that decision settled in her chest, a voice called out, one that lifted her from the brink. It addressed her with familiarity and regret, naming her as his disciple. A long spear flew into her hands, and she caught it on instinct. He explained it was the heavenly Tao spear, a divine weapon ranked Vu, and from that moment forward, it belonged to her. Changqing, only just recovered, spotted her senior sister locked in danger, standing in her defense. She made a move to rush forward, but her two disciples locked her in place. They begged their beloved master to stop overthinking, warning her that brooding like that would lead to inner demons. They reminded her how dangerous it was to lose clarity during cultivation. Changqing dropped her head, her face carved with worry. She dwelled on how 3 days had passed and her senior sister still hadn't stirred. Xiaonan wrapped her arms around her master and comforted her, brushing off the blame. What had happened was already done. No one had wanted it. Qing chimed in, insisting she relax since Grandmaster was around and martial art wouldn't be harmed. At the same time, Qianfan remained unconscious in bed, golden veins crawling along her skin. Her face twisted with pain as she muttered nonsense, trapped in her own haze. Zhao Shi looked on, thoroughly unsettled, convinced this time Qianfan had really fallen to her inner demons. Chen Ye laid it out plainly, explaining how two heavenly Tao wills were tearing each other apart inside her, wrecking her physical form. Zhao Shi raised the danger, unsure how bad it could get. Chen Ye eased the tension, revealing that his spiritual energy had kept her collapsing cultivation realm steady over the last 3 days. Now that her body had been reshaped, it could bear the heavenly Tao's pressure. All they needed was time for her to wake. Chen Ye checked Tianfan's pulse and shared that he had passed down the Thunder Palace technique to her, fully confident in her lightning affinity. Slaying the myriad manifestations, Heavenly Lightning Serpent had been part of helping her comprehend the laws of heavenly tribulation. To his surprise, the girl had also grasped the laws of the heavenly Tao spear. Little Bird, after being disciplined, had straightened up considerably. She confessed she hadn't realized Master Qianfan had also walked her starlight path and insisted it hadn't been intentional. Chen Ye didn't linger on the incident and gave Little Bird a light pat. He told her to forget about it, noting that it was actually a blessing in disguise. From then on, she was to remain at Qianfan's side in Little Tian's place. She complied. Xiao Shi paused, torn. She confessed there was something she'd been holding in for a while. Comparing it to Little Changqing's time in the heavenly demon realm, she wondered if he was being too hard on Little Qianfan. Chen Ye's sharp gaze passed over her. Xiao Shi shrank back, blurting out that she hadn't meant to criticize him. Chen Ye let it go and admitted she wasn't entirely wrong. Between Qianfan and Changqing, he conceded he did hold a deeper bias toward Qianfan. Xiao Shi froze. She voiced her shock and questioned if her master had it flipped, thinking he actually showed more partiality to Little Changqing. Chen Ye clarified that back in the heavenly demon realm, his focus had mainly been on stabilizing Changqing's mental state. With her potential, as long as she didn't fall into the demonic path, she definitely surpassed the former demon ancestor. Reaching the peak of the myriad heavens was only a matter of when. He explained that Qianfan was built differently. Among the myriad heavens elites, her talent had ranked near the bottom during the reincarnation cycle. Becoming the human emperor and leading humanity's charge across the myriad heavens had already defied fate. Her growth story had been engraved in the human race's legacy because it proved destiny could be overthrown. Now, as his disciple, he intended to throw her into more controlled trials, pushing her past what her talent allowed, forcing her to grow faster. He didn't want her to stop at being a human emperor who conquered the heavens. The path forward was grueling, but breakthroughs only came through relentless pushing. Hearing all this, Xiao Shi finally understood the level of care her master had poured into Little Qianfan. It hit her that everything had been planned to shape her growth. She pondered whether the massive black serpent had also been deliberately let loose into the human emperor realm by her master. Chen Ye kept quiet and asked if she believed Qianfan and Changqing would clash after this. Xiao Shi reeled. She asked if even that had been part of her master's setup to improve their bond. Chen Ye gave orders for Fu Ling and Little Tian to take care of Qianfan. He mentioned heading out to continue unifying the world. At that moment, someone tugged on his sleeve. The ninth princess had regained consciousness. She quietly greeted her master. Seeing her awake, Chen Ye sat down beside her and tucked in the blanket. He remarked on her recovery and asked about her condition, wondering if anything still felt off. Qianfan replied that she wasn't in pain, but her whole body was numb and lacked strength. Chen Ye grabbed a damp cloth and wiped her forehead to ease the fever. Qianfan complained that she felt overheated and uncomfortable all over. Chen Ye urged her to hang in a little longer. With two heavenly Tao wills having cleansed her body, she just needed time to adjust. Taking the opportunity to be pampered, Qianfan refused to use the pillow and instead leaned against her master's thigh. She grumbled that the pillow was stiff and annoying. Chen Ye allowed it without protest. He gently brought up whether she blamed him. Qianfan blinked in surprise and wondered what reason she would have for that. Chen Ye noted that when she fought the myriad manifestations' heavenly lightning serpent, she probably noticed his presence. He acknowledged not lending a hand back then. She had charged in, knowing the odds, and still held her ground. Qianfan remembered catching her master's aura during the battle, but in that moment she hadn't dwelled on it. She had only cared about stopping the giant serpent from destroying the human emperor realm. With her junior sister in danger, she had jumped in recklessly. She figured her master must have had his reasons for staying out of it. Chen Ye figured she had also caught on to how he treated her more strictly than Changqing. He then asked if she understood why. Qianfan teased that it was because he had gotten bored of the old and taken a liking to the new. Her cheek earned a pinch. She admitted fault. Chen Ye explained it was because she was the chief disciple of the myriad heavens 10,000 Tao sect, and also the human emperor. He hoped she would one day succeed him and make the sect's name echo through all of existence. He added that as the human emperor, leading the human race of the myriad heavens was her burden, and that included him. If she eventually surpassed him, he wouldn't mind falling in line behind her. Qianfan gasped and repeated the part about her master becoming her subordinate. She pictured herself reigning supreme and dragging her master home in a grand display. Her mind spiraled into daydreams of family and children. Qianfan quietly celebrated the vision. Someone called her name. snapping her out of the fantasy. She confirmed she understood everything. She pledged to train hard and surpass her master someday. She aimed to become the most powerful human emperor the myriad heavens had ever seen. Chen Ye mused on how she had already mastered 2 heavenly Tao laws, despite only being at the heaven-human realm. He wondered how high this future human emperor and the human race might climb across the myriad heavens and worlds. It felt like something worth watching unfold. Qianfan, buzzing with fresh momentum, rolled out of bed and threw on her clothes with sharp precision. She stepped in front of her younger martial sister and the disciples, tossing out a casual announcement that she was back. Xiaonan and Qingshuang lit up, blurting that martial ant was finally awake. Changxing locked up for a second, then bolted into Tianfan's arms. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she clung tight, everything crashing down at once. Relief cracked through her, voicing how glad she was that Qianfan had made it. Changqing shared that the black serpent had clearly been gunning for her and fretted over what might have happened if Qianfan hadn't made it through. Qianfan shrugged off, mentioning that with Master around, nothing could have touched her. She added it was urgent, and she hadn't had time to weigh it all out. A flicker of guilt hit her, and she took the whole thing on herself. She brought up how her father had 9 kids, and she was the youngest, without anyone closer. She admitted that Changqing had always felt like a little sister to her, and in that split second, she must have just reacted like it was her own flesh and blood in danger. Tianfan's words cracked open some sealed-off place inside Changqing. The fire that night, swallowing everything, her mother's frantic cries for her to run, the jeers from the ones who chased her, the hushed poison from the people around her. It had been ages since anything had warmed her like family. Tianfan's words dug deep and she shook. Qianfan reached out fast, promising again she was all right too, and gently told her to stop crying. Right when the mood threatened to go full melodrama, Xiaonan barged in with a tone-destroying comment, claiming junior sister must have gotten it wrong. He pointed out that Grandmaster had once mentioned martial ant wasn't actually younger than Master Changqing. Qingshuang scowled and scolded him, snapping at him not to spout nonsense during a moment like this. Then a flash lit up the sky. Chen Ye landed in front of the sisters. He demanded to know what all the noise was and why anyone was crying this early. He tossed out a jab about whether Qianfan had been picking on Changqing again. Qianfan waved it off and explained she hadn't done anything and had just gotten emotional. Chen Ye checked if the 2 of them were ready. They nodded, clear and firm. Chen Ye turned to the 2 grand disciples and told them to stay put. Qingshuang chirped an enthusiastic yes, while Xiaonan pulled a face. Qingshuang turned to him and asked about it. Xiaonan muttered that it was world fusion and mumbled that he wanted in too. Qingshuang explained their strength still fell short and reminded him more chances would come. The 3 of them lifted into the sky. Chen Ye announced they were starting. Right after his words dropped, the 2 disciples summoned their spirit partners and artifacts, Little Tian and Zhao He. Their companions drew in power, syncing with their summoners. Qianfan stood for the human emperor realm, and Changqing held the heavenly demon realm. Chen Ye watched with the focus of a strategist locking pieces into position. The 2 planets shifted like chess tokens under their command. Odd signs began to streak across the heavens. The Grandmaster had started the process. People in both realms felt it. In the human emperor realm, trust in their ruler ran bone deep. Whispers rose over what was going on. Some asked if another world's invasion had started, but they held firm, confident that with their human emperor, all would hold. Meanwhile, several heavenly human cultivators across the heavenly demon realm snapped to attention. They called it. The realms were merging. It was happening. Chen Ye followed up, asking if they had agreed on the name for the new world. The sisters glanced at each other and gave a small nod, confirming they had settled it earlier. Qianfan surged with spiritual energy, and her voice rippled across both realms. She declared that the human emperor realm and the heavenly demon realm, long separate, would now unite. She named herself Qianfan, heir to the human emperor, and with her master's guidance, she made the fusion official. She confirmed that Master had forged an independent cycle of reincarnation. All living beings from both realms, after death, would have their souls guided to the netherworld, cross through the gate of life, and start again. She affirmed that from that moment forward, they would no longer be known as realms, but as the human emperor domain and the heavenly demon domain. The merged world would carry one name, Huang Tian. Having wrapped up the fusion of the 2 worlds, Chen Ye got ready to head out. The faces of his 2 disciples and 2 grand-disciples showed obvious reluctance. Their eyes locked on him as they absorbed every word. The human emperor and heavenly demon realms used to be separate, and even now with the unification, territorial divisions and culture still didn't fully line up. He laid out that figuring out how to finalize the system of the Huangtian realm and make it fully cohesive was the challenge he left in their hands. After that, he passed a luminous ring pulsing with absorbed soul essences to Xiao He. It served as the Netherworld's key. He assigned Xiao He to oversee the cycle of reincarnation in the Huangtian realm. He laid out that he'd built a standalone microcosm using the world of the dead as a foundation and named it the Netherworld. He mentioned that if they ever ran into enemies they couldn't handle, they could hide there. Then he took out another item from his spatial pouch. He handed it to Qianfan, assigning it to her. Qianfan knew exactly what it was. She checked if it was the teleportation coordinate artifact he made during his downtime. Chen Ye confirmed it with a simple nod. He instructed that charging it with spiritual energy would activate the teleportation gate. On the other side lay the Shanshin realm, the same one that had launched an invasion before. He detailed that the most powerful entity in the Shanshin realm had reached the fate-defying realm. When they were ready, he told them to crack open the passage and treat it as a training ground. Qianfan mentally marked the Shanshin realm. She gave a calm confirmation. Changqing picked up that their master was heading off for a long time, and a heavy wave of sorrow hit her. She quietly checked, the weight in her tone barely masked, whether he'd be gone for long. Chen Ye explained that the situation with their 3 martial ants was a bit tricky, and he wasn't entirely sure. Changqing hugged him tightly, her eyes brimming. She couldn't handle letting him go. Chen Ye softly brushed her hair. He reminded her that leaning too much on him would only hold her back. There were parts of the path he could help with, but she had to walk it on her own. Changqing gave a firm nod, her voice clear. She promised to focus on her cultivation while he was away. Qianfan, used to her master coming and going, and now carrying the role of senior disciple, kept herself composed even though her chest felt weighed down. Her master hadn't even stayed a full month, and here came another goodbye. She flashed her brightest grin and addressed him with calm intent. She gently asked where he was headed so they could give him a proper send-off. Chen Ye declined, explaining that he would leave from right there. A flash of disappointment crossed Qianfan's face as her gaze dropped. She quietly accepted that there wasn't anything else they could do. Then a sudden tug pulled her into a hug. Chen Ye instructed her to take charge of the sect while he was away. Besides helping manage the new world, she still needed to stay on top of her cultivation. Qianfan replied with firm resolve. She assured him that he had nothing to worry about. She pledged to protect her junior sister, the Martial Juniors, and the entire Huangtian realm. She promised that next time she'd have grasped 2 heavenly Dao wills. Qing Shuang, tail wagging, zoomed up to her grandmaster. She brightly voiced her wish to be counted in as well. Xiaonan, fist planted on her hips, broke in with a mock scolding tone, questioning why a grand disciple was butting into a moment meant for disciples and their master. Chen Ye wrapped his arms around Qing Shuang's spirit form too. She chirped that Grandmaster was the best and wished him well. She cheerfully noted that a spirit body absorbs spiritual energy better than a normal one, and she nudged herself to train harder. Xiaonan, pretending not to care, kept up her stubborn front while secretly yearning for the same affection. She reasoned to herself that they were all grown now, still clinging to their master like kids, and questioned how they weren't embarrassed. She told herself she wasn't jealous at all, not one bit, but added, quietly, that there was her too. From behind, Chen Ye ruffled the hair of his fiery red-haired grand disciple, Xiaonan. He warned that if she hadn't broken through to the heaven-human realm by the time he came back, he'd toss her into the netherworld until she did. Xiaonan exploded inside, unable to believe her situation turned out like this. Once farewells and instructions were done, Chen Ye opened a spatial rift. He wrapped it all up by saying that was everything and shared his hope that when they met again, they'd all be stronger. He reminded them to focus on their cultivation. They stepped through the fractured remnants of space-time and emerged in a world overflowing with wild greenery, a place untouched, echoing the raw beauty of a primeval era. That's where the tale of the 3rd disciple kicked off. Qinxiang introduced herself, stating she used to be just an ordinary girl. She recalled that not long ago, she had died and ended up in that world. She figured it was probably one of those legendary transmigrations. She expressed her thanks to the world for giving her another shot at life. Then she asked why her new life had to be inside a flower. She bemoaned her fate, trapped with her roots in the ground. She pointed out she didn't even have legs and couldn't leave. She wondered what she was supposed to do, and muttered that maybe this was it. Maybe she was going to live and die as a flower. She questioned what the point of being reborn was if this was how it ended. Right then, a panicked rat in mid-escape dropped a gold coin. The flower stretched its little petals toward the prize. It lit up inside, celebrating that even as a flower, it could still manage this. Just a bit closer. After finally snatching the coin, the tiny translucent creature gleefully tossed it in the air. It couldn't believe it was holding real gold. While soaking in that small bit of happiness in her otherwise dull world, a burst of light lit up the horizon and changed everything. A shooting star streaked through the sky. A shooting star came crashing down toward a far edge of Dream Cloud Marsh. Dream Cloud Marsh with its stunning peaks and valleys, crystal clear flowing streams, and trees cloaked in soft violet tones. Chen Ye moved forward. Xiao Shi floated after. He noted they hadn't found her outside and mentioned not expecting the Year's Realm to have such stunning scenery. Xiao Shi agreed, took in the surroundings, and flipped through the system interface. She relayed that the missions for the 3 disciples were active and pulled up the details for him. Due to certain events in her former world, Qinxiang ended up transmigrating to the Year's Realm after dying. Because of some uncontrollable force, she landed in the form of a flower. Her location wasn't in the 9 continents of the Year's Realm. Owing to the strange geography, Qinxiang's personality had turned out wildly unorthodox. So this disciple recruitment mission would be tougher than the last 2. The mission reward, 3,000 master points. The mission penalty, the host must recount their first love story 7 times. The system tacked on a reminder that Master had already brought both the human emperor and demon ancestor under his wing. A little heavenly venerable didn't count for much. It cheered Zhao Shi on and threw in an over-the-top declaration of eternal support. Chen Ye noticed some inconsistencies in the mission. He raised the issue of what exactly made a personality problematic. Xiao Shi admitted she didn't know either, and asked him to be patient, proposing they wait until they located her. Chen Ye extended a hand and gauged the flow of time. He found the realm fascinating and noted that 3 years inside passed like half an hour in the outside world. Chen Ye assessed that whoever created the secret realm had a deep grasp of time itself. Even for him, crafting a space like this would take real effort. He could do it, sure, but didn't see a reason to bother. The realm already had its own complete system. The unusual time flow made it hard for life here to survive elsewhere. But for the year's flower, which needed 3,000 years to take shape and 9,000 to become human, this place was perfect. Zhao Shi pulled out her binoculars and scanned the area. She told Chen Ye she'd found a lead on the 3rd disciple. Zhao Shi guided Chen Ye ahead. They reached a field of fiery red flowers. Enormous mushrooms loomed around them, some taller than people. Chen Ye pointed out that the tracker showed she should be close. He explained that the year's flower hadn't reached human form yet. It was fragile, couldn't fight, and relied entirely on camouflage and illusion to stay alive. Xiao Shi mused if they really had to check every flower. Chen Ye eased her worries by saying they could use spiritual energy to search instead. Zhao Shi halted him suddenly and said she might have spotted her. She pointed toward a massive flower glowing faintly. She identified it as a year's flower. The flower flinched, instantly terrified. Hearing human voices, it panicked, convinced it had been caught. It tried blending in with the other flowers. Chen Ye advanced and calmly confirmed the target. Watching the shaking flower, Xiao Shi became more convinced. She guessed it feared them and probably was the one they were after. Chen Ye stepped in closer. The flower hurled a gold coin at him. Chen Ye blinked. He questioned if throwing a coin counted as a defense tactic and found the idea amusing. Xiao Shi offered that he might have misread the gesture. Chen Ye leaned down and dared the flower to throw out anything else. After a moment of pause, the flower dumped a hoard of valuables, coins, jewels, spirit stones. Both of them stood silent. Xiao Shi, reading the situation, murmured to Chen Ye that maybe Qinxiang was trying to bribe him. She explained that the flower couldn't communicate well in plant form, and maybe he should help her regain her human shape. Chen Ye raised a hand and summoned something from his spatial storage. He called out Yushan and ordered it to appear. Xiao Shi noticed Master preparing to summon a heavy hitter. Even before it showed up, the spiritual pressure set her on edge. She realized what was coming. It was Master's powerhouse. She questioned whether it was a spirit or beast. If it was anything like the one that handled Great Red Refinement before, she wasn't ashamed to admit she still felt nervous. Chen Ye remarked that 3,000 years was excessive, and there was no point in dragging things out. He revealed that the item was the Yingshan Lantern, a divine relic passed down by his friend from the immortal island of Yushan. It could transfer lifespan. A girl emerged, visibly groggy. She groaned and asked Mr. Ye why he dragged her out so early. Chen Ye simply tasked her with transferring part of his lifespan to the year's flower and checked if she could manage it. She confirmed and muttered that this was the first time he'd ever asked that from her. He clarified that she'd heard right and repeated the order. She gave a nod and started. Lifespan turned into mist. Vitality shifted. Xiaoshi gasped, impressed with Master's move. Then she caught herself and immediately voiced concern over the 3,000-year cost, wondering if that was okay. Chen Ye brushed it off, saying 3,000 years didn't matter, and his lifespan was practically endless. Zhao Shi, hearing this, filled up with admiration. To her, it was like a billionaire misplacing some spare change. The year's flower had a rare body and divine origin, compared to Qianfan and Changsheng, who needed 3,000 years just to form. She wouldn't even reach the mortal realm staying as a flower. Yushan sighed and looked satisfied with the job well done. Still yawning, she returned to the spatial storage. She stated the transfer was complete, and unless they needed more, she planned to sleep. She gave them props before vanishing. At that moment, the year's flower turned into a green orb. The orb broke apart. Xiao Shi perked up, eager for the third disciple's debut. Her face lit up when she saw Qinshang's human form and called her adorable. Qinshang examined her hands, overwhelmed. She couldn't believe she was finally human. Then she sprinted off without warning. Chen Ye told Xiao Shi to switch to power-saving mode, scooped her up, and chased.